Hello and welcome to the official coverage of the 2025 Tatts Finke Desert Race. We are just minutes away from this Method Race Wheels Prologue getting underway. You can probably hear some of those buggies and trophy trucks getting warmed up. That's what the noise is behind us. I'm your host, Keziah Dawn, and I'm joined by my co-host, Amanda Jarrett. Amanda, last night was a chance to really get to know some of these drivers before they roll on out here today. Do you have a highlight from scrutineering last night?
Oh, Kaz, it is really hard to choose just one. I think just hearing all of their stories. I spoke to families. It's multi-generational. They've got their sons, their daughters racing with them, which is just so cool. I met people from Detroit, from here, right here in Alice, some locals that have been doing it for 15 years. It's hard to just choose one. It's just great. The shared passion for this insane but brilliant race in the desert.
Absolutely, and that is what makes the Finke Desert Race what it is, right? It's the families, it's the stories, it's ticking off that bucket list item that they've dreamt of their entire lives, and that all starts today with Prologue. This is when the business starts getting underway. Are you excited? Who are you excited to see come out here this morning?
I'm excited to see so many of them. The Robinsons, obviously, a top pick, but I really just want to see how important it is to them for where they're placing. Obviously, to navigate through that dust and all of that, you really want a top placing. So I really just want to see how they go. It sets the tone for the rest of the weekend, right?
Absolutely, and it is about getting a little bit of that clean air as well. The best time you've got, if you're first off that line, you've got the cleanest run really down to the Finke end, and it's all about getting down to Finke and back again here to Alice. So we are, as I mentioned, just minutes away. We can start to see some of the buggies lining up here behind us. We will be going down to have a chat to them. Amanda, first off the line, we've got a husband and wife category. This just goes to show you how special it is, this Finke occasion.
I love that. They're still getting along, even though they're driving side by side through one of this. No, it's going to be great to see going down and have a chat to them, ready for Prologue, to see what their strategy is going into today.
Absolutely, and this isn't their first year doing it. We definitely had a chat to them last year as well, and this is just a special occasion. So first off the line at 8 o'clock, we have Wayne and Leah Driver in the Super 1650 buggy. We're going to head back up to commentary in the meantime, and we'll be back very shortly.
Well, good morning here from the Alice end. We're here for Method Race Wheels Prologue. And my name's Joshua Graveling, alongside me, Josh Curran.
The Joshes, I think that's going to stick.
Yes, I definitely think it will. But we have a heap of action to come, not only in the cars, but the bikes as well.
Oh, it's exciting. Prologue, Method Race Wheels Prologue Day is one of the most exciting days in off-road racing here in Australia. There's so much on the line, as the girls just slightly mentioned there, you know, getting that top spot, getting that dust-free run, all important. And 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, we kick off. For those in some of our eastern or western states, it'll be a slightly different time, but we're excited. We're looking forward to it. The sun is out. It's a beautiful, cold, crisp morning here in the Red Centre. And I don't know, there's just action about to happen.
Yeah, no, definitely. Having a look at some of the vehicles that were making their way out on their sight lap, it's looking really, really good. The Robinsons were very keen to get out there, especially in that new truck. You know, it's a week and a half old into the country, so it's going to be interesting to see what they can do. It's anyone's game here in Prologue this morning. It's going to be really, really interesting.
Absolutely, and that's going to be an awesome little conundrum there. You know, both Bo and Trav running Masons, but Bo in the tried, proven, reliable two-wheel drive that he took top step last year, and Trav with a brand new all-wheel drive. Joe Gibbs, Albans, paddle shift, all the fruit, but that's not, you know, Bo's truck exactly the same. Albans sequential, paddle shift. It's a beautiful car. So that's going to be a super exciting little conundrum there. Even a little inter-team battle. But look at that. We've got spectators starting to line the course as well. I mean, that's one of the great things about the Finke Desert Race Method Race Wheels Prologue. There's plenty of awesome spectator viewing points around the area. And like you said last night, Josh, some of these lads here, you see there's camper vans set up, there's rooftop tents. So these guys got here last night and set themselves up to make sure they had prime viewing position for Prologue today. And not a lot of breeze, a little bit of a Tony Gregg weather report. I haven't been down and put the keys into the pitch at the moment to see what the ground conditions are, or give it the Josh Green kick, the moisture check as well. So I haven't been able to get down onto the track and do that this morning, but looking like pristine conditions there. A little bit of hanging dust you can see in the pictures here coming live to you, but going to be a good morning. It's going to be a good morning.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. As we look at that new addition to Prologue from last year, the little chicane before the finish there, just try and slow down that terminal speed, because the machinery's just gotten so quick out here. And I don't think you'd want to be anywhere else if you were here at the start-finish line than the chicane lounge. That's something we didn't touch on last night. They're already pumping. They're already having a good time.
I wonder what time the bar opens.
Yeah.
But that is the joys of this track. It's such a awesome event. Like you said, the committee just goes from strength to strength with the spectacle and the effort that they put into the Finke Desert Race every year, making sure that it's accessible, make sure that you see as much as the racing. They understand that people travel from all over Australia for this race, so they want to make sure that it is a great time. The chicane lounge there, the VIPs down there having a great time as we get a shot of the start finish line. So this will actually be our start line for Sunday's race and the finish line on Monday, but this will today be the finish line for Prologue as well.
Yeah, no, definitely that iconic banner that we see each and every year at this great event. It's awesome, with all our sponsors and partners up on there as well. And we look to the spectator areas now, and it is starting to pack in. Looking good. A lot of people in prime location. We're not too far away whatsoever. Starting off with the Super 1650 Buggy Class, with locals Wayne Driver and Leah Driver off, and then Wayne Foley and Jessica Foley in the 284, and then we've got Clayton Agru and Lincoln Meekins, which something interesting about that driver pairing, the combined age of those two is something around the early 30s there. The vehicle's actually older than both of them put together.
Isn't that the great thing about off-road racing?
Yep.
You don't have to have... I mean, it's nice, the latest and greatest, but obviously they're out here in that little Super 1650. Not sure if it's just been recently pulled out of the shed. I did see it when they went out for their sighting lap. Beautifully presented machine there, the 235. Excited.
Yeah,
Excited.
no.
Like you said, it's great to see that we actually have a little battle there of Super 1650. You can actually fill out a podium, and there's going to be someone that misses the podium as well in Super 1650. So that's very great to see. You know, it's a class that numbers sort of rise and fall, but great to see that plenty of Super 1650s here this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And then we go into side-by-side sport. We've got the two competitors in that one this year, John White and Jack Briggs in the 6634, and then Ross Newman and Gary Taylor in the 6681.
Yeah, sorry, I need to correct myself there. Seeing the 66 is the sport, and when we saw the vehicles, it was 6-1 last night. That actually just means interesting, and we keep talking about the side-by-sides, but incredible that there are over 100 registered numbers with Motorsport Australia for side-by-sides in Australia. It just shows that class is going from strength to strength.
No, it definitely is, and just the numbers that continue to fill that class as well, it's great to see. Then we will be into the production four-wheel drive battle of Brad Lovell and Adam Lovell in their machine for Ford. And then Jeff Pickering is back, the 702 with Dylan Watson, and they're also in a Ford Ranger Raptor this weekend.
I'm actually excited to see the future of production four-wheel drive, Class 7. I think it's going to be one where I think we're going to see our numbers grow a little bit now, particularly with extreme four-wheel drive or Class 8, the rules being so open. You know, the Mason Trophy trucks, say, not here this weekend, but Andy Brown with his Illumicraft all-wheel drive. These are vehicles now that are creeping into Class 8. So I think we're going to see a real strong resurgence of Class 7, the more classic four-wheel drive. So excited to see that. But always great to see Brad and Adam Lovell back all the way from America. Saw a bit of a clip last night where they were talking about it's exciting to come and do desert racing in Australia. You know, it's very different compared to what they do in America, much like they say racing in Mexico is very different. So great to see these guys here this weekend. But always great and exciting to see Jeff Pickering back behind the steering wheel. The man, a multi-time champion. The guy is an absolute legend of off-road racing. I mean, he's pretty much undefeated at Finke. Every time he comes, he wins. So this is going to be a great battle. Like, it's not going to be the fastest battle. It's going to be a bit down the field, but I promise you we will definitely keep a close eye on the event and make sure that we get to see and watch our split times for this performance or production four-wheel drive battle.
That's what I'm really looking forward to this year. And if you weren't joined by us last night, we have sector time, so around about the 2K mark, the 4K mark, the 6K mark. We've got sector times this year, so we'll be able to see who's on a heater and bring you all those little nitty-gritty things. It's awesome. It's a great initiative by the timing guys here, and a big shout-out to them because it's not easy to get timing loops out here, especially on a track like this one, especially the Prologue one. So massive shout out to them. They're continuing to build this event and give us commentators a little bit more to talk about in Prologue. So it's going to be absolutely amazing. I really cannot wait.
Yeah, absolutely. And for you guys following along at home as well, getting the split times. If there's a car that you're following along on, you'll be able to see how they're going. You'll be able to compare the split times to some of their closer competitors. It's going to be incredible. And these are these little 1%ers that we continually talk about that, once you've got the meat of the race, these are little 1%ers that the Finke committee are looking at to be able to improve everyone's experience every weekend here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Definitely. So after production four-wheel drive, we'll go into our sports light class. First off the line there will be Christian Montisalvo and Ashton. So great to see the Montisalvo twins back out here. They're only running the sports light because I do believe they sold the truck, if I'm not mistaken. And then the 1018 of Sam Bentley and Ben Chivel looking very, very quick. They were in the top three of their class last year. And then Rod Visser and Cody Visser in the 1057, always quick out here as well. So sports light looking really quick as well this weekend. You got Paul Tigger as well, Christopher Sollett, and then Peter Blouch with his new machine. So there's just so many different storylines, so many different people. And as we go through the start time list, we're just sort of pulling names out that we not forget about, but they just tend to cross our minds sometimes.
Well, absolutely. These sport lights, they are limited to a 2.5 naturally aspirated motor, but one of the great things, suspension unlimited. They are able to have big bypass shocks, coilovers, plenty of suspension, great design chassis, and I think Sports Light have really benefited as well from the improvement of what we were talking about last night, the rim and tyre technology that has happened with side-by-side. That's ran over into Sports Light as well for the Class 10. So to identify a Sports Light, the first two digits will be 10 or 10. And I think they've really gained a big advantage from that as well, because obviously limited horsepower there, so sometimes a big weighty tyre, a bit hard for them to get turning, a bit harder for them to brake and do all that. But I think as we've seen that improvement in tyre and rim technology, the tensor tyres being a huge thing there for these Sports Light, and then even I think BF now getting involved in making a 35 9.5 as well, or a 35 10.5 for these Sports Lights to be able to have a bit less unsprung weight.
Definitely. And then we go into our Prolite buggies. Alan Dixon will be first off the line in that one with Chris Boyle, John Towers and Bruce Young. Then we've got Matthew Burrows and Jay Mitchell. The 165 for Lockie Weir and Paddy Weir, one to watch in Prolite this weekend. The 134 of David Hall and Corey Hartworth. And then Jason Gibbons and Daniel Oakdake in the 132. So definitely going to be very, very interesting. Just looking back to last year, the quickest time around Prologue was 4 minutes 46, and that was by Bo Robinson. Average speed of 100k an hour is insane for a Prologue machine. So, and then Carl Habe, he was on song last year as well. Unfortunately not here this weekend, but I do believe his ex-vehicle is here. So that was a 4:59. So nothing really in it whatsoever. And then Andrew Brown and Danny Hardman in their extreme four-wheel drive for 4 minutes 50. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one we're talking about there. Andrew and Danny in the two-wheel drive Alumacraft this weekend, the 45. That's why they're not in the 845, I think it is, but just the 45. So interested to see how they perform in Prologue. But Andy, definitely no slouch when it comes to getting himself around this Prologue track. So great to see. And there'll always be the father-son battle as well. So it looks like we see our first car pull up to the Method Race Wheels arch. So this will indicate, excuse me, the start of our Prologue here. First car off the line. There will be a minute dust gap between each individual car in a class, and then a 5-minute gap in between the classes.
So it's going to be the locals of Wayne Driver and Leah Driver, father-daughter combo here this weekend. Been building this thing for quite a while now, and to finally get it out and running, it's great to see. Sounds the goods as well.
Yeah, definitely not holding back that cold, crisp air. That little 1650 screaming as they head off the start line. No reservation there about making sure they get as good a start, but how good is it? Method Race Wheels 2025 Prologue underway. This is what we've come here for. It was great. We had the street party Thursday night. We had scrutineering last night, but this is really what it's all about. This is when the business part of the race weekend kicks off.
Yes, no, definitely. And we're just having a quick look over our stadium section, as we like to call it. Looking really good. It's probably one of the most technical parts of the Prologue track, and it's going to be good to see and good to watch here. They won't be too far away whatsoever, as I believe Wayne Foley and Jessica Foley, more Alice locals in the 284, making their way off the start line.
Yeah, so we see the split times there. It lets us know that they're currently in Section 1. So how good, broken up into a couple of split times there. We're going to have the split times live on there as our first split time set by Wayne Driver, a 1 minute 19 flat. So this will be interesting as we go through the classes. In theory, they should get representatively faster and faster. So looking forward to watching these times start to tumble as we see the Moles machine 235. Hey, how great. Even they've got the starting lights up in the top right-hand corner as well, so you can see what the drivers see as well.
Yeah, that thing sounds good. Clayton Hargrew and Lincoln Meekings in that thing, and on the bopper early. Think just trying to find
a limiter.
Just to find a gear. But yeah, great story about that machine and it getting out here this weekend as they fire through. But we're going to go down to Keziah to speak to another one of our competitors.
John White and his grandson Jack Briggs in the Navi seat. John, what's the secret this morning?
Just take it easy and dodge the water and stay clean and be ready for a good day tomorrow.
Brilliant. Well, good luck out there. We'll head back up to you guys. We've just got a few more buggies lining up. We'll make sure we get a chat with them.
Awesome, thank you very much. Next off the line, Jerry Coop and Tanya Coop, the 296, another Alice local team. And if you do get a chance to have a look at that machine this weekend, make sure you do, because it's got a pretty cool wrap on it this weekend. A little bit of Road Runner as we look through. So Wayne Driver through section number 2 now, 1 minute 53 his time through there. As Wayne Foley did a 1:42.6 in Sector 1 for his machine. And here we go, we're about to get into our side-by-sides, the 6634 of John White and Jack Briggs and the Honda Talon, because I just had a chat with them on the start line.
Yeah, and great to see once again in this side-by-side sport, and also our pro side-by-side as well. There's plenty of brand recognition, plenty of different brands. You know, it's not just a Can-Am, it's not just a Polaris. Honda now getting themselves involved as well. It's awesome. You know, as more and more manufacturers get involved, we see the sport go from strength to strength. Gives it that factory feel.
Yeah, no, definitely does, and it's great to see all these great competitors out here this weekend having another crack at this famous event. But John White not too far away from getting off the start line now. Just waiting to continue to watch our timing. So Jerry Coop now through with a 126. Oh, sorry, Clayton Argrew. I do apologise there. With the 136 through Sector 1.
How good is all the information coming to you, coming to us live? We're seeing what you're seeing up here in the commentary tower there, as well as it highlights who's just recently made their way across there. The way it lights up the yellow, I believe that means that's our most recent bit of information. It'll quickly jump to the top so that it gives you a bit of an idea. But the 6634, the Honda Talon, it's quite a unique looking vehicle as well. You quite, even without the Honda badging on the side, quite easily recognisable, but great to see our side-by-side sports as we see the first of our competitors start to make their way back into the stadium section, running down along these big whooped out. I tell you what, you can see that Super 1650 working hard through the whoops. How great that we've got the forward-facing dust lights there, so it gives you a bit of an idea of the undulation that these guys are working with. Now, in previous years, I believe this would have been a long, fast straight, but plenty of water still out there on the track, a bit slippery. Going to be interesting to see how that dries out, because by the time we get more cars across this, it's going to be very different for our Pro Buggies, our Class 8s, and our trophy trucks, our Class 4s, by the time they get there. These side-by-sides with their four-wheel drive going to do a good job of clearing a dry line. So this is going to be an interesting challenge for these guys, adapting to the track and the conditions that we have this weekend. But great to see the 242 Wayne driver driving a little bit of smoke and water. I'd say that's just a bit of water on the exhaust there.
Yeah, big puddles out there still. Water truck would have gone out. Whoa, that's a heap of water. Wayne just getting caught out by that in the stadium section there. But they're going to go for a push. Quickly wipe the helmet, wipe the visor. The driver racing team. It's great to see them out here. And no, for Leah, his daughter in the silly seat this weekend. She's been very keen to get out here and participate in this great event. So for them to come through, it's absolutely amazing. Let's see what sort of a time they do as they come towards us here at the finish line.
As our 242 across the finish line there, and our Honda Talon off the start line as well. There's plenty of action going on everywhere. Let's cross down to Amanda.
I've got Adam and Brad Lovell here all the way from Colorado. Now, you guys actually won the production category last year. Tell me, what is your thought process into going into Prologue this morning?
Well, you know, the Prologue is obviously really important. Dust is something we always face in off-road racing. The further you get up in the race with faster cars, the faster the dust is moving out of your way. So we've been around the track a couple times. We've studied it. We've got a couple times around it in past years, and focused on putting this Ranger Raptor back here at the finish line as fast as we can.
I love it. It sounds like you're all over it. Tell me what keeps you coming back from Finke, coming back to Finke every year. I don't want to hold you up too much, but maybe in a short answer.
Well, right on. We've been having a great time doing recce down here in a factory Ranger Raptor, and it's a great opportunity with Ford. Love this race, love all these whoops, and happy to be here.
Love it. Go Ford. Good luck, guys. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah, always good to have a chat to Brad. He's such a great bloke, and to have a father-son combo from the States here is absolutely amazing. But we look back to the stadium section now, and it's going to be Clayton Argrew in the 235 machine, having a good push in the Moles machine here this weekend, with Lincoln Meekings making his way towards us. Let's see what sort of a time they do.
Now that's a pretty serious S-bend that's been thrown into the stadium complex there as they come across the start-finish line there, so we'll keep an eye out. But a 6:43 for Clayton Agnew. I believe that moves him to the top of the pile as well there. A 6:58 for Wayne Driver. So a good little battle happening already in Super 1650. Not much time separating them as the 2.84G. Look at that standing water sitting on the track. Going to be interesting the lines they try and pick through there.
Yep, the coupe machine making its way through as well. So both the driver machine, machine through, Foley and coupe back in our stadium section at the moment. So we'll see what sort of times they do as they come towards us. Might have a pass.
Wow, a pass and overtake this early in the race weekend too. How good is that? This is what we're looking for. But I tell you what, a good close race there between those guys. Even that minute dust gap, not quite enough for them. So unfortunately, getting a little bit hampered there. Wayne Foley and Jerry Coupe. Looks like Jerry Coupe getting a little bit hampered there. Might be able to get himself a second run, or maybe not that concerned about it at all. But great to be across the finish line. A 6:46 and a 6:44 for Wayne Foley as we see the 7.73 machine. Hey, the Lovels, they love it here.
Oh, yeah, they definitely do. And again, like we spoke about last night, to have factory support from the States, from Ford out here, absolutely amazing to see. It's awesome. This thing is quick for a production vehicle, and Brad really knows how to wheel this thing. He knows where to back off. He knows where to get on it. So it's going to be very interesting to see what him and Jeff Pickering do in this production four-wheel drive class this weekend.
Absolutely. It's going to be a battle for the ages. As interesting, like we said, Baja 500 on this weekend as well, but Brad and the crew choosing to race here. He did mention that they have raced the Baja 1000, won their class in this as well. So that does go to show the calibre of the competition and how much they love it here at the Finke Desert Race.
Definitely. So as we look out into a little bit of dust. Currently having a look at our sector times. Quickest through there at the moment is Gary Coupe in the 296. He's done well. Average speed of 70.8 k an hour through there. Just waiting on the start line. For the go-ahead. And, yeah, heap of action still coming your way here this morning.
So just to explain to those at home why we've got a little bit of a gap, you'll see in the top right-hand side the lights cycling through. But as we said, because in retrospect, the classes should get faster and faster. They actually give a 5-minute dust gap, maybe it might be a 4-minute dust gap in between the last car of the previous class and then into the new class. But hey, while we're having a little bit of a gap here, it's the Method Race Wheels Prologue, and we are joined by none other than the man himself, Mick Taylor, one of the proprietors of Method Race Wheels here in Australia. Thanks for joining us, Mick. How are you going?
I'm going great. Thanks for having me up here, guys.
Awesome, mate. Well, we're super excited. You guys doing a lot of awesome things. A quick plug for them as well. They're also doing the racer station down where the vehicles will line up. So water, a few drinks, Red Bull, stuff like that. No, just cheered you up here. But yeah, they've got plenty of water, everything that the racers need to keep themselves hydrated while they're lining up there. Tell us about how that idea and that initiative come about.
Oh, look, we sort of want to replicate a little bit what Method Race Wheels are doing over in the US, and then bring that sort of support to not just the events, but also the race teams as well. So they've set up a racer loyalty program where wheels, tyres, and win it, and you're running a sticker, then we give you awards and shop credits.
Awesome. Great initiative there from the Method Race Wheels crews. We see the Honda Talon make its way back in as well, and Lovell also off the start line there as well. So this is really starting to get a bit of a flow on here.
Yeah, definitely. And just navigating that water really well in the Talon. And wow, there is a lot of standing water. It's going to be very interesting once we get through to some of the bigger vehicles. But great to see Brad Lovell back out again. We shouldn't be too far away from seeing gentleman Jeff Pickering off the line as well.
Yeah, isn't that racetrack going to change a lot from now to when you see the heavy hitters come a little bit later on this afternoon? was just talking to Mikey Zacher a little bit earlier about it, and he was sort of saying there's a lot of standing water on the insides, but with the amount of cars that go through, by the time they get to it, that standing water might be gone, and it might be slippery on the outside with all that water being pushed over.
Yeah, no, definitely, and we'll have a look to see what the Talon does.
Well, this is going to be the interesting part as well. All these side-by-sides, probably something we haven't mentioned, they're all four-wheel drive as well. So they're going to be extremely fast through these standing water sections, these little punching out of the corners and in those sections. So the four-wheel drive definitely going to be a massive, massive advantage for these side-by-sides.
Yes, Brad Level through the first sector, 1 minute 20. So really pushing there in that machine. Almost quicker than the Super 1650. As the next of our side-by-sides come through, the 6681 of Ross Newman and Gary Taylor.
So that's a little Yamaha, a YXZ 1000, I believe. So pretty cool, these cars. They don't run the normal centrifugal clutch system that a side-by-side runs. They're actually a 6-speed sequential and a manual gearbox with a clutch. So something a little bit different. You'll hear that unique sound of the Yamahas as they leave the start line. He's hugging that inside line nice and tight. That's a great little line right through there, the Yamaha. The boys obviously doing their research in Look Lap, having a bit of an idea as they've had to adjust how the optimal racing line would be. They're adjusting that on the fly.
Yeah, great to see them having a real good push. Awesome pictures once again as well. Hope you're enjoying the live stream so far, or whether you're here at the venue enjoying the big screen stuff. Again, we are here for Method Race Wheels Prologue, and it's absolutely amazing to have all these vehicles out here this weekend, and again the support from Method Race Wheels for Prologue.
Oh, well, as we said last night, Method Race Wheels, it's a company run by racers, for races, and that's what makes it great. They put their money where their mouth is. $2,000 for the fastest vehicle, $1,000 for the fastest side-by-side, and $1,000 for the fastest motorbike as well. So that's great that they're sponsoring those guys as well as we cross down to Keziah.
Doing this for decades, you're a familiar face out here. What is the secret to Prologue this morning?
Well, we're just going to keep it clean today. It's not timed in the race, so we've just got to keep it good, keep our nose clean, and just try to get a good placing where we're going to run. And then, yeah, we'll be very happy.
And 4th year running with Cody, your son, how important is his role out there for the race day?
It's pretty great doing it with my boys, my other boys up here too, and he'll probably race, and maybe next year. I think Cody will run the other car next year on his own, and we just do it as a family thing, and it always has been. They've been coming up. Cody's been coming up when he was 6 weeks old, first time.
That's what makes things so special. Cody, good luck out there today. Rod, go get a good time. I'm just going to wander back. We've got a few more cars lining up. Paul Tinga and Daniel Kelsey back here. How are you guys this morning?
Yeah, good. Yeah, ready to get into it.
What is the secret to Prologue for you this morning?
What did you say, sorry?
What is the secret to Prologue here this morning?
Not crash. Go as fast as you can, but be conservative at the same time. So.
Brilliant. And how many times have you done this before?
This is the second time for us, so we won it last year on debut, so pretty happy.
Well, let's go out there and do it again today. Set yourself up for a good weekend. Brilliant. Good luck, guys. We've still got a few more buggies lining up, but I might hand over to my co-host to have a bit of a wander and chat to them as well. Back to the Joshes in commentary.
Yeah, back as you can hear those awesome engines revving. It's great to have those effects mics out on here, and I think that's the first of our sports light machines. 1088, the Monte Salvo twins. Let's see what they can do this weekend. Had a really good showing in Sports Light last year. And it'll be good to see what they can do.
Definitely a great battle in that class between the
strong family legacy there in the Bentleys. Yeah, that's for sure. Yep, great to see Sam back racing in that Sports Light, keeping that Sports Light category strong, because it's such a great category. I think it's one of those ones that you'll see future racers dip their toe into the water as they move forward into racing, say something a bit bigger like a pro or a trophy truck. As I tell you what, Brad Lovell there, a great line there in the 773 out riding that. But those Raptor Rangers, mate, you can see why the fly in, fly out workers love them. There's plenty of performance there. Probably only go a bit better if he was towing a jet ski behind it.
Oh, 100%. It comes with the starter pack.
Yeah. Oh, wow. What a great line there. You can see they get on the brakes there. I believe the start finishing time for Prologue is actually right on the apex of that corner there. That's why you see him take a nice tight line, sacrifice a bit of speed out of the corner for the shortest line possible there. But a great run there by Brad Lovell. A 6:04 around the Prologue track, which is very, very fast. And interesting to see Jeff Pickering, how he's going to go. But we'll cross down to Amanda for some more information on the start-finish line.
I've got Chris here riding solo all the way from Mount Isa. Chris, how are you feeling ahead of Prologue this morning?
Oh, great. It's a bit muddy out there, but it'll be okay.
I think I can see some of that mud right here on this.
I don't go to break any world records, though. I just go to have fun and finish.
And I think you said you've been coming for over 10 years to Fink.
Oh, more than about 25, 30.
25 and 30. And what is your game plan going into Prologue?
Just to finish and get home.
Just to finish and get home. Good luck, Chris. Have fun, okay?
All right. See ya.
All right, let's keep going. Let's see who we have here in the red hot. Number 153. How you going, guys?
Yeah, good.
How are you feeling? What's your strategy going into Prologue this morning?
Avoid the mud at this stage.
I'm hearing a lot about the mud. Okay, have you had a chance to you had a warm up before? How is it all looking? Pretty muddy, is it?
Yeah, it's fairly wet out there. We just pretty much try and dodge that and hope for the best.
How did you go? Were you in it last year here at Fink?
No.
No, okay, so you're fresh to it.
We did it the year before.
Yeah.
And the old man's raced a few. We got home, so that was a good start.
What's the overall overarching game plan for this weekend?
Pretty much bring it home.
Bring it home, nice and easy. Good luck, guys. Enjoy.
Wow.
Alrighty. All right. Let's see who we have here. Who have we got coming up the line here? Hello, who have we got? And what's your game plan going into Prologue this morning? Do you have a bit of a strategy?
We're just going to go flat out.
Well, good luck. Have fun. Enjoy it, okay? Get there and back nice and quick. All right, let's have a look. It's a beautiful morning here in Alice. Oh, my goodness. We're going to let them go forward as well. All right, back to the Joshes over in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Amanda. We saw a bit of an excursion for gentleman Jeff Pickering. Wow. Still a good time, though. Still very representative of what that machine can do. I think it's still Brad Lovell on top at the moment, but we'll just have a quick look to see.
But geez, I tell you what, if that doesn't say something about how bad Jeff wants to put that Raptor Ranger on the top step, knowing that the Lovells are here as well, that's saying something. Jeff would have to be in his 80s. Into his 80s and still driving like an absolute hellman. So, Mum, Dad, if you're out there, we don't grow up. So you're just going to have to put up with it. And now another little interesting battle that I just noted between the Monticelvos and Bentley. Our split times through Section 1, 1 minute 11.8. Sam Bentley, 1 minute 11.7. And then a 1 minute 12.3 and then a 1:13.9. So they are very close in between themselves there. A great Class 10 battle happening right now as we see the Monticelvo twins throw it into these corners using that turning brake, getting out on the berm, riding it hard. But that's the way you got to drive these Class 10s. Plenty of RPM, plenty of clutch, plenty of turning brake. You've got to keep the momentum up.
Yeah, 100%. You've got to really be up on the pipe on these things and just carry as much momentum as you can through the bumps. That's where these things make their speed, is just being fast through the rough stuff and not lifting off, and then just having that commitment.
Yeah, they're definitely looking quick. Let's see what sort of a time they do as they come to the line. Yeah, wow, 5 minutes 15.
That is a very fast. I'm still in awe, though, about what just happened with Jeff Pickering. That was pretty crazy. I love it. I love it, though. But like we said, that is the level of competition here, and that is the exact same level of competition I'm confident we're going to see between the Montesalvos and the Bentleys all weekend here in Class 10. How great is it that we have battles like this up and down the field? No matter where we look, doesn't matter whether class, I know we're going to have great overall and outright battles, but the class battles just as exciting.
Yeah, definitely, with the Bentleys also having 3 vehicles here this weekend. It must be a mission to get all 3 of them prepared for this big event and, yeah, put them out over Prologue today. So very interesting to see the lines they're taking as well out here this morning. Yeah, definitely all classes using different lines, but it looks like we're going to go back down to the start line and have a chat with Keziah.
I'm here with David Hall. Now, David, you had a bit of a 4-year sabbatical from Fink. First of all, I want to know what made you come back.
I don't really know, to be honest. I thought I was never going to come back, but here we are. I don't know. It's a cool place. I just want to try to get a finish again. See how we go.
You've had a little bit of a run of the Prologue track, but you were just saying before you don't know it that well. What is your strategy out there this morning?
Try not to roll it.
Don't roll it?
Wheels, yeah, that's it.
That is hopefully the best idea. We want to see you come back around to the finish line. Good luck out there. We're going to keep wandering back here. I have Jason Gibbons. Where's Jason? Hi, Jason. I know they had a bit of a chat to you last night, and you've got a big fan crew and a pretty cool little buggy here. What's your plan out there this morning?
Just try and bring it home in one piece. I'm a little bit nervous at the moment, seeing all these big guys in front of me, but yeah, once we get back we'll be right. So just got to go around, be clean, be neat, and yeah, bring it back.
The secret is getting back. How was the run this morning on the track?
Yeah, no, a lot different to when we walked around it the other day, but anyway, they've splashed a few puddles out now, but anyway, everyone's got a race on it, so we'll see how we go.
Dust or puddles, it's all about getting around and getting back in time with a good place for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good luck out there, guys. All right, this is the end of this particular category. We're going to head back to the Joshes in commentary, and we'll bring you a few more interviews a little later on.
Yeah, great to hear the report there from those guys. A little bit nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm sure once that green light ticks over and they get out there onto the Prologue track, all those nerves will disappear and will fly away. But as we run through a little bit of our fastest cars at the moment, looks like Kristen Montesalvo sitting on top with a 5:15, closely followed by Sam Bentley with a 5:19. Now those guys well and truly out in front at the moment. And then Brad and Adam Lovell with a 6:04. So that's our provisional top 3 at the moment. Don't worry, there will be plenty of changes to those at the moment. But yeah, a great run there. And look at that, already a great battle shaping up there in Sports Light there. Only a few seconds separating them. I'm sure we'll continue to see that happen throughout the weekend.
What do you reckon, Joshy? What's your prediction on where the Montesalvo car ends up outright after qualifying?
5:15 is a pretty good time. I'm going to say somewhere in the top 30.
I was going to say early 20s, I reckon.
Early 20s? I like it. I like it. It's hard to judge some years. You know, the little bit, few changes to the track as well. Like you said, bit tight, bit windy, the mud. This is going to be an interesting prologue, but I think somewhere in the top 30.
Also going to see what sort of track progression we see as well as the track starts to come to those cars qualifying a little bit later on. The early guys might be a little bit disadvantaged by it.
Absolutely. It was something we were talking, particularly I think after we see a gaggle of side-by-sides make their way across the track, that four-wheel drive, the way those cars put their power down, I think they will clear a fairly prominent dry line in there. The sun's out as well, you know, another couple of hours of sunshine, because we're talking about Prologue will run into 10 o'clock at this point in time, so, you know, barring any time delays or anything like that. But yeah, track progression is going to be a big one. Normally it's dry, it's dusty, and it just stays that way. But we're going to see some changes to the track, that's for sure. As we hear one of our Prolites, the first of our Prolites off the start line as well there, that is Matthew Burrows in the 1, 2, 3 getting off. I believe that might have actually been the second of our Prolites off the start line.
Well, I think we've had a few, because we're already in the stadium section and catching the smaller of the vehicles. So, that is close. Wow. So the Sports Light was solid, and he did in a time of 6:19, and Alan Dixon 5 minutes 20 as we look to the start line. The 165, the one that I'm keeping my eye on this weekend, the Weir Machine, a local couple from Alice, and just put this new Jimco together, and it is looking quick, and it's, to me, it's a throwback to the livery on it is a bit of a throwback to the old Toyota days when we used to have Kittles, yes.
Kittle and Fellows.
Yep. And it sounds good as well.
Plenty of RPM.
Yep. So we'll see what the 165 of Lockie Weir can do. He was out at our Prologue practice day as well and giving it some. So he knows this Prologue track, and he's had a couple of years off as well. So I think he's really itching at the bit to get back out there and be quick again.
You'll already start to see a fair bit of dust coming up, so a lot of those wet lines are starting to dry up. And just on that track progression, you quite often see it'll be wet and slippery, then the water will get pushed out, the sun will come in, and the track will actually get grippier than what it would be if it was totally dry.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll also see, once it sort of slicks up a little bit as well, you might see the guys almost searching for an alternative line. What might have been fast for, say, the Prolites might not be fast for our trucks or our pros or our Class 8s as well.
Yeah, definitely. So fastest time out there so far is the 5 minutes. Another one of the Prolites gets off the line. That's David Hall in the 134. Another very trick-sounding machine.
Did the Prolite beat the Montesalvo time?
We're just getting a refresh. He might have struggled a little bit there with the getting slowed down. Yeah, Alan Dixon a 5:20. So it'd be interesting to see if they maybe ask for another rerun, because they might have had a few little issues there catching Sillet in the Class 10 as well. But yeah, definitely going to be an interesting little conundrum there. I mean, Alan Dixon obviously looked like he was on an absolute heater.
Oh yeah, he's definitely one of the fast guys in Prolite there, and it's always a difficult decision if you get offered that rerun, whether you take it or not. Because sometimes you got a lot more to lose than you have to gain out of a rerun.
Absolutely, we're only talking about that this morning with some of the reruns. You know, if you're in not a bad position, it might be worth just consolidating your position.
But these boys are racers, so they're going to go again.
Exactly right. Yeah. What do they say? If you no longer go for a gap that doesn't exist,
you're not a racer.
Definitely, and that was the thing. Shannon Wrench, I think, got 2 reruns last year, and his quickest was actually the first time that he did with the car rolling over in front. So
you don't get to revert back to that time either.
Exactly. So it's that fine line of chasing it. And as another one of our Prolites makes their way through the 127, they are looking quick. That's John Towers in that machine. Pretty good sector time so far, so we'll see what they can do. And this rear end gets a little bit happy in the wet. But again, very interesting to see what different lines they take right through that massive puddle patch. They don't care. Burrow's looking quick as well in the sectors. It's going to be very interesting in Prolite this weekend.
You think we're going to get a Prolite knocking on the door in the top 10?
I believe so. I think we will see a Prolite getting up. Do you mean for Prologue today or overall?
Prologue today.
Oof. Close. I definitely think we'll see Prolites in the well and truly inside the top 10 for the race. Yes.
Yep. John Towers goes to the top of the table. 5 minutes 03 with an average speed of 95 km an hour.
So now this is where it becomes the interesting conundrum for the guys in the 153, Alan Dixon. They have seen the time that Towers has laid down. I'm going to say they're definitely going for a rerun now. As we zoom in on the 1, 2, 3, Matty Burrows, a great competitor, plenty of heritage there. We were talking about the Bentleys being a multi-generation racing family. Well, Matty Burrows here, this actually being his father's ex-pro car. They've just taken the turbos off it and turned it into a Prolite. I think it's time for a couple of turbos to go back on this thing.
It's got so much heritage, this vehicle. I remember this thing storming through, and his dad winning those King of the Deserts. And great to see the 1, 2, 3 making their way. And across the line, let's see what sort of a time they do. 5 minutes 19. So John Towers is absolutely on song in that Prolite.
Is it too early to start throwing out a couple of on the boppers?
Oh. Because I think I actually got...
start drinking, boys.
Yeah. I think I got quite a few people very sick over the Finke weekend last year with the on the bopper chance. So, but a little bit of sugar cane champagne hurt no one. As Lockie Weir makes his way through, see what sort of a time he can do in the Todd River Pastoral Co machine.
Looks like a bit of the Todd River out there on the race course as well.
Yeah, definitely.
So if Dixon gets a rerun, when does he come up? Does he come up at the end of the Prolites, or does he go at the end of every other car? Because that might help his decision as well, because that track's going to be 20 seconds faster.
I believe from previous years it is at the end of the Prologue.
That's going to be a fast racetrack for him.
Yes. Yep.
As the Weir machine comes towards us, let's see what sort of a time it can lay down. Not bad at all, 5:30.21. I'd say he'd be pretty happy with that, Lockie. And we're not too far away whatsoever from getting our side-by-side Pro Class underway. The number 3 on the line. But the 134 making its way towards us now, that's David Hall. And there we go, Glenn Uckland off the line in side-by-side Pro.
Well, that shows the competitiveness and where the big things with those side-by-sides, the consistency of those cars. You see the 3 on the roof number of that side-by-side, indicating that he was 3rd overall in accumulated points for last year's Motorsport Australia Off-Road Racing Championship, which the Tatts Finke Desert Race is round 2 of as well. So that's another part of the story that we keep talking about. We've got people that are here just to win the Finke, just to compete in the Finke, and we've got people that are here because it's round 2 of the Motorsport Australia Off-Road Racing Championship.
This is going to be very interesting with the amount of Maverick Rs that we have this year. Did we have any Mav Rs here last year?
Only 1 or 2, I think, mate.
So they've had a year of development. There's more cars out. There's lots more R&D gone into these things, and you're going to see these things doing some very fast times in qualifying.
Absolutely. Well, you hear the way that thing gets off the start line, shifting through the gears. I believe that's Lachlan Bailey there. So his dad also racing a turbocharged Element twin turbo V8. So great to see how they go as we cross down to Amanda at the start-finish line.
I've got Katie and Kyle here all the way from WA, Katie from Perth, and of course Kyle all the way from Kalgoorlie. Now these two are just mates and they have raced in Kalgoorlie a couple of years ago. How do you go together? You're a good nabby for him?
I've done nabby for him for a few times now. He's a great driver and I'm pretty confident with our run today.
You're really cushioned in there in that helmet. I love to see it. What is your plan going into Prologue today?
What's our plan? Just going to send it, go as hard as we can and get the best time we can.
Love it. Good luck, guys. Enjoy, okay? All right, let's keep heading down the line. Of course, next up we do have, Greg and Lachlan. Let's have a chat. How are you going, Greg and Lachlan? Yep. How are you going? How did you go last year?
Last year we ended up 2nd in class.
Yeah.
So did pretty well, and yeah, hoping to go one better this year. So hopefully we can get a good start to that with Prologue today.
How important do you think Prologue is?
It's not as dusty this year, but it's always important. So even if it's not dusty, you still have to. You lose a bit of time passing cars. So you want to get to race day and you want to start the ball rolling with Prologue today.
I love it. I'm going to let you go forward after one more question. What do you think makes Finke so special?
Probably just the fact that it's in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing out here but race cars and rednecks, so it's good fun.
I love it. Good luck, guys. Have fun today, okay? All right. Thank you so much. So much action down here in Alice for Finke Desert Race. I'm going to throw back to the boys in the commentary box, Josh and Josh.
Thank you very much, Amanda, as we continue to see these vehicles make their way through. The 132 making its way through. And these side-by-sides are on the push. Some of their sector times so far, 1 minute 10, 1 minute 13, are some of the quickest times we've seen. So they're definitely on the push. And as we were talking about earlier, with the new technology, they've had that year to develop. And looking at some of them some of those new machines last night, it is awesome to see how far they've come already.
100%. And there's some really fast race car drivers in these things. You got Jeff McNiven, Zach Marsh, Greg Campbell's going to be there in consistency and pace as well.
And even one we just called off the start line before, Lachlan Bailey there. He's raced with his dad, Royden, so he knows the pace. I believe they've won the overall at Don River Dash as well, so he knows the pace, you know what I mean? He's got a feel for that speed, and in a new Pro R as well, so I think Lachlan could be an interesting one to be thrown into the mix of this as well. But like you said, these Maverick cars, hate to use the term, bit of a game changer.
Was Bailey in a Maverick car or a Pro R?
A Pro R, sorry.
He's in a Pro R?
No, a Maverick car, sorry,
right.
my bad.
I was going to say, I didn't think I heard the sound of a Pro R out there.
No, sorry, mate. Simon is probably going to come and punch on with me after this too.
Have we got Jackson here?
No Evans. So, but that only gives Simon time to get angry and come and punch me later on for mistaking a Can-Am for a Polaris. I'm sorry, Simon, if you're following along at home.
Glenn making his way through, and we're about to see what sort of a time these side-by-side pros can put down with the number 3 on the roof. That's the thing. To see one of these things up there in the top 3 of the Motorsports Australia Off-Road Championship, it is awesome to see.
See those different lines he's taking? He's taking the outside line there. Well, no, he's got the inside there. But just the pace that they carry through those that chicane section, so much faster than the rear-wheel drive buggies.
Yeah, no, definitely. And with that all-wheel drive, they can get as much of the track as they need to. But we're going to go back down to the start line with Keziah to have a chat with more of our competitors.
Right, I'm here with Steve in the Navi seat. Now, Steve is out here with his podcast crew, but you're trusting Justin to do all the driving.
Yeah, I'm in good hands here with JR, with Justin Ryder. He knows how to steer this thing very well. We're going to go out and attack this track and see what she's got.
He knows the track. You're pretty confident out there. We're going to get a thumbs up. All right, we're going to see you line up. We're going to follow a few more of these particular side-by-sides. Hello, guys. How are you going there? Are you confident in the Navi seat today?
Pardon?
How are you feeling in the Navi seat today?
Yeah, good. Excited. Should be fun.
Awesome. What's the secret?
Get the calls out early, be consistent.
Stay smooth and get a good time out there. Well, good luck, guys. It is very noisy, but I'm just going to cross over so we can grab some of these drivers. Daniel, how are you going this morning? How are you feeling?
Yeah, we're going pretty good. Hopefully we get a good run.
So, in terms of the prologue track this morning, do you have a secret to getting it done today?
Just hold it flat and hope for the best.
Always hope for the best. Are you confident with your Navi here?
Yeah, she does a pretty good job. Hopefully she keeps us on track.
You can always trust a woman to tell you where to go, right? Isn't that the secret?
Yes, yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes. Oh, that's funny. Good luck out there. All right, let's have... And Tori Campbell, how are you doing there? Good. How are you feeling heading out this morning?
Yeah, pretty good. Bit nervous, but yeah, ready to get into it.
Is it just me, or is it your dad who took off just before? Tori, it was your dad, wasn't it? Dad and brother. All right, so what's the secret out there this morning?
Go fast. Yeah, stay out of the water. There's a fair bit of water out there. Yeah, just see where we end up pretty much. Yeah, that's it.
Brilliant. Well, good luck. Get a good time out there. We're going to let these guys roll forward and we'll grab a few more interviews very shortly. Back to you, Josh is in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Keziah. And as you were having a chat, some quick times came through. Lachlan Bailey, 5 minutes 08 in the 6.22. Jeff McNiven in the 6.04 machine. He came through at 5 minutes 17. And then Glenn Ackroyd in the number 3 machine, 5 minutes 21. So these side-by-sides are right up there pushing very, very hard.
Yeah, they're definitely packing some punches. early on.
As I was just saying, I always love it when you make a bit of a road prediction like Lachlan Bailey being up the front. And thank you, Lachlan. You've made me look like I know a lot more about off-road racing than I actually do by putting that Maverick up the front there. But I tell you what, don't they sound good? Like you said, not getting rid of that noise that they make, a sequential gearbox, and getting rid of that belt. They actually sound like a race car. They pop, they change gears, they've got shift cuts. Brings a bit of excitement back to the class. I'm very excited. Those unique upper arms on them, still getting a 35 on them. As he pushes it all the way through there, the 6.1, was that the 6.104, I believe?
Yes, yep. Glenn Brinkman does it in a time of 5 minutes 39 with an average speed of 84.9 k an hour. So
I expected him to be a little bit further up.
I do believe from the interview they said before they decided 4 weeks ago to turn the car around and get it built. So that's a smash build. That's a very fast turnaround.
The thing is, these things are going to race fast down to Finke too. You know, once upon a time you'd have half a dozen were quick in qualifying, but
yes,
they sort of struggled with the race pace. These things are going to be so much faster this year heading down to Finke.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about it last night as well. The probably one of the big step forwards for these cars was the rim and tyre technology. Method Race Wheels making UTV specific rims for them. Tenza tyre making an awesome tyre for them as well, helping them have the a lot of these cars now running a 35-inch tyre. Who would have thought we'd see 35-inch tyres and beadlock rims on a side-by-side? Not me. But Method Race Wheels, Tenza tyre doing a great job accommodating all races.
Yeah, and it's all about the unsprung weight with these things too. You know, they're so light, they need to get that unsprung mass down, and that's where the Tenza and particularly the bead grip technology wheels, where they're no longer a beadlock ring and bolts and all that hardware associated with it, you can get the same results in these vehicles without that.
Carl Reed has come through 13th place so far. Does it in a time of 6 minutes 01. I just saw, Kane Jones pop up on the sector times. He is pushing.
Here's one of our cars, Greg Campbell from GRC Motorsports, running the Tensors and the bead grip wheels.
Yeah, great looking machine, the 651 as they come through. What sort of a time do they do? Just waiting for it to pop up on our timing screen. Oh, don't know what's going on there. We will give you an update as soon as we can on that one. Kane Jones now through the stadium section. Had a chat with him on Thursday, and he said he really wanted to push up the front of the side-by-side pro class this weekend. So we'll see what he can do in Prologue, see if he can get to that pointy end. Stunning looking machine though up close. And the all the GPS stuff that these guys have now as well, it's just the class really has come leaps and bounds from when it started.
Well, they now know the track like the back of their hands,
yep,
with the pre-running and the GPS, and they're marking all their notes. You know, they know these blind crests and blind corners where they can either push or they need to come back, where once upon a time you had to back off if you didn't know what was around the corner.
Yeah, Kane Jones comes through, does it in a time of 5 minutes 31. So currently in the top 10. He'll be pretty happy with that, I think, as the boys from the Lads podcast have a bit of a moment there. The 647. Great to see those guys out here this weekend as well. And again, bringing off-road racing to some new people. It's a great thing with all the podcasts and stuff that are getting around the country at the moment. We really do get to expose this great event to so many more people, but we're going to go have a chat with Amanda.
We've got duo and a fair few things now. How many?
7 all up so far.
7. And what is your plan going into Prologue this morning?
We'll just see how we go.
Just see how we go. You've got to have some kind of strategy, mate.
Roll the dice, see where we're coming out.
I'm going to go deep. How are you feeling right now? Are you nervous? Are you excited?
Yeah, excited. Just happy to be here, get it over and done with. Yep.
And what's it like riding with the old boy?
Yeah, it's good. Good to have family around and enjoy the moment.
I love it. I'm not going to hold you up, mate. Go ahead and good luck. All right, let's keep moving along.
So I think just a little bit of an issue there with Amanda on the start line, but we're going to continue to go through the prologue times as they come in thick and fast. Looking good out here. Justin Ryder just came through before, did it in 5 minutes 26. So the times are definitely toppling now that we are in side-by-side pro. Just awesome to see these machines work. And last night we went through a lot of their suspension setups as well. These things are running big shocks on them now.
Yeah, just the way that they get their weight transfer and they change direction and they get the power down to the ground, especially through this infield section. I don't think you'll see much faster come through here, except for maybe some of the couple of the all-wheel drive trophy trucks. And even then, they may not be that much faster because these things are so nimble.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think when this class first came out as well, it was a bit more of, as I'll say, budget friendly to get into racing, and now these things can cost up to $150,000, $100,000. Like it's cheaper than a $500,000 trophy truck, but it's getting up there now with all the nicks and nads that you put onto these things, and it's awesome.
Yeah, it's still relative to where the top end of town is to where it used to be. Like once upon a time, you might have been in a side by side for $50,000 or $60,000, but the top of the tree wasn't $1 million like it is now.
Exactly.
So it's still maybe 10% of what that is.
Yeah, exactly.
It's still essentially budget racing.
Yeah,
you could call racing that.
No, exactly.
But yeah, I think that, like you said, I think we ran off some of the figures before. Now the factory Polarises and factory Can-Ams over 200 horsepower sequential gearboxes. Well, as the boys get a little bit loose there, backing it in. But yeah, over 200 horsepower sequential gearboxes. They can factory fit 35-inch tyres. These things are, like you said, a great race car now. And I think that is a good point. I think it's exactly like you said, as that sliding scale of the upper echelon. Now we're talking about $1.2 million for a trophy truck, depending on where the Aussie dollar sits at the point in time.
And that's US.
Yeah, that's right. We're now so in a sliding scale, we are talking about these things still a relatively cheaper form of off-road racing to get into.
And the reliability they have now too.
Yes.
Reliability, access to parts, good aftermarket parts.
I think particularly the getting away from the belts has been a big thing for them as well, because every time you talk to people, they're always talking about how they manage belt temperature. Didn't want to do a belt in these longer races, particularly with the thick sand. I think that would have been more of a talking point with our wet, thick track this year. But now with the sequential gearboxes, not as much of an issue.
Scott Dunn off the line as well in that uniquely long side-by-side this weekend. But we look to this machine that makes their way through the stadium section.
That Polaris is for when you're playing a 4-ball Ambrose with your mates. All in one golf cart.
Was that a Polaris or was that Mikey Zacker's old Can-Am? Long wheelbase.
It was long.
It was long. Might have some friends in the back.
Yeah.
Dre Bestman across the line does it in a time of 5 minutes 29. So that looks like to be the average of these things at the moment. But at the pointy end of the field, 5:08, the quickest time still by Lachlan Bailey in side-by-side pro. So
it's really busy around that sort of 5:20 to 5:30 mark. You get a couple of the pro buggies and the trucks have a little bit of a bad prologue moment, and they're sitting right in the middle of these guys.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very interesting. After this, we've got the extreme four-wheel drive class, so it's coming to you thick and fast this morning. Still got quite a few of these side-by-side pros to come through. We're around about halfway through these guys, so still heaps of action to come.
I'm excited to see Trav in that truck.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's our real talking point there as well.
If Trav can get a handle on that truck and it's got its bugs sorted out, I think he's got Prologue, and I think he's got the event.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's one of those ones. Being a Mason truck, that's not the first in the world. It's they're pretty common out there now. I believe he went over and did a little bit of testing as well over in the States with the team from Mason. So it should be. I'm not saying it's going to be on point, but it's going to be relatively well dialed in for the amount of time Trav's... And Trav knows slouts behind the steering wheel. He knows exactly what he wants in a car, how he wants it to perform. So I believe in a relatively short amount of testing, they would have been able to get that car up into that 95%.
Yeah, Trav's a wheel man. He'll pick that up very quick. And you know what? It's probably easier than driving the buggy.
Yeah. Yeah, the four-wheel drive, the paddle sequential shift, everything like that. An interesting talking point for the Mason, though. Yeah, just going to be interesting with that four-wheel drive compared to the two-wheel drive of the buggy. A little bit different for him to learn to drive, but exactly like you said, Trav is a wheel man. I mean, he come out of the womb straight onto a steering wheel, as both the Robinson boys did and have been driving, so I'm sure he will adapt and learn very fast.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole different driving style, but he'll pick it up very quickly, where you get these things fast, brake late, get them on the nose, turn, power on as early as you can and get out of that corner. Whereas the buggy, you've got to set it up 20 metres before, get the rear end sliding out. It's just these things are point and shoot, and what we're seeing in the States with a lot of the prologues between the two-wheel drive trucks and the four-wheel drive trucks is the four-wheel drive guys aren't having to just hang it out and go as loose as the two-wheel drive guys do. They can pick the better lines, they can get on the gas earlier, and they're just dominating, and especially the prologues and the qualifyings.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so much so that in America, I believe they've created a separate trophy truck class for the four-wheel drives and for the two-wheel drives now.
Yeah, well, they kind of had to.
Yeah.
Nathan Shivers makes his way towards us in that kink, and you can see the line everyone's taking through there. Does it in a time of 5:36, so not bad at all. 15th provisionally so far.
Hey, that's going good in the older technology X3 too.
Yes.
So, sorts.
Yeah, no, definitely. Bit of an excursion for one of our competitors there. Oh, no, he is on track. I do apologise. But having a good push. We're going to go back down to the start line with Keziah.
All right, I have Nathan and Tim here. Nathan, what is the secret out there this morning?
I wish I had more sleep, but good sleep would be good. So, yeah, that's the secret, and I don't have that secret, unfortunately.
I think the general consensus is get around there, get across the finish line and get a good time.
Well, that'd be good. Do you know what the track is? I haven't been able to walk around it.
Oh, you haven't done a walk or a drive round yet? Okay, well, I've heard it's pretty muddy out there, so just be prepared for that. A few of the guys who had a bit of a run earlier, they've got a fair bit of mud on them. So you prepared for that?
Yeah, I think I didn't put Teros on, so no, I'm not prepared for that either. So I've had a really good preparation.
What about Tim? You're pretty trusting in your navvy today?
I think he's concentrating on his map.
Hello, well, good luck out there. I'll let you guys roll a little bit forward. We're just going to wander back here. We have Jack Livingston. Jack, how are you feeling heading out there this morning?
Yeah, not too bad. See how we go.
Pretty good?
Yeah, can't complain.
What's the secret to getting a good time this morning?
Oh, we're just going to try and chill out, just finish one thing at a time. Try to finish if we can.
Yeah, perfect. Well, good luck there. Your Miguel, your navvy there, you're pretty confident in him? Thumbs up. All right, good luck out there, guys. This is one of the girls I'm really excited to see get out there this morning, this prologue. Taylor and her dad. Taylor, we had a little chat last night. This morning, how are you feeling? Have you got any nerves?
Yeah, the nerves have definitely kicked in overnight, but I'm just so ready to get underway with it, you know?
Nervous but ready to rip the Band-Aid off, right?
Exactly.
And Dad, can we get a nod of confidence from you? Yeah. She's got it in the bag? Yeah. Do you have an idea of how you want it to go out there in terms of time-wise, where you want to be?
We'll be happy to be middle of the Can-Ams, you know. Still just getting used to the car. We've had a few issues, so yeah, we'll just hopefully get a good run and keep it on four wheels.
Perfect. Well, I hope none of those issues come up this morning, and of course, keep it on four wheels, get back to the start-finish line. We will see you at the end of this. Until then, we're going to head back to the Joshes in commentary.
Thank you very much, Keziah. Great to have a chat with some of our competitors sitting on the start line. Definitely some pre-prologue jitters as we continue to watch these machines make their way through the prologue track. I believe Zach Marsh we're watching now. Again, that rear end sliding.
Zach will definitely be fast. It might be one of the first outings with that new Maverick car for him. He was always a fast X3 guy.
Yeah, great to see these vehicles come through. Craig Anderson now comes through in a time of 5 minutes, 53 total.
Now, interesting there, you see that Can-Am there had a little bit of the same issue that Jeff Pickering had, hugged that, trying to straight line it almost a bit too much. Seemed like the very far right side of that jump will kick you a little bit across to the left, so the straight line seems to be catching a few little people out there. Holy moly, the boys getting it plenty sideways, throwing it into the corner there. The 6-1-4-0 in a 5-15. I tell you, they have come from deep in the field there, Zach Marsh. What a heck of a drive. Always fantastic, too, to see those great shots of those things. Full attack, full tilt on the bopper early on a Saturday morning.
Yeah, he's a super fast Queensland guy, so certainly no surprises there for me.
Yeah, very quick time. Great to see the side-by-sides pushing out there. So that puts them right behind the Montesalvo twins at the moment. So they're pushing very, very quickly as we look to the next of our competitors. The Arkman machine as Tom Stevens gets off the line in the 6:06. But great to see these things having a real good push. And as you can see, the lines are starting to get a little bit drier where there wasn't as much water. These guys just using the outside of the corner.
Yeah, and the dry lines certainly go to like a different colour. So as they're coming into those sections, they're just picking those dry lines and then chucking it.
Don't think you're going to find much of a dry line there though, as they come through. This is the 6:36, I do believe, if I read that, or 6:38. Sorry, so Ashley Foote out in this machine. So great to see him back racing. Danny was on the bike last year. Unfortunately, she's not back this year. But wherever you're watching from, hope you're doing well. And they've done a pretty good time as well, 5:57. So puts him in the top 30 so far as Nathan Wessel gets off the line. That thing sounding very, very mean.
And that was what we were talking about as that got off the line there, that difference between the sequential gearboxes and the centrifugal belt clutch setup there. You hear the way that car just kind of held a constant RPM as the speed adjusted rather than shifting through the gears. So that's some of the difference there that we're talking about between the new technology cars and the older technology cars. But great to see, like you said, people watching along at home. Massive shout out to everyone at home. A lot of off-road racers I know that couldn't be here at home watching before. Just was talking to Lee Wells.
Over a line to bring some vehicles down.
Absolutely, it's great that international flavour we've got racers currently over there racing in the Baja 500, Toby Price, Paul Wheel, Team Australia over there, and we've got racers from America over here racing the Fink 456, let's call it this weekend. No, a bit of a joke there, but it's great to see that we have that continuity of races going over there, races coming back there, and it's just helping grow the sport on so many levels.
It definitely is. As the Stevens machine, the 6:06 makes its way through the stadium section. Tom Stevens in that machine doing pretty good sector time so far, so about on par to come in and around about that 5:30 mark. So we'll see how they do as they make their way towards us at the start finish line here. Just being careful to take that outside line, but we're not too far away whatsoever from our extreme four-wheel drive class.
Isn't that shot a crazy juxtaposition? Not to throw out too big a word, but crazy juxtaposition there. We've got the standing water on the track. As they are accelerating towards it, they are literally throwing up plumes of dust for it just to disappear as they get into that section as well.
No, definitely, as the Stevens machine makes its way to the line. Let's see what they can do. Yeah, 6 minutes 23. Sorry, I do apologise there. Not too bad at all from them. The 6:17 making its way through. That's Nathan Wessel having a good push. That line's going to be very interesting once we get to the bigger cars, because it is a change of direction as well. Absolutely. So I think it's, it might get a couple of people unstuck, but we'll see how they go.
With that rear engine, that big pendulum out the back, a lot more mass heading towards that grip limited corner.
Yeah. Wessel comes through with a time of 6 minutes and 7 seconds.
What a great class, though.
Yeah. And really brought up in the numbers. I think we said 38 cars in the side-by-side pro this weekend. So more side-by-side pros than pro buggies at 25. Yeah, just awesome to see how big the group is.
It's such a great entry-level class, especially now with the vehicles. They're on the market.
Yep.
They're for sale.
Yep.
And there's a little bit of a flood of market in there as well. So making them even more, really good value. You're picking really good race cars up for $30,000 to $40,000
Yep.
that a few years ago were over $100,000 to build.
And it's fantastic. It only helps grow the sport, get more people in there. I mean, yes, you're not in top-of-the-line performance, top-of-the-line technology, but Jeff McNiven last year in a Maverick X3 won the race overall, and he was going up against the new Pro Rs from Polaris as well as the new Razors there as well. So it's very interesting. There's lots of great cars that are on that market there right now, and excited to see. And I think it's as more and more aftermarket companies invest into the sport as well, invest into the class as well, it's only going to continue to go from strength to strength. Mick, do you see a future where we see a side-by-side with 37s on it?
Yes.
Yep. There you go.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As the technology, 32s was a big tyre on one of these things 5 years ago.
Yep.
I remember when the Tensor DSR 32 race tyre came out, and we brought that to the market probably about 5 years ago. Those guys were umming and ahhing whether to go from 30 up to a 32, but because of the tyre technology and the tyre was so light, it was actually lighter than the 30-inch tyre that they were taking off. So as components start to get a little bit even more robust and gearing, these things absolutely will be on a 37-inch tyre, I think.
And it's exactly like we talked about. It's that progression as the rest of the sport moves forward, so too do the side-by-sides. Now, a 40-inch tyre on a trophy truck is the norm, and 37s on Pro Buggy is the norm as well. So, very exciting.
You'll probably see them running the 35s in the qualifying, but come the race, where that old analogy is the bigger the tyre, the smaller the hole. You just roll through those holes better.
Yeah, interesting with the tyre size, especially for some of the bigger guys that are about to come out soon. Some of them dropping back the tyre size, going down to be a little bit quicker in Prologue this morning. Yeah, it's really interesting, and we see a little bit of a battle between the Apostles car and another one of our side-by-sides in Prologue, having a push. One of the two older machines there. So Eddie Shivers and Taylor Apostles come across the line 609, 709 respectively. Warren Ward through Sector 2. Simon Brown was the next vehicle that was off the line. So not too far away at all from the pointy end of side-by-side pro.
I'll tell you something interesting I'm seeing in this particular class, where once upon a time it was that entry-level class to then progress into maybe a 10 car, a Prolite or a Pro Buggy or a trophy truck. These guys are staying in that class, and they're now getting that faster machinery.
Yeah.
And rather than being that progressive into other classes, they're staying in that class. And, smart move. That's where the manufacturers are. That's where, you're going to get Polaris and Can-Am. If you're the fast guy, Can-Am's going to come knocking, Polaris is going to come knocking.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of great competition in that as well. You come to Finke and you're battling 38 other competitors, and then throw in the two side-by-side sports as well. That's 40 side-by-sides here this year battling it out for top spot at Finke.
So the next one of our machines makes its way to the finish line here at Prologue. See what sort of a time they do. 6:28 for Glenn Ho, the 6:09 machine. But currently your top three provisionally: John Towers 5:03, Lachlan Bailey 5:08, and Christian Montesalvo in 5:15. But we're going to go back down to the start line to have a chat with some more of our competitors.
All right, well, I found Travis Robinson, one of the Robinson brothers, out here in his new truck. Trav, how are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, good. Excited. We've been waiting a long time to get into a truck, so it's good. It's finally here.
bit of a different change for you, but you've also only had it a week. So how much have you had to, I guess, give it a go out there?
It's all right. It's got to point it straight and pull the throttle on. Usual shit that we're used to.
Put your foot down and steer, right? That's the key to this?
Yeah, exactly.
How important is it to get a good time at a good place heading into Prologue this morning?
We're just looking to learn a bit about the car and have a good conservative run, and we reckon by about 100 k's in tomorrow we'll be full noise with the car. But yeah.
So there's still a fair bit of testing going on with it.
Oh, we just got to learn how to drive it properly. So.
You've only had a week to learn it, so I guess you need a little bit of time. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Good luck out there. Hope you get a really good time. Brent Smoothie, where are you? This side. We're going to switch sides here. Brent, back out here for another year. How are you feeling today?
We're feeling good. The truck's good, we're good, so hopefully it goes good.
Have you had many changes from last year, or is the same one rolling out?
Pretty well running the same setup. Got a bit of modifications to the engine too, and that's about it.
We didn't go too badly last year, so we're hoping to see you get a good time here this morning. Your Navi's pretty confident too?
Yeah, no, he's confident, and as long as we can stick with these Robinson boys, we should be right.
Stay and get in front of them, give them a little bit of run for their money.
Yeah, someone's got to tune them.
Someone's got to keep them in line, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck in Prologue here this morning. We're going to head back to the Joshes in commentary.
Yeah, great to get that insight from Smoothie and Travis. Going to be interesting. Already a little bit of the fighting going on, the little bit of poking out there. So, it's going to be really a really interesting battle, and interesting to hear Trav sort of say that he's just wants a conservative run. I don't think that's going to last very long. I think it's going to be it's going to be thrown out the window very, very quickly.
I'm not sure T-Rob knows the way conservative. I remember the Robinsons have a fantastic social media presence and YouTube channel as well. They documented a lot of their races. I remember, would have been probably 7 or 8 years ago, he was the fastest car down into Apatula, and he said on the way home he's just going to preserve the car. He knows what pace he's got to do. And then they cut some in-cab on the way home, and it was 6th gear on the rev limiter through the whoops down near Bundooma. So if that's Trav's conservative pace, I'm very excited. But how good is it? Yeah, those two Mason all-wheel drive trophy trucks down there on the start line. Some of the absolute tip of the spear in off-road racing that exists in the world, and it's here in Australia at the Tatts Finke Desert Race, ready to throw down in the Method Race Wheels Prologue.
And something like 1,000 horsepower I've heard floating around with those big machines. So the engine builders behind those engines are some of the best in the country. They build supercar engines. They build big burnout engines like the War Speed guides, and then you hear Joe Gibbs getting involved as well. That's absolutely massive, especially from the NASCAR point of view. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they go, but we're going to go back down to the start line to have another chat.
I'm here with Brett Comiskey, somebody else who has been around Finke quite a few times. You've been there and back before. How are you feeling this year?
No, all good. Good preparation with the car. Just learn a bit more about them and have a good safe run down. Do a few changes maybe when we get down there, and then have a good fast run on the way home. That's our sort of strategy for today.
And it's the same truck that you did the run in last year. Has there been any upgrades or modifications?
We've done a full drivetrain change with engine and gearbox, so weren't real happy last year with it and got no help, so we've changed manufacturers, so see how we go.
Oh, well, good luck out there. It's key to get a good time here this morning. Good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
We are going to head back to the Joshes. This is the last one to roll out in the Extreme 4x4s. We'll be back a little later with a few more interviews.
No, thank you very much, Keziah. Great to hear from the Comiskey team. It's going to be interesting to see how that Brenthal truck goes out there.
Yeah, new War Speed 7-litre like you were talking about there. Some of the engine builders involved there, War Speed, making great LS-based motors as well. And yeah, the two Mason trucks in front, I definitely know Smoothies is a Joe Gibbs racing motor. I'm pretty confident that Trav's is a Joe Gibbs as well. So plenty of performance there as well. Like you said, they are two of the sweetest sounding engines you will ever have the opportunity to hear.
Yeah.
That's proper on the bopper.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a couple of on the boppers driving them on the bopper, that's for sure. as we see the 6.190 and the 6.46. So I tell you what, this side-by-side pro class, they guys out here having a great time, having a heap of fun. These are also an excellent, one of the things we're talking about there with the second-hand car market coming on with the new cars, that new technology making its way. If Finke is on your bucket list and it's something that you want to do, check out the classifieds, have a bit of a look, and check out these side-by-side pro. I think it's a fantastic class for the guys that just want to dip their toe into the water and experience what it's like to be at Finke.
Even if you want just to use these things recreationally, they're the best things to get because they're safe. You can go out, you can ride them on the weekends, and just know if you use all your safety gear, you can have it off.
Yep.
You know, like the factory cages aren't really built for those big offs, whereas these things they're just safe.
Well, we are off and running. Trav Robinson is off the start line, so it's about to get really thick and fast. Let's see what he does in this new machine, the 813 off the line.
Boys.
What's the prediction?
Time prediction? Definitely sub 5.
Sub 5. Are we going to see down into the 540s?
440s?
440s, my apologies.
439.
We're going to crack down into that.
I think so.
Yeah.
Particularly with these four-wheel drives and a bit of the mud, this is going to be interesting as we hear Smoothie starting to build a bit of RPM on the start line, as well as we also have the 685 making its way around the stadium. But yes, this is going to be very interesting. Now, like, hey, Trav, I will admit that was a little bit of a conservative start off, not the amount of RPM I probably expected to hear from Trav leaving the line. Definitely compared to the RPM that we're hearing from Smoothie.
Someone dropped this in the toilet block.
Smoothie off the line. Oh, big action there from him. Wow, this is going to be very interesting. 104 sector time for Trav Robinson. Absolutely amazing there. So last year's pole sitter was 446, so I reckon we're around about the 440 mark, and I reckon down into the 39s as well, just with how quick we're going this year. But here we go. The battle of the extreme four-wheel drives starts right now. As we continue to see the side-by-sides make their way through, going to be interesting to see what sort of a time Smoothie does to Sector 1 as the Bentley machine gets ready to get off the line.
So that's the difference there that we have as well. You'll hear that Bentley car get up on the bopper there. Now, it's also a all-wheel drive racer engineering running a twin-turbo VR. So a Nissan motor there as well. D-stroke to 3.5 litres, twin-turbo. Now, one of the interesting things that we have here as well, we see some of our split times through. Trav Rob, 1 minute and 4 seconds to the first sector, 1:08 for Smoothie to the second. And now a Brenthal all-wheel drive sitting on the start line. So is that the amount of production companies or the amount of chassis builders that are now getting online with this all-wheel drive system? Just incredible.
So Trav already 8 seconds faster through the first section than our current pole sitter.
Yeah.
Damn.
And 4 seconds between him and Smoothie. So his, like we said, his conservative running straight out the window as soon as the right foot goes to the floor. So, wow, this is, we'll wait for Smoothie's Sector 2 time to come through. Daniel McKenzie, don't know why they've got him as the driver there, because that is the Comiskey machine, isn't it?
Yes.
He's got 2 trucks.
Yeah, Billy driving one, I believe. Brett driving the other one. Daniel also down as a driver, as a backup driver for both cars as well.
1:10. So, wow, Travis is 6 seconds quicker in Sector 2. Trav is looking at like a 4, as we said, a 4:40, 4:39. This is quick.
So just for those playing along at home with those sector times, it's not a cumulative time. It's actually just the individual times between Sector 1 and Sector 2. So the times have to be added together. As we see T-Rob
already
back in the house already.
On the bopper or right. Wow, this thing is pushing. Let's see what sort of a time he can do and what this Prologue track is going to throw at him.
That four-wheel drive just working so well. They have those cars set up so well. Like we said, it's a Mason. Of course we knew it was going to be on point, landing off the ship.
Just a different driving style. They're just going to come in nice and straight, late on the brakes, ride the berms, get around and back on the gas.
Suspension working hard. Throwing the dust up. The 813 of Travis Robinson.
I don't even want to talk, I just want to listen to it.
We're just quiet for a little bit here, enjoying the sights and sounds.
Let's see what sort of a time he does as he comes across the line. Travis Robinson, 4:43. Wow.
Very close, Michael Taylor, very close. Now, an interesting one of the things we're just talking about, the smaller tyres for Prologue. Looks like Trav still running full-size 40s there as well, so obviously just had a feel for how to drive that car with the bigger tyres and didn't want to make any changes as we see Smoothie, so the other all-wheel drive Mason making its way in as well.
Yeah, Trav definitely wants to qualify the car that he's going to race tomorrow. He doesn't want any surprises. He doesn't want to see anything different. He just wants to know what that car's going to do.
Now, Smoothie maybe having a little bit of an excursion off-road. We see a right rear fiberglass panel missing, but these things are trucks. They miss all the time. They could have just blown off with the pace they were probably doing out the back there.
Could have been a fast line too.
Yeah.
Great to see the Smoothie machine making its way through the stadium section.
Just tiptoeing through there. Trav was a bit more aggressive through that section.
Again, great to see these different lines these guys are all taking. Some are being a little bit more conservative, but as we said, riding that berm, just laying it into the corner.
Cool.
That inside line there, it looks like the line to take, but it definitely kicks you in a little bit of a funny position there. Also looks like a little bit of that right-hand front fender maybe copying a little bit as well. So Smoothie across the line in a 5.10 as well, as we see the 8.18 in as well. Gee, he's not far behind Smoothie as well.
Lachlan Bailey
in a 5.08.
In a 5.08 in the side-by-side Pro has just been an extreme four-wheel drive machine.
So we've got 4 different classes of car in the top 4 at the moment.
Absolutely insane.
And one of them is a 10 car.
Yep. Gotta
Sorry,
love it.
5 different classes in the top 5. This is better than Formula 1, boys.
Yep.
As we listen to Hayden Bentley come in, that all-wheel drive racer engineering truck, turbo V6, slightly different, running a Fortin gearbox. Actually, a little bit of an interesting talking point as well. We talk about the different manufacturers as well, but also the different ways they're produced. Smoothie with a Mason-matic, Travis with an Albans gearbox, and Hayden with a Fortin as well. All sequential gearboxes, as we see Hayden across the line as well in a 5.11. So just slipped himself in there right behind Smoothie, as we keep an eye out for that bright red. Bit of a throwback livery, Brett was saying last night, to their original race. They came here 10 years ago, so they decided to go back to the original red and white that Comiskey Mining Services known well and truly for.
He always rolls out well-presented trucks.
Yeah, definitely looking quick. Just having a look at our next of the vehicles that are out. We've got Pro Buggy out next. So we're at the pointy end of Prologue here, where all our quick cars start making their way. If you're sitting at home and your mate's just woken up or something like that, make sure to get them onto the live stream if you're not here at the venue or in Alice Springs. Looks like Josh Howes will be the first off the line, if I'm not mistaken, in the Pro Buggy class. But let's see what the Comiskey Mining Services machine can do in extreme four-wheel drive.
Yeah, another great sounding truck as well, as he runs it all the way home.
Does it in a time of, sorry, just trying to find that one, 5:36. So
as Brett said yesterday, they had a few engine dramas with that car. I believe got a brand new War Speed 7-litre built for it installed and literally ran it in on the dyno, and that's all that put it on the truck and brought it out here. So that's all they were able to do. They see a bit of footage of them running it up and down a driveway here out in Alice Springs to get it ready to go as we cross down to Amanda at the finish line.
I've got Daniel and George down here in the lineup all the way from Melbourne, but no strangers to Fink. I think 7 years you said you've done?
Yeah, it's our probably 7th or 8th run now.
Tell us how you went last year.
Yeah, we're running about 3rd on the way back and lost a transmission at Bundooma, so yeah, hopefully we can just get down and back this year, not push too hard.
You're going to do better this year, I can feel it, all right? Now tell me, what is your strategy going into Prologue this morning?
We can just get a good clean run in. You know, ideally we just want to be in the top 10, but you know, personally I'd rather like to be about 5th or 6th. That's where I think we should be on the way down.
I love it. Think positive. Thank you guys. Enjoy and have a good run, okay? All right, let's keep moving down the line this morning. Of course, we're into our pro buggies now. We have Andrew and Daniel with number 45. Andrew and Daniel, how are you this morning?
Yeah, great, thank you.
How you feel you're going to go in Prologue this morning? You feeling good?
Yeah. No, we had a good run here last year, so we're hoping for the same this year. Let's just see how we go. I just got to beat him.
What was your positioning last year?
Sorry?
What was your positioning last year?
We ended up 3rd.
3rd, nice. All right, well, I want to see you in at least 2nd or up, all right?
Cool. Well done.
All right, guys, good luck. Well done. All right, let's keep going down. We've got number 7. It's all happening very fast down here at Alice Springs for the Prologue. All righty, Matt and Nigel, how are you this morning?
I can't.
Oh.
I can't lift, guys.
Okay, it's a little bit tough. Good luck, guys. Well done. All righty, we're going to cut to one more pro buggy. Number 50. We've got Roden and Simon. How are you guys?
Yeah, well, thank you.
How you feeling this morning? You excited? You nervous? What are the vibes in the buggy?
I'm seriously nervous right now.
Oh, good on you, mate, for at least having a chat with us. What's the game plan going into Prologue?
Look, we're just going to try and stay out of the water and just probably ride around.
No, you had a warm up. You had a warm up earlier this morning. Was it a little bit muddy out there?
Yeah, it was pretty slippery this morning and pretty dusty, so we didn't really see too much, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, good luck. All right, and turn those nerves into excitement, hey?
Thank you.
Alrighty, guys, let's go back to the boys in the commentary box.
So, Pro Buggies about to get underway. Great to hear a couple of those drivers getting ready. And yeah, definitely the nerves start to build here. It's the pointy end of the field, and really it's important to get at the front here because otherwise you'll be chewing dust for a very long time tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we talk about those father-son competition battles there. We said, yeah, Andy just mentioned, I just want to beat the car in front, that being his son, Danny Brown there. They always have a fantastic battle at an off-road racetrack. I believe there was a YouTube video getting around not that long ago, and it was called Father Mercilessly Beats Son. And it was Andy just putting a whooping on Danny Brown off the start line at the Pines Enduro. It was some great footage. But also we talked to Royden Bailey there, the man that admitted he was extremely nervous. Now his son, Lachlan Bailey, first time out in that Can-Am, sitting in 3rd overall at the moment. So there's a little bit of a battle there happening as well. Father and son battle, slightly different classes, but I tell you what, they're throwing down some fast paces.
100%. A big inter-family rivalry. When you mentioned the Brown YouTube video, I thought you were going to go back to worst backflip attempt ever.
If you don't know what we're talking about, do yourself a favour, get onto a second screen, keep the live feed running for the Tatts Finke Desert Race, for the Method Race Wheels Prologue, but check out worst backflip ever.
Attempt ever.
Worst backflip attempt ever. It's one of the greatest things you will ever see. Danny Boy putting his heart and soul on the line.
All right, prediction time, boys.
Oh,
is Trav Robinson going to be beaten for pole? I say no.
I think Bo might get him.
Well, I think it's going to be Trav Bo.
Yeah.
Well, Bo's winning time last year of 4:46, but a dry racetrack, slightly different. That's going to be the interesting part this year for them. That difference between the racetracks. So extremely tight at the top. I think that's another inter-family battle we just haven't even mentioned yet because they're not lined up close to each other. But Bo and Trav, it's going to be tight. I think we're going to see an OBR lockout, though. Great to see the OBR cars 1-2 on the line. It has happened before, and it's going to be some great battles because they're definitely going to want to beat each other.
Oh, 100%. How good would that battle be? Down Bunduma, through the whoops, one of them on the tail of the other. Are they going to let them by? They're going to block them? They're going to keep that track position?
Well, for so many years, it was the pro buggies were the cars to beat, and now it's sort of transitioned into now it being a trophy truck race. So again, it's just so often we change it up. So it's really interesting.
Yeah, we say that's a trophy truck race, but you pluck those guys out and put them back into a buggy.
Yeah,
they're still in the same position.
No, exactly. Yep.
And here's a man we haven't really talked about too much either, Josh Howes. I mean, I'm expecting a throwdown here as well. This man, always quick, particularly in Prologue, has been up the pointy end of the field consistently every time he's here. You hear that VQ, plenty of horsepower. I think the boost is going to be set to kill. And look at the way that thing gets off the line.
Gets off well. Josh didn't have the best of years last year, so I think he is looking at redemption.
I think he's top 5 Prologue.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yep. I'm going to throw a bit of a roughie in there. He hasn't had much luck lately, but Matt Hansen for P3.
Ooh, yes. Yeah, that EcoBoost, so a Ford twin-turbo V6, that being a VQ 35 in Josh Howes. So once again, there's so many little interesting tidbits of the field here. They're not just all the same car. It's not like, even though they look very similar from the outside, and now we have AJ on the start line as well, another EcoBoost V6 as well. AJ always fast as well. AJ's one of those guys, if he starts the weekend strong, gives him that little bit of confidence, and it just goes from strength to strength for him. So we're really excited to see AJ. I think he can have a good run as well. That single-seat Illumicraft.
Yeah, sitting in there on his own. Using the lead now, I believe, where it's just got that pre-running talking in through his ear.
Yeah, great to see that you can just throw out the navigator and go, nah, I'm doing it myself. 107, the first sector for Josh Howes. So in comparison to Trav, he is a bit down. So
104, Trav, in the first.
Yep.
Still close?
It is, yep.
And I guess we're not really seeing how much water is sitting out in the outfield of the paddock as well. There are a few places where water definitely sits, as the 4 of Danny Brown, another Illumicraft sitting on the start line. Always beautifully presented, this car. And like you said, always fast as well here. I think that 5th, 6th is a good position for Danny. It's where he feels confident, where he feels comfortable.
I even predicted that he wants to be in that 5th, 6th position. Yeah. And then you just get yourself into that top fast bunch and that top 10. Like even top 20 are all very fast cars.
Absolutely.
A few years ago, our winner came from P15 in Prologue.
Yes.
It was Jack Rhodes?
Yep. Yeah, he had the flip over that year.
Yep, he rolled. So it's possible, but you've got to have a little bit of luck with maybe a drop out in front of you.
Exactly.
You then get yourself a nice big dust gap, and then you can push back onto the back of a pack.
And luck, it comes in swings and roundabouts. If you have Josh not having a lot of luck, Danny not having a lot of luck, might be the year that it turns around for them. Now we see Andy in the 45, another Illumicraft here on the start line. Now one of the points of difference you'll hear from this vehicle, actually a naturally aspirated V8 in this rather than a turbo V6, a VK70. So it started life as a VK56 and has now been stroked out to 7 litres. I'm pretty sure you're going to hear plenty of RPM and plenty of good noises coming out of this Illumicraft.
So you've got a few more camshafts than the usual V8s that you hear around.
Push rods for life, my man. No. Yeah, exactly right. A twin cam head on these, so a quad cam V8. So that's the technology that we are seeing in off-road racing. Now your man up on the start line as well, Matt Hansen.
Super fast qualifier.
Yes, absolutely. And loves it too. I'm pretty sure we were talking about Josh Howell having that thing set to kill. Matt Hansen will also have the horsepower numbers, the abacus out, dialed all the way up. If there's one of them little rotary dials, I'm pretty sure it'll be set at 11 right now.
Josh Howes, Aaron James.
First car.
0.2 of a second apart in sector number 2. Insane. Should be should see pictures of Josh Howes very, very shortly as Hansen gets off the line.
You can see Howes just coming down that back fence line through Curran chicane.
So you slipped that one in there on me, Mick.
It's the only reason I came up.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to continue to see these pro buggies go through, but we're going to go back down to the start line to have a chat with Keziah.
I have former off-road champion Ryan Taylor, and in his Navi seat this year is local Alice Springs boy Timmy Button. Ryan, how are you feeling heading into Prologue this morning?
Yeah, feeling good. Car's fine. We did a bit of testing, but yeah, just want to settle into the groove and just put a clean lap in. That's all we're after today.
We had a little bit of a chat last night, but in terms of the car upgrades, did you do much from last year?
Not too much, just a little bit of suspension changes, but otherwise the car's pretty much the same.
And you've had a few runs with Timmy now to give him a go in the Navi seat as well.
What was that, sorry?
You've had a few runs with Timmy, getting him used to the Navi seat.
Not really, no. First time, so yeah, we'll be right.
He's a man who knows the track very well, though. You'll be okay. Good luck out there this morning. Thank you. We're just going to wander back. Mark Burrows and Tom Burrows. This is a familiar face. We've seen him here at Finke before. Mark, oh, here you go. We've got Tom here. Tom, how are you going?
Good, thank you. How are you?
How's Dad feeling?
Yeah, he's ready to go. Canvas busted.
What number is this for him? Do you know?
I'll be up there in the 20s, I think. Not sure, actually, but yeah.
Done it plenty of times. You know this Prologue track very well. What's the key to getting out there this morning?
Let's get a nice clean run, set ourselves up for tomorrow.
Perfect. Well, good luck out there, guys. We'll keep wandering back. Let's see who have we got here. Jared Percival in the driver's seat, and in the Navi seat we have Matthew Galash. Is it Matt here? Hey Matt, how are you feeling?
Good, a little bit nervous, but should go well.
Awesome. And Jared, you're feeling pretty confident heading out this morning?
Yeah, obviously Prologue's pretty important, so yeah, we'll send it and see how we go.
Perfect. Well, the key is to get a good time today and set you up for the rest of the weekend. Good luck out there. We are going to head back to the Joshes in commentary, but we'll keep wandering down here very shortly.
Thank you very much. Josh Howes through with a time of 4:59, 15 seconds off the pace of Travis, and then Aaron James has come through with a 5:06. So very close between those two, around about 7 seconds, but Brown coming in and pushing hard. Oh, just getting it into the wet stuff there. Looks like he got up on a berm as well, so may have lost a little bit of time there for the number 4, but this thing sounds good.
Sounds very cranky, doesn't it? It's a great car, a great driver. You see the way he hucks it in there on that corner, throws it on the turning brake as we hear the 24 of Ryan Taylor off the start line. Now, threw a little bit of a spanner in the works there, obviously being a left-hand drive car. As Danny Brown pushing so hard across that finish line. Gets it up on 2 wheels across the finish line. That is the level of commitment there. Hey, the SDG Shock, shout out to you guys if you're listening along at home in America. You've set that car up well. It handled that absolutely well.
I think that's got a lot to do with the transition of the slick racetrack he's just come out. He was expecting a similar sort of level of grip.
Yeah.
He's come through that, and then we've got that crusher dust in there. The car's just bit and then tipped up on the side.
Fantastic heads-up driving there by Danny to save that.
Did it in a time of 5 minutes 12, so currently in 8th position.
How afraid would you have been if you were in that scissor lift there, watching that come at you?
Yeah. So off the line now is Mark Burrows, ex-King of the Desert. Ryan Taylor was off the line as well, and I can tell you Timmy Button in the passenger seat is going to be holding on for dear life. The number 7 making their way through. Matt Hansen looking quick in the 7 machine. See what they can do. Good lines through the stadium section.
Always a great prologuer, Matt. He'll definitely throw it down here as well. But geez, I tell you, the level of competition here, it's not even the 50th. It's the 49th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. And the competition is just off the Richter at this point in time. Trav with that brand new Mason all-wheel drive, throwing it down. These guys obviously want to be up that pointy end of the field as well. We saw that level of commitment. As we talk about that slick racetrack there, the way the car just stepped out, he was able to catch it. Matt getting it out wide. You see it even lifting a little bit of a wheel there as he went to throw it in. That crusher dust reacting a little bit differently. So this is going to be very... Now, this is what you talk about there with the Prolite. Do they take another run a bit later on as we see Matt Hansen across in a 5.06 as well? So throwing down a good lap there for the Pro Buggies. Does that look like Royden Bailey in the house as well? This twin-turbo D-stroked V8 in the Element, all-Australian-built off-road race car.
Yeah, great to see this machine, and great to hear some more of those D-stroked engines, because I remember Molesey was the man with that D-stroked V8 BMW motor that just sounded absolutely insane. He sat out this year and had a bit of a rough one this year. Hope he is doing well after everything that's going on, but we're going to continue to look at these machines come flying. Mr. Kent Battle off the line.
We've got an Element off the start line and an Element about to come in on through the finish line.
Isn't it fantastic, these Australian products out here competing at the highest level? One of the interesting things about Kent's car, all Australian, the motor built in Australia by Brinks, an Albans gearbox, as Royden getting very loose there, taking that, let's call it the Jeff Pickering line, but a great drive there as well as we see the Element across the finish line. So
5.25 as it looks like the 85 gets really high up on the burn. That's Nick Hicks. Oh.
Another one of the Elements.
Yeah, just having issues out there, pushing, I think, a little bit too hard.
Yeah, I think that's just some of those wet sections, just catching them out. They're coming in, being super committed under braking and just not getting the level of grip they were expecting.
73 off the line, Joshua Wilson. Big cross up there. 85 pushing hard.
I believe they just only recently purchased that Element as well. So great heritage, that car. Carl Habe piloted it to second overall in Prologue last year. As we see Ryan Taylor make his way back in, we might let Mick make a bit of a call here, call his younger brother in.
No pressure, RT. Coming in, trying to pick those drier, dark lines. They'll definitely be a different colour in there. Trying to stay out of the water, up, trying to use the berms there, taking the Harley Lettner lines in the ex-Harley Lettner car.
Yeah, it is a beautifully presented Tatum 2 there. Ryan laying down a good lap here from the looks of it. He's picking nice lines. You can see the way it's just carrying that inside front wheel around that corner there. Plenty of level of commitment. See how dirty the car is. Obviously lots of mud out there on that Prologue track. As another one of the Method Race Wheels cars gets off the start line. Mick, see you running Tenzas on the front there, little 37s? I shouldn't distract you, mate. You're obviously watching as Ryan gets it out wide. Hey, great line.
Super committed.
Great line.
Ryan Taylor does in a time of
5.13,
5.13, so in the top 20, 11th so far. Swinglehurst off the line as well in the background there, the 48 machine, as Mark Burrows makes his way through.
Were you asking about the tensors on Ryan's car? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're running the 37-inch tensor, 37-10-17. Just pulls a lot of unsprung weight out of the front of the car as opposed to the full-size drive tyre that we use. Some of those earlier Model 2000 buggies, they don't have the hardware in the front end to run those big tyres without wearing it out.
Yep. Now that's excellent. Now we've been talking about the Elements being Australian-produced cars. Now we see the Monk Fabrication. It's an all-Australian at the moment. We've got the Monk Fabrication Pro Buggy on the track as well for Mark Burrows, and we saw one of the original Element cars there. But Mark Burrows, no stranger around this track, knew the exact line he wanted to take as he runs that thing all the way in, as Jared Percival makes his way in as well. Mate, these boys, they're all on a bit of a flyer at the moment. The action, every way we look, it's a bit hard to keep up at the moment. It's fantastic, though. It's a good problem to have on a Saturday morning in Alice Springs.
And I think what we'll find in that top 20 is just going to be split seconds between each position. And so many guys are going, I could have gone a couple of seconds faster here and gotten in front of him, but that's just how it's going to be all the way through that top 20.
Yeah, very, very close in class from 4th down to 7th, quite literally a 2.2 in it. So really, really fine margins there. All around about the 5:12 mark seems to be the benchmark for Pro in that mid-pack. As the Percival machine, oh, very close once again. So what do they do? 8th, so 5:11. Kent Battle making his way through now. And the 31 machine, taking that high line once again. Having a good push.
So pardon the pun, there's currently a battle for the top position for Australian-made car.
Yeah, absolutely. Good pun there, I like. I love a good pun, love a good dad joke. But yeah, Kent, I think even by his own admission, he never starts the weekend quite as strong as he would like, but then works his way into it. So I think one of the goals this year was to just push a little bit harder, like have that bit of confidence in the car and try and come in a bit closer to race pace, pretend like every race day is Saturday, is Sunday.
Jeff Pickering line is becoming very, very liked.
Yeah, I think that that little jump through the S's there, maybe put in there intended to slow them down, but they're races, you know they're not going to slow down for it. The way it's kicking the cars a little bit, if you're trying to get that straight line through, it looks like it just puts you off a little bit and makes a little bit of an awkward line through that chicane. As we now cross down to Amanda, catching up with some more of our competitors.
Yeah, I've got Gary and Dennis down here all the way from Perth, WA, and just like me, they are first timers. How are you feeling going into this morning's prologue for the first time?
Pretty good. Just out there really to do a reasonable time and then get ready for tomorrow. It's just a learning experience.
I love it, and not to make you scared or worried or anything, but some of the really experienced drivers that have been here for ages are even really nervous and scared this morning, so you're doing pretty well. Tell me, what is your main plan going into Prologue and for the rest of the weekend? Do you have a strategy?
Not really, just to get down there and back and save the car on the first day. That's really it, and then no one's photos.
I love it. All right, well, good luck, guys. Have fun, okay, for your first one. I hope you do well. All righty, let's keep moving down the... Hello, guys. How are you going?
Hi.
How many things have you done?
I can't hear anything.
Can't hear a thing. That's okay. We'll move on. Good luck, guys. Good luck. Some of these guys are so chipmunked up with their helmets, so it's not always easy to hear. But we'll see what we can do. G'day, guys. How you going?
Not bad, thank you.
How you feel going into this morning's prologue?
Yeah, good. Buggy's been running all right.
How are you feeling emotionally? A little nervous?
Yeah, obviously a bit nervous, but mostly just excited.
How did you go before with the warm-up round? How's the track looking?
It's looking a bit wet, but we're hoping the other cars have sort of splashed that water away and we should be able to get over top of it.
Nice. Good luck. Have some fun this morning, okay?
Thank you very much.
Alrighty. All right, we're going to wrap up and we're going to go over to the tower to the fellas. Josh and Josh, what's happening?
Thank you very much. Swinglehurst coming in on a really quick lap, but it was messy in the stadium section. Quite sketchy for them, really pushing. Kent Battle, though, 5:06 puts him second in the Pro Buggy class and fourth provisionally so far. So really good time as we look to the start line. The Zaka machine, this man was out at Brekkie Bash and was pushing this thing to the absolute limit. So it'll be very interesting to see what sort of a time he can do.
Yeah, gee, that's a great point that you bring up there. That's a great lap by Kent. Clean, fast. That's exactly what he was looking for to start off his weekend. Currently sitting fourth overall. A few more trophy trucks to come as well. But, gee, that's a great starting position. So far, he's the second in class for Pro Buggy. As, like you said, the 51, the King-sponsored machine there of Mikey Zaka off the start line. As the 58, Ivan Schmocker. I hope I'm saying that right. Because I'm a shocker for names. Tom Swinglehurst, I'm sorry, I get it wrong every time too. But Ivan Schmocker. Now, this car is one of the original Element-built cars. So what we see, like Kent Battle and that, racing there, Royden Bailey. This is one of their first ones designed that Aaron Habe used to race. So beautiful car, plenty of heritage, and knows its way around this track as well. And Ivan, a great driver, regularly here having a bit of a dig. So great to see, you know, all different cars that we have here at this year's Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, definitely needs Jesus to be watching over him today. Love the stickers on the side of this thing. It's been a thing for a very long time out here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Does it in a time of 5:55. Gary Pover off the line as well in the 38 machine. Shouldn't be too far away from seeing Kai Camilleri in the 34 on cue right there. Oh, production's listening to me well. Love ya. But very, very good. This is another one to watch as we see the next...
Cooper Weston.
Yep, Cooper Weston coming through now. Let's see how he does through this tight section here. Does it in a time of 5:26, not bad at all. In the top 30 provisionally so far. Oh, and as I said something, Kai Camilleri just getting a little bit wide over the berm again.
The commentator's curse is a real thing, that's for sure. But Kai, in this beautifully presented Jimco 2000 series, beautiful car. Great driver, stepped up. He's one that has made that transition from side-by-side to the Pro class. But looking forward to a good turnout. As he gets it up on two wheels there, a little bit loose. There's that grip that we were talking about, the Red Nut Racing boys.
Still does it in a time of 5:03, puts him fourth provisionally. If he had tightened that up a little bit, would have been very close to the Josh Howes machine there.
Yes.
96 machine on the line now, so great to see these guys out here.
Jimco champion, one of my favourite buggies getting around. Big, beautiful car designed to do one thing, and that's go through the rough fast as we cross it over to the Jimco Hammerhead now. So another Jimco variant here. So we've seen a Jimco 2000, a Jimco champion, and a Jimco Hammerhead here. So one of those interesting ones where there's plenty of Jimcos. You know, a few years ago, Jimcos, they were few and far between, and now there's probably 50% of the pro buggy field is a Jimco.
Yeah, Robbie Galata off the line there in the 96, but we are eyes locked onto the 36 machine of Brad Close. Having a good push. Oh, taking an interesting line there. As another vehicle comes flying through, I'd say that's the 51 of Zaka that was in the background there, but the 36 of Brad Close, let's see what he can do. Having a good push as he comes through the S-bend. And what sort of a time does he do? It is 5:39, puts him in the top 40 respectively. As we go, someone having a moment there, the 47, that is Josh Ferguson in this extremely well presented vehicle.
Yeah, got that matte black wrap. Hard to tell now with the amount of mud that's all over it, but I was talking about it last night. Got that beautiful matte black wrap on it as well. But another Aussie Spec Jimco gets sliding it out, getting up on two wheels there as the Ferguson boys get a little bit loose, boys. You're almost home.
Gets it through 9:56 as the Zaka machine now makes its way into the stadium section. Let's see what he can do, the 51.
Now Zaka this weekend as well, he's one of the cars that during the race will be running a live in-car feed on his YouTube channel. So Mike's Shock Shop, head on over to the YouTube channel and check that out. There'll be plenty of action to be able to watch on there.
Yeah, if you want to see some cars being passed, like Mikey isn't a traditionally quick qualifier out here. He'll be there or thereabouts around in that top 20, but super fast race car and great in the whoop. So tune into that and you'll definitely see some action.
As Paul Tuck Lee off the line in the 996. That thing sounded very aggressive off the line. But let's see what Zaka can do as he makes his way to this S-bend. And gets it in at a time of 5:19. So, yep, exactly on the money. 21st currently. Provisionally. Not bad at all.
As we see the Mendiola on the start line. Great to see all our different chassis manufacturers that are here this weekend. Doing a great job.
Definitely looking very, very interesting this year as we see the 38 make its way towards us. Gary Pova in that machine. There's another one of our vehicles gets off the line. Tom Darlington. Love the sound of a pro buggy on a Saturday morning.
Always good too when they hit the bopper a little bit there as well. So Tom Darlington, the last of our pro class cars. Oh, I might have had a bit of a late entry there. Looks like Richard Crabb as well. He might have missed his start time, so he's going to be running as well as we get ready to see our extreme four-wheel drives.
So, 38 machine still making its way through. Gary, good push through the double S-bend section here. Yeah, that dust crack at us just really making it hard. Getting a lot of grip as Paul Hackett off the line in the 98 machine as the 60 makes its way in. That's Brett Lewis. Gary Povey did it in a time of 5:52, so in the top 50. And these are all provisional times so far because we still do have vehicles to come as the Lewis machine makes its way through, the 60. Brett looks like he's having a good push here, just through the wet stuff and just gets the inside of the corner. But we're going to go back down to the start line with Keziah.
Well, guys, I have the reigning king of the desert, Bo Robinson, here. It's a pretty big day for you today. It's important to set a good time, isn't it?
It is very important, yeah. The boys, Trav's in a four-wheel drive truck this year, so that's going to be tough to beat. He's obviously on pole at the moment, and yeah, it's going to be a big weekend trying to keep up with him, so we'll just give it a crack, but pressure's off, you know. Last year was good, so yeah, it's all about, yeah, just trying to back it up, but yeah, we'll have a good weekend either way.
I think everyone will be behind you guys in the little brotherly battle going on. Shane Hutt is in your Navi seat again, back out here together.
Yeah, good. He got a bit of ballast still here, so no, it's good. It's just good to be out here again. Obviously, we love Fink, and last year was great. So yeah, just hopefully we have a clean run, and hopefully Trav has a clean run too. So that's what's most important.
And you won in this truck last year. Have you done much to it in the last 12 months to get it ready for this year's Fink?
Yeah, there's always something. We've a few little upgrades here and there, and just generally the boys have got a heap of love. And as you can see, it's yeah, it's turned out nice. They've done a great job, and they always do. So yeah, she's ready.
Well, it's time to get back out there. We're so excited to see you hit the ground running again today in Prologue. We're going to keep wandering back. These are the extreme two-wheel drives. Let's head back. Where is we got the driver's seat? Boston, is it?
Yeah, that's me.
Boston, how are you going?
Yeah, pretty good yourself.
Pretty good. What's the key here this morning for Prologue?
Have fun, be smooth, and get to tomorrow.
And in terms of, you know, reigning king of the desert right in front of you, have you got your eye on him?
No.
Don't let it wig you out?
No.
It's just, pardon?
Just race. Here to race.
Perfect. And who's in your Navi seat with you?
My mate Will.
Hey Will, how are you going?
Yeah, good.
All right, well, good luck out there, guys. We're going to keep wandering back. Right back here, we've got Nick Commons. I'm just going to swap sides. Where are you? This side. It's always a bit tricky with these ones. How are you feeling, Nick?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question. I can't hear you.
How are you feeling?
I still didn't hear.
Bit of technical difficulties.
It should be good.
Brilliant. Well, good luck out there. We'll get a thumbs up. You're ready to go. They're going to start rolling you out very short. All right, we've got a few more rolling in here. I think just behind me we do have Mick Dolan and Nathan Cade in his Navi seat, but we're going to let these guys go. We're going to head back to the Joshes up in commentary.
Great to hear some of the interviews there and the first of our Kiwi competitors this weekend.
LMP's the meanest, bro.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not going to worry about him at all.
But I like it. I tell you what, that's probably the best description I've ever heard of Shane Hutt. Ballast.
Yep.
So Huddy being good ballast there, but I tell you what, that is a great combination. Very experienced, very fast. Our reigning, defending king of the deserts as well there. So don't rule them out there. I think he's talking about the battle he's going to have with Trav, the four-wheel drive versus the two-wheel drive. Trav laid down an absolute heat, 101 kilometre an hour average speed. Bo last year for his prologue was 100 kilometre an hour average speed. So I'm expecting a very tight time frame here between the two of them. Bo always going to lower it down. Another team as well, the 413, they will be running a live in-car feed as well on the OBR YouTube channel as well. Huddy doing a great job organising that as well.
Yeah, and very interesting with Bo. He's gone really, really hard to the right-hand side of the start line of Prologue. So I'm guessing trying to get a little bit more grip off the start line there.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's sections that are having a look of parts where no one else has started from, so they're not looking for that chopped up. You can see on that shot that was on the screen just there as Paul Lee Tuck came through how that crusher dust does chop up. So they are looking for every bit of traction that they can find. As you hear the RPM come up on the 413, and he is off and racing. You already see the way that two-wheel drive doesn't quite get off the line like the four-wheel drive of Trav, but I tell you what, he is going to be pushing super hard. You see him ride the inside of that berm, get a wheel up in the air. Nothing but a cloud of dust from the 413. As we cross across, I believe this is the 98 of Richard Crabb, that single-seat racer.
Yeah, making his way to the line. Does it in a time of 5:25. Looking good. We've got the Extreme two-wheel drives out on track, but we're going to go down to Amanda and have a chat.
Geez, it's getting so exciting down here. I've got Alan and Billy. Alan, Billy, how are you feeling about going into this morning's prologue?
Yeah, always a good time here at Finke, so looking forward to getting out there.
Now, I asked how many Finks you've done, and you said just many. How many years is that?
Yeah, I've done it probably off and on for the last 10 or 12 years, yeah.
How much work has been done to this vehicle lately?
This car belongs to Brett Comiskey, just having a little trouble hearing you. But it belongs to Brett Comiskey, and I get to drive it for him this weekend.
Has plenty of work been done on it in the lead-up?
Yeah, they've refreshed everything, but yeah, pretty much the same all the way through.
All right, good luck, okay, and have fun out there.
Thanks, mate.
We're going to keep moving on. Vehicle 454, we've got Brad and Dean. That side, alrighty, let's head over to that side. How are we going, Brad and Dean? Alright guys, how you feel about going into Prologue this morning?
Yeah, good. I've only spent about 20 minutes in this truck, so it's a little bit new to me, so I'm looking forward to getting back in the seat.
I only spent about 20 minutes in this truck. I absolutely love it. Alright, well tell me a little bit about your strategy going into Prologue.
We just want a clean run. Our aim is to get a clean run all weekend, really. Not push too hard, but you know, never know what happens when the visor goes down.
All right, very hard to hear, but good luck, guys. Have an enjoy your run. All right, let's keep moving down. It's chaos, but it's organised chaos. We absolutely love it this morning. And we have Andrew and Anthony. How are you guys going?
G'day, good. I'm as deaf as a post, so I'm not going to hear a word.
All right.
But I'm happy to have a chat.
It's all right. I can be loud. All right, tell me, what is your strategy going into Prologue this morning?
We just got to be clean, I think. Just got to get a clean lap, not run off, and we'll give it a crack, do our best.
How important is it to you to sort of position up there so you don't have all that dust come tomorrow?
Didn't get a word, sorry.
Okay, no worries, guys. Good luck. Have fun. All right, we're going to wrap up. We're going to head back to the tower. The fellas, Josh and Josh, how are you going up there?
Yeah, no, really, really good. It's very close out there on track. Only 2 seconds between Bo Robinson and Boston Morgan Horan. Cannot wait to see how close these guys come through on times. Sector 1, very, very close.
Oh, it's going to be a great race here, not only for the overall, but in just the class of the Extreme two-wheel drive. Now, I was a little bit confused. I'm not sure who Amanda interviewed there. They said his name was Billy Geddes, but it looked like a bloke I used to know when I spent a bit of time over in Kalgoorlie, a bloke by the name of Slippery Muldoon that was an underwater cave diver. Looks like he might be moonlighting under a false name here out at Alice Springs. But great to see the 434 machine there on the start line. Now, this is one we are talking about.
Yep.
Looks like he's got smaller rims or smaller tyres there. It looks looks like he's dropped down to 37s for Prologue. So looking for every advantage that he can get. As I look up, I can start to see the 4-1-3 machine out my window as it pops up onto the screen as well. That Dugan's 7-litre absolutely screaming. We see the different style of attack of the 413, that two-wheel drive Mason truck.
Yeah, getting the nose down and then getting the rear out. Just goes a little bit wide there on the side of the berm. Gets the inside though and then back up onto the berm. Very, very interesting. It's going to be close up here. Again, just getting that nose in, sliding out the rear, trying to stay out of the water as well.
Well, I think one of the things Bo may be trying to do there is make the racetrack as short as possible while staying out of that. They don't have the advantage of the four-wheel drive to ride the berms in that tighter section there. So he's trying to shorten up that racetrack, keep as much momentum as possible. I tell you what a great adaptation to the racetrack as that Mason truck comes in at absolute pace. Bo Robinson, I tell you what, there's a bit of a rumour going around that Bo Robinson made a deal with the devil. No one actually knows what Bo got, but the devil got driving lessons.
Oh, yeah. 447 goes P2. But ladies and gentlemen, do not discount this vehicle on screen now. Boston Morgan-Hiram, the New Zealander, he is quite literally seconds in between Bo at the moment. He's right on pace and he's having a good push in the stadium section here for what I would say I think is his first Fink. This man has been the one. I've heard a lot about him at the first event of the Motorsports Australia Off-Road Championship, and for him to be out here pushing the way he is, it's going to be very interesting to see how it goes. But currently, it's a Robinson lockout of the P1 and P2. Quite a bit of hanging dust now, though, but what does Boston do? Third position, a 448. Wow, only 1.448 off Bo Robinson. It's so close as the West Lime trunk comes through, but we're going to go down to the start line with Keziah.
I'm here with Jamie Knight and his navigator, Patrick Buggy. Jamie, we had a little chat last night, but this morning, how are the nerves? How are you feeling heading out there?
We're feeling really good today. Yeah, woke up and we're just ready to go. We just want to have a good clean run and pretty much just send it.
Looking at some of the trucks in front of you, what is your game plan?
He'll get away all right. Hopefully we don't have too much dust and just try and get a clean run.
And in terms of Patrick, how is he this morning?
Yeah, he's feeling real good. He's got some good ideas for the track, so I just got to listen to what he says and just keep her on.
Brilliant. Follow those directions. Make sure you head the right way. Looking forward to chatting to a few more of these drivers, but we're almost to the end of the cars prologue. These guys are pretty loud when they're rolling out. We're going to head back up to the Joshes in commentary. We'll see you shortly.
Thank you very much, Keziah. Very, very close indeed. Nick Commons comes through with a 457. So he was quick as well. Brett Taylor off the line, the Alice local there in the 431. But the Jiggett machine making its way through now. Michael Doolan in the 486.
Holy moly, Nick Cummins on a heater, 457 there. My goodness, what a great drive for those guys. That Westline truck, they obviously you were talking before about people putting in big efforts, being out here for the Brekkie Brash, learning the track. That is the effort that people are going to. I believe they're all the way from South Australia.
Yep. So yeah, definitely got the time in, and it's close with the underwater cave diver as well. He's looking quick in the sector time, so we'll wait to see him come through.
We also saw Mr. Diggett on the line and Mick Mager in another Tisco truck off the start line as well. But Mr. Diggett in that big Brenthal riding the berm there, coming in plenty of pace, throwing it sideways. Now I believe that's a Hendry-built 7-litre as well.
The slippery Mundoon is making his way through now. Love to see it. He's looking quick as well.
Yeah, Billy, another guy that's been working on his prologue pace as well. Usually a top 10 guy and then really warms into the race weekend. You saw last year, I think he come from 8th and worked his way up to 2nd overall. So I know he definitely wanted to prologue good. He's got the corn dog in the passenger seat there as well. He's primed, he's ready. He did a run out with Heath in an AU Falcon wagon all the way from the sunny coast. So this is probably feeling slow to him right now. But Billy there pushing hard, gets it up on the berm. He's going to throw it through this S-bend. That Tisco truck, nice and flat, well set up there. That's a good run for Billy. We'll see where he lands in the overall scheme of things.
Yeah, dozen and 4:59, so 6th provisionally as Brad Gallard makes his way through in this brand new truck. He said he's had around about 20 minutes in it. So great to see that he's having a good push in the 4.54. Very, very good in the stadium section. We'll see what sort of a time he will do. But it looks like we're going to go back down to the start line to have another chat with Keziah.
All right, this is the last of the cars to go out, but I wanted to grab Hannah Bentley before she went out for Prologue. Hannah, how are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling alright. Just want to go out and have a good run. That's the main plan.
We're absolutely doing my dream. I wish I had the guts to do what you're doing. What's gone into the preparation for this before you came out here to Finke?
We did a bit of a test run at Pooncarie. That was good. So we got new box, freshened up a few things, and yeah, just mostly seat time. The truck's running really well. So
it is crucial how much time you can get in the seat before you head out for such a long race. In your Navi seat, talk us through who your navigator is.
My navigator's Cooper Johns. We went to school together and our farms are nearby, so we just tinker about in the shed together and yeah.
Brilliant. Well, good luck. We're very excited to watch you get out there and get a good time.
Thank you.
Yep. Awesome. We're going to head back to the Joshes. This brings us to the end, I guess, of the cars, at least for our interviews on the ground here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Keziah, but it looked like sneakily there was a couple of vehicles heading back up for a rerun, so we'll see who they are after these vehicles make their way through. But the 4, 6, 7 making their way through. Andrew Commons, he was quick. He was at Brekkie Bash, so let's see what sort of a time he does as well. Brett Taylor looking quick as well. Brad Gallard did it in a time of 5:12, so puts him just in that top 20. But let's see what the West Lime truck can do. Makes its way to us. That tricky S-bend section does in a time of 5:15.
Yeah, great to see the two West Lime trucks out here now. One of the interesting things as a team, they're not just running two Jimcos or two Geyser trucks. They got a Geyser and a Brenthal, both of them two-wheel drive trucks. So great to see that they're getting amongst it, having a great time, but racing a couple of different machines as well as the Jimco trophy truck, the 431 Loose Cannon Motorsport.
Yep.
I believe this is like their 26th or 27th Finke, something like that. Phenomenal commitment and entries here. These guys used to race a pro buggy, trucks, motorbikes, you name it. They just live and breathe this sport.
No, they definitely do, especially Mr. Brett Taylor. Hasn't had this car out in a while, but it looks like he's just pushed through one of the berms there as Keith Hurst gets out. Unfortunate there for Brett Taylor, as he'd normally say he's Mr. Fast, but this weekend, don't want to put the muck on you, but Mr. Slow, I will say, because Timmy Button is in a very quick car. That's a bit of an inside joke we have running here. But he's still going to be a quick time for Mr. Brett Taylor. Let's see what he can do. Rory not in it this year in the other machine, and the first of our other vehicles making their way through. So Brett Taylor does it in a time of 5:34, so in the top 50, not bad at all. As the Tisco machine makes its way through, a lot of dust starting to hang now.
Unbelievable, what a difference from 8 o'clock this morning in the first cars. Even with the breeze picking up, you see that Finke flag just flapping a little bit there in the breeze, much like our gums at the moment. Hey, Josh?
Yep. Dylan River off the start line as well in the 4.85. And yeah, did an interview with him last night. If you didn't know, Dylan River, the driver of that machine, is actually the director of Finke there and back. He does quite a bit of directing work out here in the territory, so it's great to see him behind the wheel. Shannon Lander normally behind the wheel, but he's jumped in the silly seat this year. Mick Mayer makes his way across the line, 5 minutes and 25, so right on the edge of the top 30 there on the 4.81 on the line. And I don't think you can get anything more Australian than this, a Holden Commodore in an extreme two-wheel drive class.
Heck yeah. In the red centre, probably in the centre console, a couple of NT bitters.
Yep.
If we go catch up a little later, he'll have the Witty Blues rolled up in the fladdle.
Oh, yeah.
As we see Jamie Knight just sliding off the edge of the berm there a little bit.
Yeah, Cole Desborough off the line. But this machine having a bit of trouble there. The track definitely has developed, though, over the morning.
Yeah, and this is an interesting one as well. You see some of those puddles as the cars go through them, they're actually dragging the water further along, so the puddle's actually extending. So maybe where you thought might be a dry line has actually turned into a wet line, and where you thought there was going to be a wet line, there's a dry line. But another great Australian-built chassis, built by the Hall brothers in South Australia, and then Jamie purchased it off them. So an Australian-designed and built trophy truck as well. Great to see Nighty out here having a good run, having a good time. Just an absolute lad. A legend of off-road racing is Jamie Knight. Has a great time everywhere he goes. It is the 433. Now, an interesting side note about this truck, a single-seat truck.
Yes.
Not something you see very often.
No, David Bird, the Birdman, as he's known locally, got a fresh engine at the start of the season, and it went kaboom, and he was not happy. Got that one fixed up, and now he is a man on a mission. He's done a heap of things as well as David Bird. And he is a wheelman. He's one of the greatest characters you'll meet in off-road racing. You know, just a farmer having a good time. So you love to see it.
Speaking of farmers having a good time, shout out to Greg Gartner. Unfortunately not here this weekend, but an absolute mad onion farmer that just goes hell fast. Hopefully we see him back for the 50th in the not too distant future. But farmers, they're the backbone of Australia, and they're the backbone of trophy truck racing.
Not too bad at all from the Birdman there, 5 minutes 40, as it looks like the 85 in the Pro class is sneaking up to line for a rerun.
Is that the Wix? Is that how it said? Wix machine?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Ex-Haby machine, if I'm not mistaken. I think that one is, by the look of it.
Yep, Nick Hicks, Christian McIntosh on the start line. So obviously they ran into a few little issues. I believe we heard from Mick before. He said Ryan got a yellow flag out the back, so he will be rerunning again as the 432. Nice to see a white truck every once in a while peer up, as we also see the G6, the 488. Now, I believe they were our American counterparts as well. His Navi was from America there, the 488. That's Keith Hurst and Robert James Sidham.
Having a good push and quite close in the stadium section as well. Great to see on these vehicles having a good push.
Yeah, it's always a hard idea or a hard job. I don't envy our officials at all. They do a great job. They have to come up with a prologue order. Sometimes things go a little bit astray, you know, but they're always fair. If you've got a reason for another run, they will give you another run. But, yeah, shout out to our officials, clerk of courses, volunteers that make this race happen regularly. They do a great job. I don't envy them. There's 130 races all coming to them with their own agendas, their own wants, their own needs. You know, and to them it's the most important race or the most important moment of the weekend for them, and they're trying to juggle it all. So a huge shout out to our officials that help get all this race up and running.
Dylan River making his way through with the Wild Man in the silly seat. Another group of Alice local legends and a massive family behind him as well in the 485. Great to see the new livery on this machine as well. It looks stunning. Can't wait to see what sort of a time it does as well. Dylan had a couple of driving moments earlier in the year and got to get in and get used to the vehicle. He was also at Brekkie Bash just trying to get to learn how to drive the car in a somewhat of a fast way, but really for them this weekend it's just about getting there and back. Having a good push now through the wet stuff as well is the 485.
The Wild Man.
The Wild Man. Great pitches once again from the team at Global Headquarters. Massive shout out to them for bringing you all these awesome pictures. Great to be working with them once again. As Dylan comes through the line, does it in 5:41, just outside of the top 50, but I think he will be happy with that. It's Cole Desbro in that Commodore makes their way through. A little bit of an excursion, I think, there, with a little bit of the bumper hanging off.
Manufactory Commodore parts on this thing?
Oh, you know, just call up the old GM general dealer. Oh, wait, we don't really have one of those anymore, do we?
True. What a sad day for Australian motorsport. But yeah, great, these things. They're a cool Australian built, I believe Thorn built is who makes them. So a great Australian built chassis. They decided to make a full fiberglass mold of the Commodore Ute. It's very iconic. You know, you can see Peter Brock going through the bush in one of these things. You know, it's a beautifully presented car. They're having a great time as we see Hannah Bentley make her way into the stadium as well. That 418 two-wheel drive trophy truck. So this will be all three, well, not to put the commentator's curse, but hopefully all three across the finish line today without much of a drama.
Yeah, let's see what the Commodore can do for Cole Desbro. Having a big push across the line. Not too bad at all. As the 85 gets off the line for their rerun, Nick Hicks as the 418 makes their way through. Hannah Bentley, hoping she has a better year, has had some struggles in past Finks, so we'll see how she does and where she puts herself.
What was the term she used? She wanted to avoid the lid skid?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like that. That's a rather nice term to describe folding in your roof number, and Hayden giving her plenty of cheek last night about just bring it home with a roof number, we'll be happy. So she's hard on the charge there, gets it up over the berm, throws it in this last chicane. So Hannah across the finish line as well. I'm sure Hayden and Sam will breathe a little sigh of relief. That's check number one for the Fink list across for three cars. All three cars successfully through our Method Race Wheels Prologue.
Interesting indeed. The 24, Timmy gets another ride in the silly seat as Ryan Taylor gets off the line in the 24. So must have had a yellow flag or something on their first run. But we'll see what sort of a time they do now. And who else is coming to the line? The 153, the Dixon machine, I think that is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we were talking. They were early on. They were one of the first cars we saw impeded, got caught up with a slower Prolite, and that really kicked off the discussion of do you take another run? So looks like we've got Hicks, Taylor, and Dixon lining up for another run. Can't see much further down the field, but we will keep you up to date. The red hot racing machine, wrapped in black.
Yep. Don't discount Ryan Taylor here. We're not over yet. Still currently Travis Robinson, Bo Robinson, and Boston Morgan Horan. So all trophy trucks in the the top four as well. Nick Commons up there as well. Josh Howes, the first pro buggy, in fifth. Alan Dixon in the Prolite gets off the line though, and Ryan Taylor is looking quick, as well as Nick Hicks, 108, 109 in that first section. 108 for Nick Hicks in section number 2. So a couple of seconds off the pace of Bo, but you never know out here.
Yeah, like we said, that Hicks car, really well presented, plenty of horsepower, plenty of suspension. Those element cars really well set up, fully CAD design. They run it through all sorts of structural analysis, design the suspension, no bump steer, all these things. It's a great car. I expect to see it continue the strong heritage and legacy that it has here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. As we see, that'll be it for our reruns. The sweep vehicle has left the start line as well. So 3 cars out on the course, and then we will be able to lock in our overall positions here for the Method Race Wheels Prologue.
Alan Dixon does sector number 1 in 112. So not bad at all for the Prolite of Dixon. 111 for Ryan Taylor, so a little bit off the Hicks time. But just thinking back to when I was out here at the Brekkie Bash, and I'm the amount of water that would be in certain sections of this track, and you've really got nowhere to go. It's a real high berm sort of situation, so it's going to be very, very interesting indeed to see how these guys go. But I think the dust is being kicked up.
I can definitely see a bit of dust out there, so we should expect to see Hicks. It is the red. I can see a flash of it through the scrub, making that long run down through the whooped section as he comes back into the stadium. Just quickly, mate, Brekkie Bash, was it as wet as what it was now, or...?
No, it wasn't as bad because we hadn't had the big amounts of rain yet. It's sort of come in the last week and a half, 2 weeks, and unexpected as well. So we've been really hot out here in the Red Centre, and then it's really only in the last week or so has it gotten cool as we watch the Nick Hicks machine just jump over that berm.
Getting a little bit loose, so he would have been hoping to correct some of those mistakes. But hopefully the red mist doesn't take over. Continues to get in a good lap because there's no takebacks on the second run. The time that you get is the time that you get. Even if you're slower than your first run, you still have to take the second run. So hopefully Hicks can lock in, focus, and get himself a good run as we keep a bit of an eye out the back. Also, dust starting to kick up. We believe that should be the 24 machine, the Tatum 2 of Ryan Taylor, making his way in, as we also keep an eye out for Hicks across the finish line there. Nice and smooth. We keep an eye on the times.
Good. That is a good time. 5:05 puts him in the top 10 provisionally in 9th place. But here we go. The Taylor machine makes its way through. Ryan Taylor and Timmy Button. Shout out to all the Button crew watching from both here in Australia and over in the States. I know they are like my biggest fans when it comes to Fink commentary. So shout out to you guys. Hope you're having a good time and enjoying the live stream so far, and getting to watch Timmy in the silly seat of this big machine, the 24 for Method Race Wheels Prologue, almost to the conclusion of the cars section, as Alan Dixon looking pretty quick in the Prolite as well through the sector times.
Yeah, you see them implementing that sort of straight line there, getting to the left of that mud puddle. It looks like Ryan getting nice and loose there, hanging it out. This is the amount of effort that they're putting in. They are trying hard. Ryan mounts the berm through the S-band, holding it wide open, getting pretty loose again there, but learning from his previous experience. We see the flames getting shot out of the exhaust there as he gets off the gas. What a great shot. What a great spectacle.
So 5 minutes 10.
Is that an axle you can see flapping down underneath the Dixon machine? So it looks like, unfortunately, a little bit of an issue there as the camera zooms in. Yeah, if you look under the driver's side there, so the left as we're looking at it, you can see an axle hanging down. So unfortunately, maybe a CV failure. The axles slide into a CV and then are held on by a circlip. Even something as simple as maybe a limit strap failed and then allowed the suspension to drop too far and it's pulled that axle out. But that is heartbreaking for the Dixon guys on a rerun, and they unfortunately have an issue. But they will have to get seeded. This will be the run that counts for them. But better now than in the race.
Yeah, no, definitely, and not too far away as well. They're not out on the track in a spot. Ryan Taylor, though, did it in a time of 5 minutes 10, puts him in the top 20 provisionally. He's in 15th, but yeah, it was hard to go past Travis and Bo, but really, and I'm. For people new with the off-road racing scene and new with the Fink Desert Race, or even some people that have been following the Fink Desert Race for a long time, Boston Morgan Horan in 3rd position just jumps himself up to a really key spot this weekend.
Yeah, and one of the other ones that was called a little bit early, John Towers, a Prolite inside the top 10. Some of the great runs down here, Kai Camilleri, Kent Battle in 10th overall, Aaron James in that single-seater, Matt Hansen, Lachlan Bailey. So we have a side-by-side pro in 13th overall, because right now, as we're calling these, unless there's a protest or a very high-up seating, these are our provisional prologue positions, but a side-by-side in 13th. A great drive there by Lachlan Bailey.
Yeah, no, absolutely amazing. And unfortunately now the Dixon boys start to get out of the vehicle, and a great group of spectators getting to have a look at that machine up close. But yeah, unfortunately the axle, and he's just going to have a look at it now, has failed. But we are going to take a quick break between now and our presentations of the winners. I hope you're having a good time so far. If you're here in Alice or watching on the live stream, we're going to have a quick word from our sponsors.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Adbri, Morton Brothers Contracting, Thrifty Car Rental, APJ Concrete.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you are ready to make a purchase. Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Asprint, National Australia Bank, Centre Pest Management, Red Centre Technology Partners, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Alice Springs Toyota.
The McDonald's Alice Springs Finke ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.
If you reckon all wheels are made the same, they're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Here's your chance to win a Honda and Jetcore package valued at $15,000 or a cash prize. Which would you choose? Play with your Lassiter's rewards card. Win one of 10 entries daily during designated times or earn one entry for every 50 points accrued. Then swipe to claim. Easy. Earn entries now with the major prize drawn Tuesday the 13th of June. Not a rewards member? It's free to join. Tear it up and win at Lassiter's.
There's a new place to get it all on tap. See every earth-shattering race live. The Downtowns. The beautiful game. Australia's biggest games. This too. Oh, come on, ref. And inevitably, this. All you need to make it happen is this. For racing and sport on tap, download the Tab app.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Pushing limits. Right here in the heart of the Northern Territory. Proudly local. Proudly supporting the Finke Desert Race and local businesses. Where your Northern Territory journey begins. Thrifty, your local car hire partner.
Concrete is one of the world's most relied upon materials. It is all around us. It builds our homes, our infrastructure, and industrial developments. It builds our communities and where we grow. Adbri's Futurecrete possesses the benefits of concrete while using recycled materials to lower embodied carbon compared to conventional concrete, with no cement substitution.
Did you know Only the Lot is the official home of Australia's lotteries? And we've been supporting Australian communities for over 100 years. When you play at the Lot, you're also playing for kids doing it tough, for life-saving research, for bubs, their mums, even the furry ones. Because together, we're giving millions to those who need it most. Real tickets, real support, real impact. And that's a lot more to play for.
Get same race multis on tap. Choose multiple runners in the same race for bigger odds to get some of this, this, and this. The same race multi on tap. Download the Tab app.
What's gambling really costing you?
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hang on. How's that? Is that better? Tell him I just put it on -40. -40. Does that help? Wah 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 ba 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 ba.
Hello, hello, freestyle motocross. Hello, hello. Are we out there? Are we out there? 2, 3, hello, hello. 3, 2, 1, hello. Can anyone hear me out there, Alice Springs? No, no one yet. There's no mic. Yep, yep, yep. 1, 2, 1, 2. Three, 2, 1. Can you hear me out there, Alice Springs? Can I get a thumbs up if you guys can hear me out there? Oh, there we go. We've got it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is Tommy G, the MC, and we are Our Time FMX. Now, Our Time has travelled around to find, quite simply, some of the best freestyle motocross riders in the business. And guess what? We brought them here for you guys today. So what do you say out there, Finke? Are you ready to see some freestyle motocross? Well, let's welcome out the best in the business, Our Time FMX. Oh, thank you so much for having us out here, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys are ready for an absolute cracker of a show. But if you've never seen freestyle motocross before, check out what we got going on out here on the track for you. From that MX door kicker all the way down there to that Yamaha down ramp. That is 75 feet, ramp to ramp of ridiculousness. The boys get up to 40 feet in the air. They do crazy stuff in between. This is going to be super cool. Now the bikes the boys are riding for you. They are the brand new Yamaha YZ450 4-stroke, the choice of the FMX Professional. A big thank you to Yamaha for coming on board as factory sponsor. That's right, Our Time FMX, we bleed blue. And of course, a big shout out to our friends at MX Store. If you love your motocross, which I know you do, make sure you jump online and check it out, mxstore.com.au. Alrighty, well the boys are getting warmed up out here and it looks like they're ready to rock and roll. Now there is only one rule to freestyle motocross and it goes like this. The more noise you make, the higher, the longer and the crazier it's going to get out here. So with that in mind, let me introduce you to rider number 1. Now this guy over here was one of the original crusty demons of dirt and he's in the Guinness Book of Records being the first man to ever backflip a Harley. Ladies and gentlemen, go crazy for Mr. Kane Saul. Oh yeah, Sully's in the house. One of the best we've ever had in this country. Make some noise for him out there, Fag. Rider number 2 out here, ladies and gentlemen. This guy, he's traveled the world with Travis Pastrana and the Nitro Circus live crew. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please say good day to Mr. Brad Birch? Oh yeah, Birchy's in the house. He's got a massive bag of tricks and he'll go off if you go off. Make some noise for Birchy out there. Oh yeah, Birchy's in the house. Alrighty, it's freestyle time. Check it out. Kane Saul ripping in on this one. Gets up, sends it. Kane Saul flipping it up there with a nice looking Superman. Brad Birch coming in on this one. Pulls that 450 out the front. Hanging onto that dirt bike by one hand, twigging it out with a nice looking Indy on the way across the top there. A little bit of breeze up the top there for the boys. Negotiating that as they go through. Coming in on this one, Kane Saul gets on up, sends that. Big KOD Indy there from Solly. And as he comes on over, one of the best in the business. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Put your hands together for Mr. Kane Saul. Brad Birch back over this way. Comes on up and sends it. Birchy with a big ruler. That's a big handstand up on top of the bars. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, would you please welcome out here to Finke. They are the boys from Our Time FMX. Oh, good morning, boys. Good morning, boys. Hey, we've been talking about this absolutely all year. Mate, Birchie, what a great event there is out here. We had an awesome time out there in the middle of the town the other night. Heaps of people turned out. But, mate, today is what it's all about. There's racing out there on the track. And, mate, we're going to do some jumps out here for the fans.
Yeah, Tommy, mate, this is what it's all about. I mean, like you said, we're lucky enough to tour all over the country, all over the world, riding our dirt bikes for a living. So it's definitely a dream job. But I mean, this is the first time we've actually performed out here at Finke. We've done the street party for a fair few years now, but to be out here at the racetrack, it means a lot. It's awesome to see so many people here. I mean, it's such a great event. It's a great committee. So thanks so much for having us, Finke.
Oh, good on you, Birchie. All right, well, I tell you what, mate, I think this crowd out here are thirsty for some action, but it's going to be up to you out there, Finke. What do you say? Do you want to see some more? I thought you'd say that. Let's go, boys. Time to rock and roll. Now, the boys used that first round there just to get a bit comfortable, but they're going to start going bigger and bigger and bigger. And believe me when I say they can hear you guys out there. So you keep giving them your love. They're going to send it for you all day. All right, Kane Saul is locked into the slot. Here we go. Coming in for this one, Solly, check it out. Kane Saul with a big one-hand heart attack. How about that? Hanging onto the bike by the tip of his fingers. Make some noise for Solly out there. Brad Birch hit on this one. Comes on up, gets it, Birchie. Wow. Ha, ha, ha. How about that one from Birchie? Throwing that bike away. Make some noise for him out there, Fig. Wow. That's what they call the holy grab. Okay, well, we've done our upright tricks, we've done our style tricks, but you know what? I think it might be time to turn this party upside down. Have a look at this one. Back flip. Back flip up and over the top, 75 feet. Oh, hang on a minute, what's going on here? Solly heading up to the top, check it out. There goes Brad Birch. Up and over the top, back flip, back to back. How about it out there, Finke? Set those feet, clap your hands, and make some noise for the boys. Craziness out here. Now, it wasn't that long ago that the backflip wasn't even heard of, but these days, these guys have to throw it down every single time they do a show. I know, right? Well, where do we go from here? We've gone style, we've gone upside down. Now it's time to get really, really stupid. We're going to put all that together and go for the backflip combo. Hang on to your hats, Finke. That's it upside down. Hang on to it, Solly. Wow. Upside down, 75 feet. That's a no look, no hands, 40 feet above the track. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Would you please put your hands together for Mr. Kane Saul? Good on you, Solly. Alrighty, well, that is one in the bank over here, my friend, but we've got another one in the tank over here. Hey, Birchie, we got a good crowd out here today, mate, and they want to see something absolutely ridiculous. So come on, Finke, let's make some noise out there. Let's bring Birchie in. Here we go. Check this bad boy out. Brad Birch gears himself up. Check it out, Birchie. Wow. How about that from Brad Birch? A massive ruler flip. Showing why this man here is the cream of the crop of freestyle in Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, how about it? Would you please put your hands together for Mr. Brad Birch? Wow, you are absolutely insane out there, Brad Birch. And look at that, you got a slow clap from Kane Saul. Hey, that's pretty hard to get, Birchie. That's pretty hard to get, mate. But I tell you what, we are only here for a short time and a good time. And I think we want to get back out there. But hey, Finke, I told you guys at the start of the show, if you go crazy, we'll go crazy. If you make some noise, we'll make some noise. What do you think out there? Do you want to see a little bit more? You got it. Let's go, boys. Final round. Oh, God love you, Finke. Thank you so much for being with us. Hope you're enjoying the show. Now, these guys out here are full-time professional freestyle motocross riders. This is what they do for a living. They get to ride around the country and indeed the globe, doing what they love, hanging out together, riding together, and they get perfectly in sync to do some stuff just like this. Have a look at this one. You got one, you got two. Wow, massive holy grab trade. Keeping it perfectly in sync. How about it out there? Make some noise for the boys. Craziness. Now that's what they call the FMX train. Why do they call it the train? Pretty simple, because if the guy in front stacks it, that means the guy behind stacks it right behind him. But these guys are going to turn this bad boy around and hit it again, and who am I to stop them? Righto, Finke, here we go. Have a look at this one. Back flip, Backflip. Oh, and a big whip flip there by Kate Soul. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they are the best in the business. Would you please put your hands together for two of the nicest guys in the sport? You got Brad Birch, Kane Soul. They are the boys from Airtime FMX. Oh, good on you, fellas. Hey, well, I tell you what, boys, we got more racing and stuff coming up. We got to get out of here. Whoa, what's going on? You guys want to do one more? Well, I don't know. It's up to you guys out there. What do you think, Fig? Do you want to see one more? You got it. Let's go. One more time. A big shout out, of course, to our friends here at Fig. We love you guys. Great to be here with you. Don't forget, we'll be back for you a little bit later on as well. The boys going to send it even bigger out here for you. This is just a little bit of way to wet your whistle for your freestyle. Now we're going to do one more out here. And apparently I'm going to be fine if I stand here. I don't know about that, but I tell you what, if you go loud, we'll go really, really big. So what do you think out there, Fig? Are you ready to see something crazy? You got it. Let's send these boys in one more time. They are the best in the business. They're the Airtime Freestyle Motocross team. Make some noise for the boys out there, Fig. You got Mr. Brad Birch and Sugarcane Soul, the best in the business, Airtime FMX. My name's Tommy G, the MC. Have a great day, guys. We'll see you in a couple of hours.
Were we on air then?
We all good? Yep. Okay. 5.
Hello and welcome back to the official coverage of the Tatts Finke Desert Race 2025. I'm Keziah Dawn and this is Amanda Jarrett. We'll be bringing you all of the interviews from Prologue here with the bikes, which is getting underway in just a few minutes' time. In the top 4 this morning or this afternoon, we have Callum Norton, Corey Hammond, Brodie Waters and Bradley Greenfield filling out the top 4, but there's going to be a pretty tough competition for those pro riders. After they get out though, we do have the women's class up first there. Amanda, who are you keeping an eye on in that category?
Oh, look, definitely have to say Maddie Healy, who was Queen of the Desert last year on the 350. But hot on her heels, I reckon, is going to be Taylor Maurice. She's dropped down to the 250 this year, which she obviously won on 2 years ago. So she's definitely comfortable with it. She says she hasn't done a lot of pre-training. She just wants to enjoy it. But hey, I reckon it's anyone's game because there's a few newbies in there too.
I just love to see that 19 riders in the women's category this year. It's just so exciting. And Taylor was saying last night, it's about taking a bit of pressure off this year and actually getting out there and having a good time. Now, we are just minutes away, so I'm going to wander off from you really quickly because we have Callum Norton right here behind me. He is lined up, ready to get underway. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, feeling good, ready, excited. Yeah, that's going to be good. We've got a prologue coming up here, so this is important to us for our starting position tomorrow. So just got to put a nice clean lap together. Track's pretty tough out there, so just get through safe and bring it into tomorrow.
There's a lot of hype behind you saying that this could be your year. Do you let that get into your head, or are you just putting all of that aside at the moment?
Honestly, like you definitely do think about it, but saying that, I just try and treat it like it's another race, and try and treat it like there's, everyone's going to be out there, and you don't really know who's where because we don't really ride together. So there could be some fast guys also that you just don't know till the day. So treat it like another race and just best prepare I can, and come out hot tomorrow.
And in terms of getting clean air tomorrow, getting that front position, is that the priority today?
For sure, I think that would be ideal if I can get on that front 2 rows for tomorrow. Front row would be ideal. But again, today, don't risk too much, just save it for the racetrack.
Brilliant. How are you feeling today, Brodie?
Yeah, I feel all right. Just keen to get this lap over and done with and see where it puts us for tomorrow, and then, put my head down then.
We saw you at Scrutineering last night. Have you had a bit of a relax since then, taking it easy this morning?
Yeah, just went up and had a cruisy breakfast this morning and just come out and watched Bo and Trav Robertson in the truck, and it was good to see them do good.
Good, seeing them run around the track. This guy in front of you, Callum, are you going to be watching out for him today?
I've just got to focus on doing what I need to do and try to get up as close as I can to him, and then, see how it plays out tomorrow.
Brilliant. Well, good luck out there. I hope you get a good time. Get up nice and close. We'll just come Campbell Hall. We'll have a quick chat to you just while everyone's lining up. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, feeling real good.
Had a good rest, good feed this morning?
Yeah, definitely even coming in positive, see what we can do.
What's the game plan? Because there will have been just a couple of bikes go out just before you when you hit the prologue track.
Yeah, just try and get a smooth lap and, be positive around it and trying to make any mistakes.
We've been seeing, especially with the cars this morning, a little bit of mud out there.
Yeah, a little bit. We'll just have to try and get through those sections and, not crash or anything and just get around, get a good time down and go from there.
Brilliant. Well, good plan. Good luck out there. We've got a couple more riders rolling in. Mitch Outram, how are you going?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, fabulous. Are you feeling confident heading out there today?
Yeah, I am actually feeling excited, ready to go, so can't wait to get underway.
You've done Finke a few times before?
Yeah, it's my 3rd one now.
Yeah, brilliant. So you know the track pretty well when you're heading out there today then?
Yeah, sort of, yeah. It's pretty hard doing the prologues. You only get one shot at it, so yeah, give it a crack.
That sets the tone for the rest of the weekend. Did you have a look at the cars going around this morning, what the track's like, the conditions?
Yeah, I had a quick look, but it was pretty dusty, so I didn't hang around for too long.
Yeah, good. Get ready for the morning. All right, cool. Well, we're going to head back to commentary. We'll let these guys fill up and get ready to run out for Prologue.
Well, thank you very much, Keziah. It's all on for the bikes. It's going to be very, very interesting. Callum Norton, again, just trying to look clean out there today. I think that's a lot of the bike riders' thing today, is not to push too hard. Otherwise, if they have an off, it's going to be a very sore ride tomorrow. They might not even make it out to the start line. Just watching the sight lap, my bold prediction early on is Bradley Greenfield. This man is taking this very seriously with the outs.
Absolutely. I think, like you said, Callum sounding very relaxed there. You know, he knows there's a bit of pressure on him this year. It's a little bit of a different feel for him this year, being the outright favourite, but sounding very relaxed. Brodie Waters there sounding very relaxed as well. Great to see that collaboration there between Brodie and OBR. You see that he was wearing the helmet matching the livery of the OBR cars. So great that there's that cooperation between the cars and the bikes. Mitchell Outram looking very relaxed. Campbell Hall, I liked his. Just stay up, do a fast lap. He made it nice and simple. I mean, it doesn't get any easier than that. And I think you hit the nail on the head there where you said for the ramifications for pushing too hard in Prologue for these guys is massive. The speed that these guys are doing out here on this track, tuck the front end in a slippery condition and stuff like that, and they're laying on the ground, and that could be their whole race weekend over and done for. So a lot on the line for these guys in Prologue. We talk about it with the cars as well. A lot on the line for them. But say you have a rollover or a broken axle or something like that, you just roll to the side. Whereas, say, these guys through the whoops and they throw a chain and they lose that drive and over the front end of the car, front end of the handlebars there, that's massive consequences for these guys. So mad respect to all these bike riders out here. I mean, they're here, they've committed, and months and months of training. A lot of them, you heard, that they've put into this, and they're super excited to go. But yeah, it's a monumental list that we have for the top 30 here.
Yeah, no, definitely. As we have a look at the spectators, they're filling in for the all-important Prologue for the bikes, the top 30. But we're going to go down and have a chat with Amanda.
I've got Corey Hammond down here in the KTM, definitely a front runner. How are you feeling today, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. Ready to go.
Ready to go. Now tell me, what is the game plan to go into Prologue this afternoon?
Hopefully be on one of those front grids, and the real race starts tomorrow.
How important is it for you to get that clean air start tomorrow?
It's important. It's not the end of the world. I always seem to be coming from the back, so Cal's probably the favourite, so need to try and be somewhere near him, and go at it tomorrow.
Tell me a little bit of your pre-training going into it. What was some of the prep?
Just Ks after Ks down the track and learning your sections, whatnot. So you got to put in the work. So yeah, it'll hopefully pay off tomorrow, Monday.
And tomorrow, tell me, tomorrow morning, are there any superstitions? Do you have to have a specific breakfast before race day one or anything like that?
No, I don't believe in any of that. Okay. Just hard work.
All right, I love it. Hard work. And, mate, you definitely do that. So good luck today, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, let's keep moving down. We've got Bradley Greenfield. How are you going today, mate?
Good, thank you. Nerves are starting to set in, but yeah, cruising along.
There's a lot of nerves and a lot of pressure because you definitely are a front runner. Tell me, do you kind of let that get to you, or are you trying to just clear that out of your head when you go into Prologue today?
Definitely try and come in pretty neutral. I don't know, Prologue's always hard. I've never been that good at it personally, so I always just try and get through this in a decent position and then put in the work sort of down the track.
Now, what's the best? I don't have the stats on my head right now, but what's the best position you've had in Prologue in the past?
I think last year I was 16th.
Okay.
Yeah, so if I could be in the top 10, that'd be awesome. That'd be my best yet, so I'll be happy with that.
And how are you feeling going into tomorrow? Obviously, today's going to be a big part of that, but do you have any superstitions or anything that you do on race day one?
No, I know, just don't sweat the Prologue too much. Every year I've ever raced, I've always made up positions down the track because I'm not the best at this sort of stuff. So just get through this clean, don't do anything silly, and do the numbers tomorrow.
And lastly, Greenfield, tell me, what do you think makes Finke so special? Why do people come from all over the world to the centre of Australia?
It's the one and only place you can really do this. The terrain doesn't really work anywhere else. I don't know, the way the tracks form up, the freedom and the open landscape. You can't really do this stuff, anywhere else in the world. So, yeah, that's why we get such a big attraction.
Bradley Greenfield, good luck today, okay, mate? Thank you. All right, let's go back to the boys in the tower.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Great to hear from those two boys. And, yeah, it's all on Corey having his run and then Greenfield as well. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the top 30 will all get clean air in runs. So it's going to be real interesting.
Yeah, there will be that 1 minute gap there between the top 30, and then we'll start to leave in three bike grid positions. We've got to start to get through all the competitors that we have here today. Everyone who's entered the Finke Desert Race gets their time to shine on the Finke Prologue track. It's all part of the attraction of coming here. Like you said, it's such a unique event in the world where it's a desert race with a prologue, not just an automatic seeded start, much like the early days when they used to draw ping pong balls out, almost like a lottery for start position. But look at those KTMs sitting on the front line, and then the one Honda there, Brodie Waters, the number 8, the CR450R. Going to be interesting to see if that 450 has the Mumbo. You wouldn't think that 50cc's would make such a big difference, but those 450s definitely starting to creep up on the performance there that the 500s have held for a while. But you see those KTMs definitely being the choice for the front runners.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's crazy to see how many KTMs we actually have here this weekend. It's a big number compared to any other brand out there. But again, as you said, Brodie Waters getting that Honda right up there. It's going to be very interesting because, 10, 15 years ago, Honda were the team to be with. They were the bikes to ride out in this stuff. And then Grabo and Price came through, and KTM really had a push to try and take back that desert. So,
absolutely. Ben Grabham switching over to KTM from Honda. It was almost like he snatched the heart out of many Honda fans. I think loyal Ben Grabham fans probably even turned on him. You'd almost liken it to when Lowndesy left Holden and went to Ford. That was the rivalry that was out here. But there, some interesting technical specs. KTM still running a steel frame, and they have been renowned to be a little bit softer, a bit more of a flex in the chassis of the KTM, so probably making it quite good for this off-road racing, getting down through the whoops a bit more forgiving in these rougher conditions, whereas the Honda, the Yamaha's having an all aluminium or aluminum frame, and they're quite rigid and quite stiff, which makes them handle really well. But I guess out here, when we've got to run through these big, large whoops, the ruts, we already saw the way that the track chopped up, the way the conditions changed just from the start of the four-wheel prologue to the end of the vehicle. So be interesting to see the change here. But yeah, interesting, those KTMs with the steel frames, that little bit of flex in the frame, they seem to be the bike of choice at the moment.
Yeah, no, definitely. You'll see on the start line of the prologue track, the ruts beginning to form after a couple of classes. They get deep, really do. So it's going to be very interesting indeed.
Just a little bit of a shout out. We had a debit card handed in, a CommBank debit card. So if you have lost yourself a debit card, a CommBank debit card, come on over to the commentary tower. We'll try and get it back in your hands. If you can describe it and give us the name that should be on the card. So anyone listening out in the crowd, it was found over near the toilet blocks for the public toilet. So if you have lost a card, come on over to the volunteer hub area and we'll get it back in your hands.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to be walking around without one of those bad boys in your back pocket.
Won't be able to buy any beers at the bar.
No, you'd be spewing, and it looks like it's open now. So
it definitely is.
Well,
it's after midday.
Yeah, so they're definitely going to start to flow as we continue to see our great spectators. I believe this is along the fence line there, getting some really good vantage points. And as we spoke about last night, these ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls have been camped out overnight to get the best position along the fence line there. Sorry, it is midday, so
have you been over to the bar?
No, no, I wish. No. But yeah, no, great to see how many people we've got packed into the stadium section as well here. I hope you're having a good morning. morning/afternoon so far, and to everyone watching on the live stream, I hope you're enjoying all the stuff we are bringing. Bikes will start at 12:15. I've just got the official message from El Presidente. So we're not too far away at all, around about 6 minutes away from the start. As we see those method banners in the wind. It all gets real tense now. You'd hate to be a bike on the start line at the moment.
Yeah,
just
poor
those
buggers.
nerves
Yeah,
creeping in.
Yeah, mentally preparing for
Yep.
a midday start. Then all of a sudden you get down there on the start line and they tell you you've got another 15 minutes to wait. That can feel like an eternity. And for some of our other competitors there that are going to have to wait until late in the afternoon for their prologue time. So once we do the top 30, for those listening along at home that want to catch their mates that are here prologuing, they will run in reverse order of class. So class 9 first. So if the number of their bike starts with a 9, they'll be first, and then 8, 7, 6, 5, reverse order like that. So if you're you got a friend that's in a class 2 or a class 1, it's going to be a bit of a long wait for you. But we promise we'll stick along. We'll call them all across the finish line for the Method Race Wheels prologue here. So awesome of Method to still say super involved here, even though Method don't make rims for bikes. They've decided to sponsor the prologue for the bikes as well. So $1,000 on the line for the fastest motorbike today as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's great that Method help us out and look after the bike riders as well. And we actually got to have a quick look down at the station there, and it was absolutely amazing what they were doing for the car competitors, handing out some waters, some Red Bull and stuff like that. And yeah, just the way that Method have come on board, we're really lucky to have them again, who continue to sponsor this great event, especially when it comes to the prologue side of things. And again, those trophies and the prize money, it's really worth it.
What a great idea doing a competitor lounge. So while you're sitting there, while the Vic cars were lined up waiting to prologue, there was water, Red Bulls, cookies, muffins, you name it. There were stubby coolers there. It was something they were doing to look after the competitors or the pit crew as they were standing there waiting a long time for the prologue this morning.
Yeah, no, definitely. And what a prologue the cars was. It was really, really interesting to see the top 3, but the Robinsons on top, they are the ones to beat this weekend in the cars. And our New Zealand competitor as well, he did a fantastic job to put it 3rd on the prologue, and we'll see how they go.
Yeah, only 1 second behind Bo as well, so that's no slouch there as well. Bo, another good, consistent prologue. I mean, that's where we expect to see Bo regularly up the top, and having a good run. As I do hear the motorbike starting to fire up behind me. Looks like Callum getting ready on the start line there as well. What do you reckon's going through his mind right now? Just swing off it? Yeah,
swing off it, be safe, don't overcommit to things, I think is the big thing, like we heard from him. Just we don't want to hurt ourselves, don't want to have an issue where you're really down in the pack, because having to chase the bikes up front in all that dust is not easy.
Well, isn't that different? Like a lot of the time, the cars in prologue, they were talking about just send it. We're just going to, balls to the wall. Whereas a lot of the bike competitors were talking about, get through today. Don't hang too much on today. I know I can make up spots. I know I'm consistently fast once we get out onto the track. So that almost difference of plan of attack was quite large between the cars and the motorbikes. Yeah, no, definitely. And that's the thing. It's your body on the line compared to your vehicle on the line. So, it's going to be interesting. And the thing is, the top 30, we say it every year, they are the ones to watch, but we still do have some competitors in the other classes in there that can come through and be competitive later on in the day. We've still got a lot of running to go after the top 30. So yeah, that's right. We've got some competitors that may have had a DNF last year for some reason. A bit of a drama with the bike on the way down. Foot fell off leading up. Like you think about some of the names that aren't here in this Fink due to the fact that they have had injuries pre-running, you know, and they're guys that we would expect to be in that top 10, that top 20 as well. So, you know, there's always usually a little bit of a storyline between, you know, our top 30 is definitely one to watch for Prologue, but also definitely keep an eye out because there are going to be some fast riders coming through the pack.
Definitely Callum Nortonson on the line.
Looking very relaxed.
He is. Round about a minute, less than a minute to go until we get these bike competitors off the line. They'll come under this Method Race Wheels banner. And we will see them in not too long at all. Very cool, calm and collected on the start line at the moment.
Yeah, you can see those blue Fink fence banners in the background starting to blow just a little bit, so a little bit of breeze out there, which is hopefully nice. Will blow that dust off the track for our competitors. I mean, crazy that from where the racetrack started this morning that we're talking about dust being a little bit of an issue even for our bike competitors. The wind definitely has picked up, so that'll be nice. We see our official sweep vehicle has completed their lap as well, so we know that all of our riders have made their way in from look lap.
Yeah, for some of them, really was a pretty quick sighting lap. Really trying to find the lines, see where there's grip out there, and it's a complete different grip to what the cars are looking for on these two-wheel machines. So,
well, I think we'll definitely see a different attack here. I think we're going to see a lot of these top 30 out wide, railing the berms, making sure that they carry plenty of momentum. They know that that is wet or dry. It's the place to be for them because they can really lean those bikes over, use the momentum, use the traction, and use that berm to get them all the way around as fast as possible. So I think we'll see different. You know, we saw some of the four-wheel competitors on the inside searching for that dry line, shortening up the track as much as they could. But I think these bike boys, they're going to be leaning it over, a few little clutch kicks, and keeping plenty of momentum as they head around the outside. As we see a big, that is a big plane.
Oh yeah. I think probably the only one left in the old graveyard that we had here during COVID. I think we had something like over 100 and something massive, like Dreamliners and stuff like that, sitting here. So now that's all done and dusted. Thank the Lord for that.
Yes.
Yeah, they've all gone back to their respective companies, and yeah, we are getting ready. Start finish line banner waving in the breeze, and another lovely day in Alice Springs. You've got to say the weather is putting it on.
Yeah, not really a cloud in the sky. The breeze has picked up. It's blowing away the flies, thank goodness, at the moment. So hopefully this breeze stays up and about as we are not far off our top 30, sorry.
Yeah. Couple of big outs as well if you've only just joined us. If you haven't heard, David Walsh retired around about a week and a half ago and said, no, I am done. I'm hanging up the boots. So a lot of people started scrambling to try and get quick and really sort of push their times, try and be as quick as they could with that opening. And then unfortunately, during the week, we had some offs. Liam Walsh out as well with an injury. Luke Hayes out with an injury as well. So really, I was looking to them for, you know, to be the quick guys and out there, and unfortunately they've had injuries, so all the best to them. Hopefully they're recovering well, and it is going to be very, very interesting. The suspense continues to build here. Good bit of wind going through the stadium section at the moment, as you can see.
As we get the official call, you can see that our Fink girls out, the ambassadors out on the start line, holding up the 3-minute start. So still a little bit of a delay from that original time. We thought midday and then push back to 12:15, but we're got the official 3-minute, now the 2-minute sign getting held up. So Callum about to get himself into that headspace, get himself ready to rock and roll. You see he's just sitting there nice and relaxed, taking it all in, taking a couple of deep breaths, making sure the heart rate stays nice and low at this point in time, clearing the thoughts, probably visualising where he wants to be on the track, what he needs to do. Because this is just an absolute sprint for these guys. We're talking about 5 minutes. They've been waiting around all day. Now it's 5 minutes to throw it down.
Definitely. So if you've just joined us in the live stream, don't worry, ladies and gents, you have not missed out. We're just about to get these bikes underway. I think I'd say the 2-minute board would be up now. Hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Shout out to everyone watching on the live stream. It's great to see so many international people watching over the weekend. We get some awesome views. Make sure to give it a like, give it a share. And it looks like we're about to get underway because I can see the lights in the top hand, the right hand side of our screen. So that's the starting lights, another great addition to the stream this year. And the big screen stuff is that we've got the lights so you can see when they're about to go. 1 minute dust gaps here as well, so it's all about to get underway. Here we go, the yellow lights. The number 2 of Callum Norton on the big 500 KTM for STE Racing. So I'd say on the next...
So that would have been the last cycle, the 1 minute. Our Green Fink ambassadors have moved out of the way now, so the next time these lights go for Callum, it is going to be away and racing. This is the another exciting part of the day. We've sat around for a bit. There's been a little bit of a delay, a little bit of a build in anticipation. Great to see the girls do a good walk down and have a chat to our riders, give us a real insight to what they're thinking right now.
Teams on standby trying to get all the videos to see how he gets off the line. Here we go, yellow lights. Prologue for the bike competitors about to get underway. Revs build on the bopper and off we go for Prologue at the 2025 Tatts Finke Desert Race for the bikes. Callum Norton first off on the number 2.
Yeah, what a great shot. You just hear that big 500 up and on the pipe the whole way out there. We just hear that noise resonating through as the number 4 of Corey Hammond on the start line as well.
The next of the KTMs to come out. Now we wait. See the dust off in the distance for that first half as the number 4 is off and running. Corey Hammond.
So very controlled start from these guys. You can tell that they are working hard, obviously keeping their heart rate in check, not wanting to burn up too much energy before they leave the start line. Very controlled, not a lot of revs, just a nice dump of the clutch there, a little bit of a ride of the clutch there from Corey to get that big 500 off the line as fast as possible. As we see the first of our Class 5 bikes, Brodie Waters on a Honda CRF 450R. Brodie tied up with the OBR boys as well, so he's seen his teammates do a good job in Prologue there, and he'll be looking to keep that flow happening as well. A bit more of an attack position as he's up over the handlebars. Wants to get that forfeit. Geez, look at the knobs on that rear tyre there. That is a pure desert racing tyre. How good are these shots that we're able to get up close and see that as Brody off the line? You hear a bit more of the RPM out of that 450. Plenty of attack off the start line as your man appears on the start line as well.
Yeah, the first of our local boys out here today. Really rooting for Bradley Greenfield out here this weekend. Just for reference on the times, we're looking at 4:36 was last year's winner. That was Liam Walsh on the KTM 500. Callum Norton did it in 4:39, and then David Walsh 4:41. So that's what about we're expecting for times in Prologue here. Track's a tiny bit shorter, a little bit more technical. But the number 10 for CBS on the start line. Yellow lights dropping. And off we go for the first of our local boys. Bradley just looking to be clean. And he said he's not the best at Prologue. So we'll see where he puts himself. Just aiming for that top 10 position. Always very strong on day one as the number 11 comes to the line. Campbell Hall had a great run last year.
Yeah, great to see lots of different names, lots of different race teams up there. I just heard a bit of limiter.
Oh yeah.
From over there as well, so the boys getting a bit fired up.
Here we go. Let's see what Callum Norton can do. He's into the stadium section as the number 11 of Campbell Hall is off the start line. Looks like a clean run. Just getting up on that berm, throwing the leg out.
Look at the way they attack that body position, getting right back over the back wheel as they're braking, trying to get as much traction as possible, and then throws himself forward, weight up over that front wheel, leg out to get as much traction as possible, then over the front. These guys work incredibly hard this whole lap. Body positioning, suspension, riding that berm out there. You can see there's plenty of whoops and ruts cut into it by the cars as he pulls a nice little wheelie, almost a bit of a manual over that finish line jump there. And Callum, what a great run.
Yeah, just waiting for the time to pop up.
As the 12 off the start line, that is Mitchell Outram as well. I believe all the way from Western Australia. Got a little bit of an inside tip there that the man is looking for a good run as well. As the number 4 is in the building, that is Corey Hammond as well. This is what it's going to be like now. We're going to have them come through thick and fast for the next couple of hours. So if you're at home, grab you. Well, not right now. Wait till the top 30, then go and grab yourself a beer. Maybe a good time to get something on the smoker and enjoy the show that is about to go down.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be such a good run for these competitors. Really looking forward to it.
Corey just getting on that inside line there. You see the way he did cut across that corner. So my early prediction of they were just going to be around the outside already disproven by the second bike. But Corey up and over that jump. Gee, he was attacking that hard. You see him get both wheels off the ground. That's that level of commitment, isn't it? We saw the way that Callum did a bit of a wheel stand in that and just soaked the bumps up as the 13 Tyler Radford off the start line as well. Might have to pay a little bit of attention if my ears didn't deceive me. The number 11 of Campbell Hall sounded like it had a little bit of a miss as he left the start line. Wasn't rev limiter maybe a little bit of a miss?
Yeah, no, definitely. As we see the next of our competitors get off the line. And Waters coming in. We're going to go down to Amanda on the start line.
Hey guys, feeling pretty special down here because I am with the reigning queen of the desert, Maddie Healy. Maddie, how are you feeling today?
Yeah, I'm thrilled just to be here again. Last year was an amazing event and I've had great preparation up to today and this weekend, so I'm very excited to get out there.
Now, what have you got planned to come back and fight for your title, to go back to back? What kind of plan have you got?
Oh, look, there's been a lot of riding involved. We've come up here a couple times and look, we've just to get there and back is my main goal again, and if I can go back to back, that'd be even better, and just to beat some of them boys and show what girls are capable of doing. That's the main goal.
Oh, girl, I love it. You're a great advocate for women in motocross. Tell me, what's a message out there to some of the women, maybe some of the females that are thinking about getting into it? What's your message to them?
Oh, look, we can do anything. So what them boys can do, we can do. So I did see, I was talking to a lot of girls out there over the weekend that they're like half-hearted on doing this race, and look, just, you know, come do it.
That's it. Maddie, how important is it for you to get ahead for Prologue, to have clean air tomorrow?
Yeah, very important. A few nerves, but yeah, look, just go out there, and if I ride how I should do really well. So
I'm sure you're going to do bloody great. Oh my gosh, Maddie, good luck, okay? Let's chat to one of these other lovely ladies. Heidi, how you going?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Good. How many Finks have you done now?
This is my second.
Your second one, and how did you fare last year? Remind me again.
I rode in 23 and I was pregnant last year and I had a baby in November, so I'm back to have another go.
Well, congratulations for start. Now tell me, what's your plan going into Prologue today? Have you got a bit of a strategy? How was the warm-up?
It's been an interesting lead up after having a baby in November, so I haven't done a lot, so this year it's just about getting there and back, so I'm just going to eat some of Maddie's stuff and
all right, we're going to go over to Naomi. How you going?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, really good. I hear you've got a bit of a special story for us. It's a special year for you.
Yeah, absolutely is. This is my second time racing to raise funds for cancer research in memory of my dad. So, yes, I'm pretty stoked to be lining up again.
What was your dad's name?
Jeff Finlay.
So we're doing it for Jeff Finlay today. How do you feel about going into the Prologue?
Oh, I'm getting pretty excited now. It's been a bit of a crazy lead up, so I'm pretty happy just to be here, and everything's come together. My crew have been amazing, working on my bike and my mum, so yeah.
Naomi, what do you think's so incredible about Fink being right here in the middle of Australia?
Oh, I think just like the red sand and the outback just gets in your soul, and once you've got that addiction, there's no turning back. So,
well, I'm going to get out of your way because you're not too far off heading into your Prologue. Good luck, mate.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
All right, guys, back to you in the tower. Josh and Josh.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Great to hear those stories. Tyler Radford off the line, Jack Colbert off the line, Ray Cole and Ryan Cossins all off the line having an attack. Callum Norton currently out in front with a time of 4 minutes 46, so not bad at all there from Callum. Corey Hammond did it in time of 4:53, 4:54 for Brodie Waters, and Bradley Greenfield 5 minutes and 20 seconds, so definitely took it conservative out there just to be safe.
But that was always his plan. He even said that on the start line, just get through the Prologue, as we see the 13 make their way in now as well. So we have seen in the time we're doing those interviews a couple of our top 30 make their way across, but Tyler Radford there coming on in. You see that interesting style there, getting himself cutting across and really banging it into the berm there. Like you said, that angle of attack, the way he's leaning over, he's really committed here, looking for a good run.
Yeah, no, definitely is having a good run out there. Rear end's a little bit happy on that bike.
I think that's just that adrenaline, isn't it? Like you said, no matter what you talked about, sometimes it's a bit hard to control the emotions. I think Brad Gallard said it, there's always a bit of a plan, and then the race visor goes down. It's almost like Mike Tyson. Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. And this Fink racetrack is exactly like getting punched in the face, as Tyler Radford in the 13 brings himself all the way hard across that start-finish line.
Yeah, does a good time as well. Does it in 4 minutes 49. Next off the line, the 21ers, the 15 makes their way into the arena. That there is Jack Colbert. Looking pretty strong out there. I think he was the first of our Husqvarnas here this weekend.
Well, as we talked about with the car, isn't it great to see so many brands, so many manufacturers out here getting involved? You know, it's kind of like a bit of a choose-your-own adventure book. Also a Husqvarna, also a 450 as well, so not opting for the... I'm pretty confident Husky have a 501 as well, so not opting for that. As the 21 gets off the start line, that's Jake Cobbin on the YZ450F as well. Keep a bit of a lookout, see if we've got any two-strokes in our top 30, but I don't think we do, so sorry to the two-bangers out there. No, sorry, it looks like we do. Liam Dingle on a 250 XC. So pretty excited if you're a two-stroke fan. Don't go too far. We're about to have your man on the screen as the boys get a little bit loose there.
I think that's Ray Cole on the
18. Ryan Cossins.
18?
Or the 16.
16, I think. Ray Cole, if I'm not mistaken. First of our Yamaha riders.
Trickle.
Having a big push right up on the berm. Sliding that rear tyre out. As we hear Bopper in the background. Yeah, good run there from Ray Cole. Does in a time of 4 minutes and 59 seconds. So that's the outer sort of time that people in the top 20 are looking at. Around about that 5-minute mark.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a battle. We saw how close it was in the cars as well, and I think we're going to see the exact same thing on the motorbikes here. A couple of seconds could mean the difference between 10 or 12 spots.
Yep. Continue to look at these top 30 bikes coming through. This should be the 18 of Ryan Cossins.
On a 500 SEF Sherco as well. So another one of our European manufacturers there. Picking a little bit of a sneaky inside line there. Avoiding the water. Getting it nice and high on that berm.
Running really well into this final section here.
Now, one of those things as well we were talking about in the cars, they tyre choices and everything like that, the way they set their bikes up. Be interesting to find out off some of the competitors or get some info from previous competitors in years. Do you run different tyres on Prologue? Do you run more of a traditional MX Nobby, or do you ride it the way you're going to race it with your desert tyre? Do you make suspension changes or adjustments as well to the clickers? Because, like you said, this Prologue obviously super important. They want that dust-free run right out the front. Also, it's just a bit of bragging rights, isn't it?
Yep. No, definitely. Whether they have a muck around with the steering dampener or the shocks. I think a couple of those top 10 boys, once they'd done their sight lap, went back out to their vehicles and had a bit of a play around with setup. So very, very interesting. This is the number 19 of Levi Stevens across the line. Does it in a time of 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Not bad at all from him. The 20 bike now making their way in. James Heenan, another one of our locals. Had a good run last year. Had a pretty good Prologue. Let's see what he can do.
As you can hear in the background, that is Liam Dinage, the first of our two strokes, getting ready off the start line as well.
Gotta love that noise.
Mixing gas, hauling ass. There's my man Liam out there having a good time.
So just watching James Heenan on the live stream and on the big screens around the venue at the moment. Let's see what sort of a time the local man can do. Across the line in 5 minutes 19, so puts himself just in front of Bradley Greenfield.
So is that the local battle there? James
Yes.
Heenan and Bradley Greenfield as well?
Definitely, yep. One on a Sherco, one on a KTM. The number 21 now making its way into the stadium section, Jake Cobbin. Looking clean out there. Gets it nice and high up on the berm there. And that's the thing you'll see as well after the cars have gone through there. There's sort of like mini whoops in the berms.
Yes.
It's insane.
Yeah, the braking bumps, the acceleration bumps that have probably appeared from, from the last time they rode the track, from the a couple of weeks before the Brekkie Bash. There was a track day for bikes here as well, where they could come out and run the Prologue track a little bit. But it'd be crazy to talk to some of them and find out about the difference in the track conditions from that weekend to now, as the last of our top 30, Thomas Livesey off the start line, another KTM 500.
Yeah, Jake Cobbin came through with a time of 5 minutes 09, so not bad whatsoever.
That sort of seemed to be where we're seeing our top competitors, much like the cars, around that 4:45 to that 5:15. I think that's going to get you up in and around the top 50 for the motorbikes, which is a damn good place to be starting.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I think particularly for the bikes, though, it is not such an emphasis on Prologue for these guys. I think as Bradley was saying, it's one to get through, one to survive. You obviously don't want to go too crazy and crash and injure yourself, but you also don't want to go too slowly and put yourself a long way down the field with a lot of work to do. Like you said, that top 20, not a bad place to be.
No, definitely not. Thomas Kruger across the line in 5 minutes 24. And we're not too far away from getting into the ladies class, the 900 bikes. Around about 19 competitors, if I'm not mistaken, this year. And it was great to have a chat with some of those. Taylor Maurice, the one to watch for the ladies, the 997, giving us a lovely little wave. Great mixture of bikes here in that class. Just going to bring it up in my list.
So for the guys at home, listen along, so the numbers on the bikes, they actually do mean something. You see class 9, so that indicates that this is the lovely ladies class or women's class. So bike capacity not playing a role in what they ride. It's rung what they brung. It's just divided up into a ladies class, which is fantastic to see that they have decided to give them their own class. I think it's really encouraged more ladies to get involved in the Finke Desert Race. He's still got a headlight on the front. I like my man. Yeah, and his tail light's still on there as well. He's probably going to ride it back to the hotel tonight. Maybe he might be down Bojangles a bit later on tonight doing some hydration recovery tips there. Just a little inside tip, if you are leaving Bojangles late at night, make sure you got a couple of cigarettes in your pocket to hand out. It'll help you get to your car a bit more safely.
Well, Josh, really, you were the man that got Bojangles back up and running, because I remember the first year you came, you're like, you know what, like, why isn't Bojangles open? Next year he didn't come, and all of a sudden Bojangles was open.
I don't like to take credit things that aren't true, so I'll 100% take credit for me getting Bojangles back and open again as the first of our two smokers there. Liam Dinage, the 25 on that KTM 250 two-stroke, that unique sound. A lot of effort for these guys as well. In that 250, you know, it's something that you do have to ride and manage out on the track, but the guy doing a great job there. Liam having an awesome run, and great to see a two-stroke up there mixing it with the massive amount of horsepower that the 450s and 500s put out. So he's got his hands off the bar already. Hopefully that's not because it's got so many vibration issues there on the two-stroke.
So Naomi Finlay on the 997 is the lady in the picture there. on her Yamaha WR250F from SA. Madison Healy on the 999 bike from Kilara Vic. She's the one to watch as well, I believe the defending champ in the women's.
As we see the 29 start to make their way into the field as well. This is Ethan Keenhus. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. So another Husqvarna competitor, the FE501. See, just nice and cautious there, just finding a nice dry line. You can already start to see single ruts starting to form there from the bike riders. Alone as he just tucks the front, just got it up out of that rut. Didn't quite get the front wheel in. Nice save there, though. That will spike the heart rate. That'll spike the adrenaline a little bit. Knowing he's so close to home, though. Don't make any foolish decisions right now, Ethan. We're all riding at home with you.
Yeah, he's got the live stream on his shoulders. They're all riding with him.
Probably got about 5 mates texting him right now, like, good job finding that rut.
Yep.
Ruts.
5:36, so not bad at all as the number 30 makes their way in. Thomas Livesey, or Livesey again. We do apologise for the butchering of names. But it does sound like the ladies are getting underway. We'll give you names as they come to us. Madison Healy, Naomi Finlay and Heidi Gritch off the line. The 999, the 997 and the 995 all out there.
Yeah, lovely lady competitors off the start line already. The 999, the 997 and the 995. That's
Thomas coming across the line, 5 minutes 30. So as our lady riders get out onto the track for their prologue, we're going to go down to Keziah for a chat.
Well, as the girls finish heading out, we're going to have a chat to some of the veterans category. I found Warren Zerner. Now, Warren, this is your 11th time. A few technical issues there, but as I was saying, the girls are just finishing up rolling out, and I found myself some veterans lining up ready to do their prologue lap. Warren Zerner, you've done this. This is your 11th time here at Finke. What keeps bringing you back?
Just love the event, love the place. Opportunity to just do this stuff out in the meadow, meet a whole heap of people, having a great time. So yeah, we keep coming back. Enjoy it.
It's a great hangout up here and even better down the other end, right?
Yeah, when we go down the other end and then that's halfway, so at least we know we don't have to come back. So
there's a little bit of relief there too. Vic Hall, now you just told me this is your first time.
Yep, it is. First time.
Who roped you in to come do Finke?
One of my mates, Brian. He pulled me into it, get it off the bucket list. So yeah, so here we go.
Here we go, and that's what it's about. For a lot of these guys, it is about ticking off that bucket list item. Over here, I have Brad. Now, Brad, have you done this one before?
I have.
How many times?
I started in 2004.
Right, 21 years.
We're coming backwards and forwards for 21 years.
That is incredible. 2 decades here at Finke. now you've well and truly earned your place in the veterans category.
Absolutely. It's been a lot of fun. I've met a lot of friends. it's almost family. Like there's something about the red dirt.
Yeah, absolutely. It gets
in your blood.
Yeah, it runs through your veins.
Coming no matter what.
Absolutely.
And the locals have been fantastic to me. They treat you like family.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you obviously Warren's done it quite a few times before. How many of you do you know that you just keep coming back every year together?
Yeah, we just come back. Like I raced with a family from Tasmania for a decade. So we'd meet in Port Augusta and drive up here together, and we just hung out together. It's been the most amazing experience.
Christmas in June. Well, good luck rolling out there to get veterans. Prologue. Get a good time out there. I'm going to keep wandering here. Hello. What's
First time.
Hadn't seen your face before, so I thought maybe it might be. What made you come out and do Finke?
It is a bucket list, and my brother and nephew have done it a few years ago when we were supporting them at the Finke end, and I'm here with a mate and his two sons in the event as well. So it's my time.
Amazing. Have you been given many tips on what to do out there, what the key is to Prologue?
Just try and stay upright, enjoy it, take it all in. Yep.
Try and avoid some mud and don't get too caught up in the dust if you can. Sorry?
Bike dirty. Don't like getting the bike dirty.
No, you've got to get it dirty. It's big. All right, where should we head to next? Hello, what's your name?
Jim.
Jim, you've done this before?
Yeah, a while ago, 24 years ago.
Brilliant. Well, it's time to get back out there. We've got to see you down at Finke, back again, and it all starts today with setting a time in Prologue. Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
We are going to head back to the Joshes in commentary.
Thank you very much, Kazai, getting those awesome interviews. A gaggle of bikes have got off the line in the women's class, and Madison Healy making her way towards us now. Let's see what sort of a time she can do. She is the reigning unofficial queen of the desert. Let's see where she puts herself.
Is it time to start making it official?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's been a couple of petitions going around, so if it comes around again, make sure to get your name on it.
I like it, but a great run there, the 999 Madison Hill. I tell you, she is up that 350 right there.
Oh, yeah. Does it in a time of 5 minutes 48, so not bad at all.
That is honking.
Yeah.
That is a great run.
Taylor Maurice also out there on the 939. Alice Local. Had quite a few go out. Heidi Gretsch, Bonnie Chapman, Lauren Curd, Chloe Firestone, Chloe Barton, Christy McKinnon, Melanie Petroni, Susan Coop, Chloe Fabo, Alice White, Round and Climb, Charles Water, Taylor Maurice, Lila Jacobs, and Letitia Foster, all out on track. The 997 now making its way in. Naomi Finlay. Great to see this women's class back again at Finke. Taylor Maurice looking fast out there in the sector times. Only around about a second in it between her and Madison Healy, so we'll wait to see what she can do when she comes into the stadium section.
Already nice. We're really only into the first class right now of the ladies, and there's already a little class battle brewing there between these ladies, so excited to keep an eye on our split times, to keep an eye on our overall times, as well as a bit of a two-stroke there. Looks like you can see that big expansion chamber.
Yeah, Heidi Gretsch out there on the 995. Naomi Finlay comes across the line, does it in a time of 7 minutes 40. So conservative for her, just wants to get around the Prologue track and then get to it tomorrow. Looks like Bonnie Chapman, if I'm not mistaken, on her bike, making her way through the stadium section, so she'll be happy with that.
Yeah, and these ladies putting just as much as time and effort into their fitness, their prep. You can see the big tanks on these bikes as well. It's like a Husky 300, I think that is, that just came across the finish line there as well for Heidi Greach, as she is across the 995. So if you're playing along at home, the 999, the 997 and the 995 in as well. So great to see our first grid in all successfully. Let's hope that's a trend that continues on for the rest of our prologue.
Yeah, definitely. Bonnie Chapman through now the 989 with a time of 7 minutes 29. She'll be happy with that. The Alice Local. Chloe Barton also through with a 646. Lauren Curd as well with a 750. On the 993 and the 982 all through. Just watching as they come on through. Try and keep you all over it here in comms. The 984 making their way across the line. That's Christy McKinnon. Does it in a time of 7 minutes 28.
So also looks like we're not far of our veterans, Class 8 getting off the line. So that is 55 years and older. What maniacs coming to Finke?
I know, eh? What great fun, though. Don't think you'd want to be anywhere else on the King's Long weekend.
There were some very sharp reaction times down there off the start line. The boys playing for sheep stations. As we see the 986 with the mirror folded in and the 983 across as well. So brake light, headlight as well.
Yeah, Chloe Firestone on the 986 across in 9 minutes 01, and then Susan Coop on the 973 gets it done in 7 minutes 15. Taylor Maurice 622. So where does that put her? That is a competitive time. Let me just scroll to look. Right behind Madison Healy there. So those two are the ones to watch in the women's class once again.
As the boys get down into the angle of attack, wait over the front bar, looking for that start. Tell me the boys aren't racing for sheep stations as they launch it off the line there. We got a good drag race going on here between the a couple of our veteran classes, and they are not giving each other an inch off that start line.
Yeah, Grant Pryor off the line, Anthony Skynes off the line, and Craig Donaldson all off the line in the veterans, and Charlie Wildhatter in with a time of 7 minutes 02. The 927 making their way in as well. That is Rhiannon Klein. See how she goes and what time she puts down. 7:41, so say she'd be pretty happy with that one as well.
And all importantly, bike in good condition, rider in good condition, fighting fit and healthy, ready to attack what this course has to bring over the next 48 hours. As we said, Prologue only 8 kilometres of a 456 kilometre race weekend, so this only a small taste. You wouldn't even call it an entree.
No.
This is a bit of pumpkin soup at the start of your dinner. We've got 2 more main courses coming up over the next couple of days.
Lila Jacobs across the line on the 909 and 708, and Letitia Foster over the line on the 914 in 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Off the line there was Vic Hall, Jim Mole and David Latham, as well as Stephen Russia.
My old eyes. Is he wearing a full face helmet in the middle there?
I think
with
so.
a visor? That's cool. That's actually quite a good idea. Obviously, like you said, in this prologue, they're leaving 3 at a time. I think race day they leave 8 at a time, or 5 to 8 at a time off the row. So you know, plenty of horsepower out of these big 4-strokes throwing rocks. So very smart idea. That's a man that sat down and had a bit of a think about how he's planning on attacking this Prologue track this weekend. He didn't just sit back and go fast, dangerous, take chances. That's exactly my plan for Prologue. He's thought about, oh my goodness, the 857. How good is that sitting on the start line there? A CR480.
Oh, gotta love it.
I wonder if you can ring up Scott's and get a factory steering damper for that as he puts her on the bopper. Plenty of smoke.
Lewis Russell, William J. Willis and Michael Pearce were the last off the line. Oh, and listen to that thing go.
He's got him over the back wheel, lean and swing it off it. Unfortunately, I think that's where the suspension limitations of the CR480, I'm going to say, produced sometime in the 80s, probably maybe even before I was born. That might be the limitations of that big girl. But what an awesome effort. He proved he got it off the start line, was slinging off the back of it. He's here for one reason and one reason only, to have a lot of fun. We'll keep an eye out over Martin Russell over the weekend on that CR480. We're going to be whipping him home like winks.
Yeah, Brad Nichols was also off the line on that one, and Andrew Nicholson on the 859 and the 863, all off the line in the veterans class. We'll start to see those guys coming through. And I hear something else pretty cool on the line, I reckon. So, Mark Fatar, Paul Woods and Simon Harris all off the line there in Class 8. Probably some two-stroke action is what I was hearing.
There's definitely some two-stroke action. Yep. We do have another CR500 off the start line. The 842, Gavin Pengley. We also have Simon Harris, Miles Nichols, all lined up with the 842 there. Gavin Pengley, the CR500 front and centre on screen.
Great to see that you can bring an old bike out to Finke and be competitive.
Have a look at the fairings on that. Looks like a relic. Is that what? I know there was a company where they offered a CR500 in a 250 chassis, so I wonder if that's a more modern update. We'll try and get a closer look, or maybe a bit more information. Sometimes it's a bit hard to pick exactly what they are over the camera screens, but how great, the different variety of bikes. That's one of the things I love as we get into these categories that are not determined by bike capacity but by age. You've got CR500s lining up with Sherco 500s and KTM 500s. We had a CR480. As my man gets a little bit loose there, he's gone the
old line,
the extreme Jeff Pickering line.
I think he's thinking back to a couple of years ago where that was actually the line.
You see, not happy with himself there. The 899 across the finish line. That's Warren Zerner.
Still doing a very good time of 6:33.
That is a cracking time, especially with, say, 5-10 seconds lost there from that little excursion. But once again, home healthy, home happy, home safely. These are all very important things for these guys to check off the list.
Wayne Erickson, Reggie Nardu and Scott Koshish off the line as well, as we have Brad Raffin and Grant Pryor on the bopper across the line. 7:04 for Brad and a 6:10 for Grant, so Grant will be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, anyone that can get down into the low 6-minute mark of a lap around the Finke Prologue, that is a seriously impressive time. So boys getting a little bit. Now this is going to be interesting if they're not eyes up and they're following the wheel ruts from the 899 there of Warren Zerner. A couple of the boys could be in for a little bit of a surprise there, because there is going to be that line that he accidentally created there. So this is going to be a bit interesting. Might catch a few people out. Hopefully not.
I remember last year Danny Foote came into this section here absolutely hooking, got the rear end out and somehow caught it. It was one of the greatest saves you'll see on a motorbike.
And that is some of the great things that you get to see at Prologue here. Our motorbike riders fully committed, but lots of training, the skills that these guys put all the way up and down our field. You know, they're riding to their level of skill, and that's probably one of the important things that they need to do. But some of the monumental saves that we get to witness in Prologue, we saw an excellent one this morning from Danny Brown, and now we've seen a couple of good saves from our motorbike riders there, keeping it upright. Hats off to all our competitors so far. They've been fast, they've been safe.
So we've had Anthony Scaines across the line. We've had Vic Hall across the line, Craig Donaldson, Stephen Rochier and Jim Mole. If you want to follow along with all the timing, if you're trying to find a particular person, you can jump online to the Tatts Finke Desert Race website and go to the results page, and you'll be able to follow along live like we are up here in the comms box. Or if you're here at the start finish line under the shed in the middle there, you'll get to have a look at the TV screens, and that gives you all the starting times and all the live timing that we've got here at the moment.
Yeah, all the times displayed live down at, I guess you'd say, the bar end of the shed there. You can see the TVs up on the wall as we see the 877 of David Latham, the first of our CR500s. Now that is a retro CR500 coming across the line there. No mistaking the size of those fairings.
No, definitely not. Always ones to watch out for. Remember, we've even had a Harley Davidson here in the past, so there's no leaps or bounds here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race, but we're going to go down to the start line for some more chats.
Well, I have a fellow Darwinian or Darwinite here with me, Darren, and he's on a yammy. How are you going, Darren?
I'm good, thank you.
And tell me, how many Finks have you done? Did you say 7?
This will be number 7.
Whoa, okay. And how have you fared before? You've done pretty well, top 30 anyway.
Yeah, I think a 21st and a 26th.
That's amazing. And how are you feeling going into Prologue?
Feeling pretty good. Not going to go too hard, just want to get through it without a crash and decent time. The race starts tomorrow.
That's it. Now tell me, what was the prep coming like from Darwin? Did you bring a lot of crew with you?
No, it's just me and my daughter.
Oh, I love it. That's a good pit crew, just your daughter, hey?
Yep.
Very nice. Well, good luck, okay, and have fun and do Darwin proud.
All right, no worries, thank you. Will do.
All righty, let's move along over here. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm really good, mate. Yourself?
I've got to say, you look bloody great. That's a great colour. What was your name?
Ewan.
Ewan, how are you going? How many Finks have you done?
First one.
First one. I love it. Me too. All right. How are you feeling going into Prologue? Are you in your head a little bit, or are you feeling ready?
No, I'm pretty ready, mate. I'm just going to take it easy. I'm not going to set any records. I just want to get there and back. So, yeah.
I love it. Is it a bit of a bucket list item for you?
Yeah, no, it is for sure. Yeah, I've always wanted to do it. So, yeah, really looking forward to it.
Tell me some of the prep that's gone into it, your bike, yourself, physically. Tell me everything in the lead up to get to Finke for the first time.
It's been pretty big. So, yeah, we've driven all the way from Bendigo in Victoria, and yeah, there's been a lot of work on the bike, a lot of work on the ute, a lot of work on my body. Yeah. Trying to get fit enough to be able to do it. So, yeah, I've got a few good friends with me that have helped me along. So, and friends back home too. So, yeah.
Do you think they're watching on the live stream now from Bendigo?
I reckon they would be, yeah.
Say a big g'day. Say some names for me. Who do you want to say hello to?
Say hello to Grubby, my girls. All the crew back there that have supported me, so yeah, I'm really happy.
Good on you, mate. Good luck. All the way from Bendigo, your first one. I'm sure you're going to do great.
Yeah, we'll have a crack.
Great. All right, thank you. Good luck. All right, we're going to head on over here. Hello, how are you?
Going good, thanks. How are you going?
I'm good. What was your name?
Kenneth.
Kenneth, where have you travelled from to get to Finke today?
Rome. This will be 11.
How have you fared? What was your best position in the past?
Yeah, just couple of technical difficulties there as we continue to have competitors make their way across the line. William James, Willis David Latham, Lewis Russell, Brad Nichols, Martin Russell, Michael Priest, Andrew Nicholson, Mark Farter, and Gavin Penley. Paul Woods. That one set me up big time.
Yeah, what happened to a good old-fashioned name like Smith?
Yeah, yeah.
From now on, everyone's just, their last name's just going to be Smith. If it's a name we can't pronounce, it's Smith. We're keeping it easy for us up here because we got a lot of words to say over the next 48 hours. But how great is it? It's exciting. It's fantastic. There's plenty of action. Everyone having a great time. The competitors lined up as it looks like we get the last of our veterans, our last of our Class 8s off the start line as well. And great that we're having a good opportunity here to call them all home. They're riding safe, riding smart, even once the goggles go on or the visor goes down. Great shot there of the 820 on screen as well. Looks like Christopher Long there, another one of our great two-stroke competitors on a Husky TE 300.
Yeah,
bangs it off the berm.
Oh, yeah. Christopher Long on the 820.
But like we said, great to see that there's so many competitors out here. As particularly, like I said, one of the things I do love and enjoy about these age-specific categories, you got 300s lining up against 500s, you know, and everyone's just here for a great time. 55 years old or older, you know, a lot has to be said about the level of commitment for these guys. They've come out here. It's probably a bucket list item. I'd say the veterans class, Class 8, makes up a large chunk of our first-time competitors as well.
Yeah, no, definitely would, with the amount of guys out there this weekend. Glenn Holland off the line, as well as Aidan O'Callaghan, Hamish Church, and Christopher Long making his way across the line in the 820. He did well there with a time of... So just waiting for the update. 7:10, I do believe. Sorry, that was Craig Harvey across the line on the 821.
And how good are these shots? You can see there the difference, you know, as we see on the gas there. You can see the size of that seat on that bike, you know, for the comfort of getting through the desert versus as we cut back to the KTM. You can see it's still got the very slim race-bred seat on it for them. So he's... one man obviously planning on standing up for a long time, and another competitor, he's positioned himself for worst case scenario, spending a lot of time sitting down as our Class 7 competitors start to get off the field. Now, interesting side note you brought up, last night, the only returning or previous King of the Desert actually in Class 7 this year, Rick Hall, a late-minute entry.
No, definitely. Anthony Lockett across the line as well as Mark McPherson. They did it in times of 8:03 and 7:10. So not bad whatsoever from them.
Now, being an AFL man, you'll know more than me. Anthony Lockett, is that Tony Lockett? Plugger?
I think so.
Sydney Swans kicked a lot of goals. Not that I know about it. I follow a real sport called NRL. We're meta men.
We're throwing punches in the comms box. Well, I can tell you my older sister would definitely agree with you, Josh. She's an NRL fan.
And I do believe Tony Lockett has raced a couple of times on Grabbo's track and trail as well, so maybe being a gas. We'll find out some more information for them. But gee, our Class 7 boys throwing it down off the start line as well. Looking for that all-important dust-free prologue lap.
Yeah, off the line there was Luke Dempsey, Lee Piggott, and Matthew Cahoon off the line. It'll be good to see what sort of times the Class 7 competitors can put down.
No, and 798 was also
I'm excited to see Rick Hall back.
Oh, yeah. Absolute legend of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Brian Pigeon out there, as well as Aidan O'Callaghan as well, Paul Stubbs. They're all through Sector 1. As as the next gaggle of bikes gets off the line. Paul Murphy, Alan Lyons. More bikes lining up on the start line. Looks like a bit of a husky party, but we're going to go back down to the start line.
Well, I found two-time King of the Desert, Rick Hall. Now, Rick, you're just saying it's been, was it 23 years since your last win out here?
It's been a while, it's been a long time, but happy to have a bit of fun today. And I've been pre-running with some really good fellas, Plugger, Nate Dog, Darby and Jet. On the line here with a good mate of mine, JD, and so, yeah, we're going to have a bit of fun out there.
And that's what it's about. It's all about coming out here and having a good time. Now, you're on Ben Grabham's bike. Do you want to just tell me the story behind that?
Oh, Ben and I have been mates for years. He uses my shed every year, and he keeps telling me to get on one, and I reluctantly find yes. So, but no, it's a bit of fun and bike. So, yeah, it'll be a good day.
And he's a little bit sore at the moment, so I'm glad somebody is out here riding it, and it might as well be a legend out here.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't know about legend, but, you know, misspent youth, I call it. But my wife, Julie, will laugh at me for saying that, and my kids will laugh at me for saying that. But, yeah, that's all it is.
Well, going there and back is one thing, but to say you've won it twice is pretty great, even if you're coming back 20 years later and giving it another go just for the fun of it. Well done. Good luck out there. What's the secret to Prologue?
Oh, no, just go. I mean, it's rough out there. The track's really rough. So, I mean, the real race starts tomorrow. I know these young fellas really carve it up and they do a good job. But, yeah, most of us old blokes, so we'll just go and get around and think about tomorrow later.
Brilliant. We'll enjoy it out there. Thank you so much for the chat.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to wander back and see a few more of these guys. Hello. How are you going?
Thanks.
Fabulous. What's your plan out there today?
Probably just ease into it. It's my first Fink, so I feel like it's probably not going to be won or lost in the prologue for me, so I'll look to make up positions tomorrow on the track.
Look, I was just talking to Rick Hall. It's about having a good time, but is this a bucket list item for you? What made you come out?
Yeah, it's always been a bucket list to do Fink. You know, it's a great atmosphere. It's a great track. I've done the track a number of times. It's yeah, just great being out here. So it's one of my favourite tracks. Yeah.
Brilliant. We'll go out there and have fun.
Thank you.
And we'll see you at the start line tomorrow. All right. How are you going?
Yeah, good. Thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good. So first to the next category down.
Yep.
How confident are you heading out there today?
Always got to have the nerves, so just get this out of the way and look forward to the weekend, I reckon.
And you've done it before?
No, first time.
Awesome. What made you come out here?
I've been talking to her for about 15 years. So, yeah, things lined up and finally made it out, which is great.
It's about time you make it happen.
Yeah.
Good luck out there. There's a few guys rolling. Guys line up. Shortly until then, back to you guys in commentary.
Well, that definitely seems to be a bit of a common thread. Probably for a lot of these guys, you know, they've been out pre-running out on the track. When they do the Fink race as well, they're riding along the track where, you know, it's not that stadium atmosphere, there's not such a crowd, so probably a lot of nerves for these guys knowing that, you know, the live streams on them, the crowd is all here. So I think a lot of them, like you said, are more talking about extremely nervous for the prologue and looking forward to getting into race day, that's for sure.
Well, I think we've actually got our first international competitor on the bike. That is Steve Blackney. I'm just trying to work out what flag that is. Can't half tell I didn't finish school. But that is, we'll just grab the number off it. That has got to be, so it's a Sherco. No, I can't get into it. We will find out for you and we'll let you know, because that seems pretty cool.
Yeah, great to have that international flavour in the cars, also the bikes as well. Just once again, we talk about the allure, the pull of that red desert, that red dirt, as the 796, the big Sherco across the finish line there. That is Hamish Church. And then powering in the 792 all the way through the start finish line there as well. That's Nick Anderson. Nick having a good run there on the 792. And I tell you what an honour for a lot of these guys here in Class 7. A couple of weeks ago, they were going to be sharing the start line with Ben Grabham. Grabbo has a bit of an incident, drops out and none other than Rick Hall replaces him. I'm excited that I'm going to be able to say I saw Rick Hall ride at Finke. So how good this Class 7. Lots of great competitors up and down the entire field. Got a couple of boys here coming in at a bit of a pace. I would say they would have battled themselves a fair way. The 7.93 on his way through there, and the 7.92. So that's Brian Pridgeon and Nick Anderson as well. We keep a bit of a lookout for the 7.91 of Paul Stubbs as well. But those boys flying, I reckon they had a nice little battle there for most of that lap. As we do see the 7.91 of Paul Stubbs make their way in there, his way in. That's a bit of a throwback from the car, but the 7.91 across the finish line as well. So time for these guys to go back, rest, have a quick look over the bike, fuel stops, get all of that organised.
So Steve Blackney, all the way from Al Barsha, South Dubai. Wow. Yeah, truly international here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. That is insane.
All the way from Dubai.
All the way from Dubai. And then we've got a couple of New Zealanders on the bikes. Dane Robinson from Canada, Ontario.
Wow.
And then I think that's it for our international competitors, but absolutely insane to think that we've got someone from Dubai, Ontario, and as well as a couple from New Zealand. Extremely lucky to have these competitors here, and we continue to have the Class 7 bikes make their way through. It's the next group off the line. Johnny Beck and Troy Blithman and Dylan Sasbo all get off the line. As the 779 makes their way around the track. That is Adrian Copeland. Across the line for Paul Murphy in 7 minutes 28. As well as
Alan Lyons on the 784 on that WR 450. As we keep ripping through our class, isn't it incredible that these Class 7s, Class 8s, such a large number of competitors?
Yeah.
As the 779. Adrian Copeland on a Sherco 450 makes his way through there, looking strong as well across that finish line.
So Class 7 seniors 45 to 54 years old, 64 competitors this year. Right up there with the Masters as well. Masters Class 6, Masters 35 to 44. They have 54 competitors. And then our biggest by far this year is Class 5, the 251cc to 450 four-stroke with 88 competitors.
As we see a bit of a battle pack making their way through here. 4 bikes all coming across the line. The 777, the 781 and the 776. So Lewis Bartle, Jordan Greenshields. I think we saw Jonathan Ippel in there. But a great little run there as they came across in the 778.
So as we were talking about last night, 190 competitors in the bike category this year. A first timer. So that's an insane number. 69 first time riders and 38 two-time riders, and then they sort of trickle down in numbers as they continue to go through the years. But it's just insane that 190 competitors this year. first-timers. Just shows how big this event is. The 775 across the line. That was
Daniel Brooks on the Husky, the 501, as we see the 772 of Paul Rook. Very brightly coloured KTM there in a, I guess you'd say almost like a fluoro pink wrap there. Definitely one we'll be able to easily identify, as we got the 769 of Nathan Kelly on the screen at the moment. We see the 734, the 731 off the start line. So that's Kenneth Hicks, Mark McDonald, and across the other side I'm going to say is probably the 726. Can't quite see the number, but Paul Gunther, if you're playing along at home. Gunther not far off the start line as well, as the 769 across the finish line.
Yeah, Nathan Kelly across the line in 6 minutes 58.
So that seems to be in that 6 minute mark pretty consistently there. It is definitely going to be a case of 10 seconds can probably alter your start time by a few lines there. I'm consistently hearing you say somewhere in that 7 minute mark as well. So great job by all these guys this weekend. We see a bit of a late minute pass there. The 762 on the old KX.
Love the noise of those things.
A KX 500 AF. So I'm guessing I'm going to say maybe that's one of those aftermarket 450 frames or 250 frames with a 500cc KX 500cc motor. But so cool to see him out there. And he was charging hard all the way there, right as he came into the last chicane there. Made a pass there, so well done, Mark Shepperton, pushing hard all the way down the Prologue. Now seeing a bit of pace come in here as well. Looks like we see the 754 across the finish line. Jason Gunther.
Phil Granger across the line as well, 7 minutes 17. So 755 makes their way towards us at the combox, just in front of the start-finish line banner. A lovely vantage point. Pretty much see all of the stadium section up here.
The 755, Jared Tyne on that big Sherco there. The 749 making their way into the stadium as well. Just catching that inside rut, keeping it nice and tidy as well there. So the 749, Troy Blinthman on a WR 450. And the 753, Rodney Keel.
As the 749 makes its way towards the finish line for Prologue. Oh, look at the leg being thrown out. 6:37 for Troy Blethman. He's going to be happy with that.
Definitely dropped the hammer in the last little section there. Looked a bit cautious through the water there, but then must have got that rush of adrenaline, saw the crowd. How often does it happen when we see a lad come cruising in and then just as he gets across that finish line, throws it up for a big mono, as we see the 757 of Matthew Phelp and the 755 Jared Tyne.
Continuous grids of three making their way off the line as well.
The 752 Dylan DeZabo across the finish line there.
748 up on the big screen.
Is my man just rocking a black t-shirt over his orange riding vest there? Over his riding jersey? I like his style. A little bit chilly out there. Maybe didn't want to get the riding gear dirty for tomorrow. Maybe only brought one set. Didn't want to get it dirty for tomorrow. Saw the mud and wanted to be looking fresh to death tomorrow. Put the 748 there. Jason Ray making his way in. Another competitor. Didn't quite catch the number there. Hot on his heels. Up and over the berm as well. There we see the headlight flashing in. Pushing hard there right from the end there. The 741. I believe that was the 741.
Yep.
So Darren Hansen there.
Yep.
I'm going to say he's come from a few grid positions back there, so that might be a time to check out there for the 741. Darren Hansen on that WR415, hard on the hammer there, making up a few positions. So that's a great ride for him.
Yeah, did a 6:04. So
good lap.
Yeah, real good lap.
Good lap. Now the 742 as well. That's Steve Ralph, the big KTM 500 EXC. And also across the finish line there, the 746.
Yeah, Darren Kurtzen, 7 minutes 40. And then Stephen Ralph across the line as well, 6:46. So not bad whatsoever. And I do believe Rick Hall is off the line on the 711. Real good race number.
It is a good race though. It's
Yep.
I mean, it just rolls off the tongue nicely, doesn't it?
It does.
Rick Hall in the 711. Good to see that. Well, is that a good omen for him? Two-time overall champion with 2 number 1s in
Yep.
his race number. That could be a very good omen for Rick Hall. So we keep a bit of an eye out for the race number on this bike coming in. That looks like the 735, I believe.
Yep, Lee Capone, or Compagni, sorry, 6 minutes 30. And then Mike Thompson also across the line on the 736, 6 minutes and 43 seconds. The 732, chasing down another bike. Oh, just on that section. Gets past him.
Snuck up the inside there, the 732.
Kenneth Hicks across the line, 6 minutes 01. So good time
Good
for
run
him.
as well there.
Yep. Anthony Chapman across the line as well in 7 minutes 19.
Ooh, getting a little wide. Bounced it up over the berm there. Sorry for that. I felt a little bit of nervousness creep up inside. That's the 731.
Yeah, Tony Hardman, 6 minutes 29.
So another good lap there. The 734 across the finish line as well. That's Mark McDonald. Closely followed behind the 737. So that is Ewan McGowan.
726 making its way through the stadium section now. Just trying to keep our eyes across everything that is going on. I think we're starting to get to the pointy end of the Class 7s now. And we won't be too far away from starting Class 6. Which is the Masters, 35 to 44 years. And you can already start to see the lines out there starting to become deeper and deeper. It's going to be hard not to find your way into one of those. So
yeah, those ruts definitely becoming vicious. Ruts have been known to be rather vicious, catch you out. I remember one year watching some of the faster competitors that were pushing extremely hard. A bit of a nasty rut had formed out there. Ivan Long tucked his front end into one, managed to save it, but geez, it was a tight moment. You know, if it's catching out a bloke like Ivan Long, then the average daily competitor is going to have their hands full. As we see a little bit of a kicker there, that's one of the things you'll see, some square edge bumps start to form underneath this racetrack, covered by dust, and they can be quite nasty as the 729 across the finish line. That's Michael Ingerson.
yeah, it does it in a time of 7 minutes 21, so not bad whatsoever.
The 722 on screen.
Yeah, Jim.
I'm going to leave. That's why I didn't say anything. I was going to leave it up to you. That's a classic stitch up there.
Trpecki.
I'm just going to spell it out. Trpcevski. So if someone can let us know how to phonetically say that,
yep,
we will be forever in your debt.
Having a good run, though. Let's see what sort of a time they do as Bruno Catalini. Wow, see, I'm getting stitched up.
Now, a good side note here for Jim's Finke Racing Services on the 722. They're riding a Kawasaki, so not too many KX 450s in the field, so great to see a KX 450 out there.
Definitely is not too far away from seeing Rick Hall as well. He's through Sector 3. But it looks like all our competitors are having a grand old time out there, and we're going to go down to the start line to hear some more stories of what they're up to.
I'm down here with the first bike of Class 5, Eddie Gibson, local boy. This is your third one, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, tell me, how have you fared in the past?
Oh, not too bad. Haven't had a good run yet, but we'll see how we go this year.
This year's your year, I reckon.
Hopefully.
All right, tell me what's your plan going into Prologue today?
Just get around there clean, smooth, ride smart. See how we go.
What have you heard about the track, or what did you feel about the warm-up?
Rough this year, so.
What do you think something like Finke does for Alice being a local boy? Do you think?
Yeah, it changes the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Sorry, unfortunately, they're losing another interview. Eddie Gibson, though, one to watch out for another one of the local boys in Class 5. Quite a few in Class 5 this year. Quite a few young names to watch as Class 6 now gets underway with Alan Graham, Zachary Williams, and Andy Axum. With 7:11, Rick Hall, 6:07. He'll be happy with that.
Got it.
Oh, yeah. Couple of battles out on the Prologue track as they come in as well in Class 7.
How great are these shots? Like you said, just as the camera whipped around in frame, we saw 4 different motorcycles all in different parts of the Prologue track, but that's the close proximity that we have. We do encourage people, stick around all day, cheer them on, clap and have a great time. We've still got plenty of action coming up as we get down into our 450 4-strokes, our 500 4-strokes as well, as the 712 across the finish line. That is David Campbell on the Husqvarna. As the boys here ride in. Looks like a couple of mates. Similar riding gear. Do you reckon that? Oh, yeah, I think they're having a bit of fun with each other right now. So that's great to see. A couple of mates here at Finke doing it together as they stir each other up. That's the 709, the 710. I think they've purposely numbered themselves so that they start together. We see the 714, so the 710, Paul Albon, the 709, John Dow across there as well. We will have seen Mark Brinkat and Rick Hall. What a great ride.
Yeah, definitely. As you saw that awesome shot there as well, the big rolling whoops along the fence line there. A lot harder on a bike than it is on the 4-wheel counterparts here this weekend. Really got to, prepare yourself for those. And that's the thing, once you get out onto the big track, got to be careful as you come down the other side of those, that there's not square edges and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The first 40 or 50 kilometres of this racetrack, for the cars, but particularly for the bike riders, particularly vicious. I remember having a chat to a mate from Central Queensland that was quite fast here, Simon Thompson, and he said it was really hard because of the trees, the shadows, the racetrack being more of a slightly white colour down in this early. It was actually quite hard to spot ledges, and he said you'd be cruising along thinking you're doing really well, and then just a big square bull dust covered square edge rut would form in front of you, and you'd hit it at full pace. And so the first 50 or 60 kilometres particularly vicious for this race course.
No, definitely is, as we watch the 702 making their way to the finish line.
That's Darren Hurt, now on a slightly older KTM, a 525. So great to see some of the older models still out here performing well as he whips it across the finish line. As our Class 6 boys getting off the start line as well, having plenty of fun there. This looks like the 705, so that's Mark Brincat on a 350 KTM. See our security guard down in a live shot, still giving the boys the thumbs up as they come across the finish line. And that's one of the great things here. Doesn't matter whether you're working security on a gate or whatever, you're having a good time, you're enjoying it, you're high on the adventure.
Yeah, great to see these pictures as well. If you're on the big screen, give us a wave. Hope you're having a good time so far. Great to see so many people still packed in here, enjoying some lovely food. I've got to say a quick shout out while I'm here as well. The lip smacking truck, the Southern Fried guys. They are, if you're hungry, go and see them.
You're saying it's one we need to check out a bit later on, J1.
Yep, they will look after us, I can tell you that. They looked after me at the street party and I was forever grateful. Lovely food. Very, very good. So shout out to them. But we continue to go racing here in Prologue. And here we go. This is the shot I was talking about before, these big rolling whoops down along the fence line.
Yeah, it gives you an idea of just how big and deep those things are.
Yep. Coming into the stadium section now.
So this is the first of our Class 6 competitors here as well.
Yeah, the 697 making their way through. I think that's Bradley Swan, if I'm not mistaken. No, that's the 680.
Alan Graham.
Alan Graham. I do apologise.
That's all right.
Oh,
So,
getting up on the berms.
So a bit of strategy here. I think Alan, you can see, is definitely hooking in. He wants a good prologue time, so I'd say he strategically planned his race number being there, that 697, knowing that he would be one of the first motorbikes off the start line there. So a great run here from Alan. So our Masters class, so these guys are 35 to 44 years old.
Yeah, Dane Robson off the line as well, all the way from Canada. So great to see him off the line and see how well he would do. Alan Graham, though, 5:34. Quick
goodness.
time. That's got to be right up there. Wow.
So it just goes to show, sometimes we think it will only come from our top 30, but that has snuck him well and truly inside our top 20 position there. So that is a great run. Geez, now if we have a look at our overall, is Madison Healy sitting inside the top 30?
I think so.
I know there's still a few other little fast bikes to come in that, but what a great ride by Madison Healy there. Sliding inside the top 30 on that KTM 350. But yeah, what a great run from Alan Graham as well there. Had that KX 450 wound up, representing for the boys. As we got the 695. Zachary Williams, a Husserberg. How good is that? A Husserberg and FE 540. Fantastic bikes. I remember many years ago, a mad dog by the name of Ryan Branford slinging an FE 570 around here. It was a sight to behold. I'm glad to say I was alive in the Fink time when Ryan Branford was out here just being the absolute menace that he was.
Don't think he's lost any of that menace either.
Very good, very good. It's nice to know some things. Death, taxes, and Ryan Branford being a hellman on a motorbike. How good is that?
So next across the line was Andy Axon. Did it in a time of 7:02 in Class 6.
And the 692 of Ross Staines across the finish line too on that Sherco 500. We'll keep a bit of an eye out for Joel Grant as well. and the 6.89 as well of Nathan Anastas. The 6.90 of Joel Grant there on the 350. The Gas 500 for Nathan as well there. So, gee, these Euro bikes have really taken a hold, haven't they? KTM, Gas, Sherco, Husserberg. Great to see the Japanese brands, though, still representing with the Hondas, Yamahas, Kawasaki's here as well. So it's great to see that. Different flavour, different ways to skin a cat. Not that we're advocating for that, but...
Bradley Swan across the line, as well as Joe Grant. Some pretty good times now, dropping into the sixes, early sixes. Not bad whatsoever. The 6.85 making their way through to us as well. That will be Ethan Dagg on the 6.85. Now it is great to see so many different brands out here this weekend. And whether, thinking about this the other day, whether we'd see a Triumph bike, seeing they've gone into the motocross sort of section.
Absolutely, and Ducati just releasing a off-road bike as well, or a motocross style bike, as the 6.85 across the finish line as well. That is Ethan Dagg.
Yeah, 6 minutes 16, not bad whatsoever.
Very good run.
Yep, not good runs.
I know there was, when we were going through the manufacturers list last night, there was one BMW as well. So
yes,
keep it. I think we'll probably, I'm going to say it's probably quite large capacity.
Yeah.
So we'll see it in Class 2 as the 6, was that the 6.89? No, I don't believe so. Sorry,
6.84.
6.84, yep.
Ben Wadley across the line there, 6 minutes 40. So, yeah, 6.30 really in these two classes, the sort of stable spot that you're looking at. And if you can either go quicker than that, it probably will mean quite a few places up. And if you go a little bit slower than that, well, then it's all very, very tight. And our first wheelie of the afternoon, it was Justin McKinnon, 7 minutes 06.
My man had that planned all day. He's just been sitting around waiting for that. Got himself a nice line off the corner there and then just hucked us straight up. So he's just getting that in the system for when he finishes on Monday, as we see the 6.88 as well. So that is Kurt Eady on a 300, so a two-stroke Sherco right there.
The 6.75 up on your screens now. Pushing through the break there.
The boys were very keen as the 6.75 across the finish line there. Dane Robson on the Honda CR450. The 6.82 of Stuart Naggs and the 6.78 as well of Graham Hill.
Yeah, our Canadian friend Dane Robson across the line, 5 minutes 54. Not bad whatsoever. We'll be happy with that. Jake Bundle into section 1. Bradley Perryman across the line in 7 minutes 29. More competitors getting ready to get off the line. But if you are someone who's joined us late today, Callum Norton still on top. Corey Hammond in second, Brodie Waters in third. Mitchell Outram with a great performance in fourth. Ray Cole in fifth. Tyler Radford in sixth. Jake Colbert in seventh. Campbell Hall in eighth. Liam Dinage in ninth. And Jake Corbin rounds out your top 10. So very good indeed. The top 30 looking very, very good at the moment. Couple of different classes out there. So next across the line was Marcel van Nierup, 7 minutes 29. Do believe we called Brad Perryman across the line as well in 7 minutes 29 also.
It looks like we got a rider on a bit of a heater coming in here, not far behind as well. So a good run there, big push and a big attack from the 6.64. So that's Chris Adams on the 5.01 Husky. Probably expecting to see him jump up a few spots from his Prologue starting position there.
Yeah, 6 minutes flat there from him. So
They say what?
Yep.
That's a good lap.
It is. He'll be very happy with that. Will Chris Adams.
And the 6.66 of Brendan Stoger. Also across the finish line, the 6.60. Jake Oliver, another Husqvarna. And the 6.76 of Alistair Morris. The 6.57 of Julian Galando. Funny how they must like the company out there on the little the Prologue track. It quite often happens on Prologue, very often happens on race day as well, where you won't have a few bikes across the finish line for a couple of minutes, and then a collection of say 7 or 8, 9, 10 will come through, and you'll be scrambling to keep an eye on the numbers and call all the names across. We do our best to make sure that we get everyone's name out there. So for those following along at home, wanting to see your loved ones, your friends, your family get across the finish line, we will endeavour to do our best to ensure that we call everyone across the finish line for Prologue for day one. Whenever we see checkpoint times, everything like that, we will be doing our best to give you guys at home and here at the start-finish complex as much information as we can, as we see the 6.54 as well. That's Andrew Young on the FX 450 Husqvarna.
Yeah, having a good push out there. Alistair Morris also across the line there. And Julian Gallardo. 6 minutes 37 for Julian. So I'd say they'd be pretty happy with that as the next competitor comes through. And as Josh was saying there, when it comes to like the gaggle of bikes that come through, I think the big thing with riding, I think, is if you can find a group that you're confident in their pace with,
yes,
and you stick with them as a heater comes through, you feel a lot better with staying with them. That was Adrian. Oh no, it wasn't. Sorry,
Kane
that was
Macquarie. I think.
Kane Macquarie.
650.
Yep, 6 minutes 20. So not bad whatsoever from Kane. But yeah, you'll see those bigger groups where bike riders, they get confident in being able to keep that pace, and if you know, you follow the bike in front, follow their lines. If you're not too confident in doing that, you can start to get big groups of riders out there who tend to ride within their means.
Yeah, and I think it's comforting. You know, you sort of find that pace.
Yeah.
And you know that it's another pace that someone else is doing. It's the 6.56. I think that was Tony Carruthers across the finish line.
Yep, 7:55 time there.
As we see the 6.51 across the big Sherco there, the 6.51 Jacob Radiclu. As a 6.49 Jake Blundell, full attack, pulling gears up it. You hear it flat shifting it with the clutch across there. The 6.52 also across the finish line. That's Russell Fabro. So hopefully no issues there for Jacob. Just sort of the way he took his hands off the handlebars when he came across. Looks like he wasn't feeling it. Maybe had a bit of an off out the back. Sometimes that can be the issue. We don't see what happens out the back of the track, but hopefully no issues there for Jacob. Just needed to get the nerves, get that monkey off his back, I guess you'd say, get across the finish line. As we see the 6.43 as well, Tyrone Palger. And the 6.36, Bryce Edwards.
Oh,
little mono for the crowd. Oh, he's up again, my man. Don't throw it. Oh.
It's the thing you see on day two when you're coming back into Alice, and you get to the further end of the field, and I'm just going to chuck that mono up, and then it's
And it is much easier to throw a wheel stand after riding 8 kilometres, after these guys have done 2 days of hard riding, 450 kilometres. The body just doesn't quite respond like you hope it will, and that muscle memory doesn't quite react as quickly as you would hope. As the 6.32 is across the finish, that's Michael Kilpatrick. And then we see the 6.29, no hands across the finish line. Jai Barker.
And Josh Oliver across the line as well, and it looks like the 6.02 out on track now, so that will be the end of the Masters class, and it looks like we get into Class 5.
I believe it was a few years ago, there was a gentleman, I think he was running a pretty good pace too, pulled a bit of a mono, I think he was inside our top 50 and just rear-ended it. Luckily that he had enough momentum to get across the finish line as the 6.26 comes stonking across there. That's Hayden Oswald.
Yeah, 6 minutes 40, 6 minutes 40, not too bad whatsoever. Josh Oliver, though, on the 6.25 before him, 6.07, so pretty good pace there.
Yes.
Grant Matthews was over the line as well, the 6.45 and 8 minutes 40, so a bit more of a conservative run, but that's the thing. There are quite a few people out here just trying to tick it off their bucket list, so being nice and conservative. But the 6.27 absolutely ripping Jason Griffin across the line, 7 minutes 12, as the 6.24 pops up on the screens. That is Brendan Irons, 6.24, 6.23 now making their way through. That's Tyson Powell. And just keeping across all the names and numbers as they come to us up here in the comms box.
That is a 6.23 as well there. Tyson Powell on the Yamaha WR450. Back in the day, used to be nice and simple. You knew if it was orange, it was a KTM, and if it was red, it was a Honda. Now, you know, there's lots of greens, lots of blues, lots of great sticker kits as well. People customising their bikes. And that is the effort and the love that these people have for it. You know, they're out here. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a lot of these people. As the 6.19 Adrian Bulmer, another YZ450 across the finish line. Fairly attacking at the end there, so that's a good sign for him there. But a lot of these people, this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. You know, it's a tick off the bucket list. So they do put the effort in, you know. They get themselves a bit of a, you know, if they're doing it with a couple of mates, they get the same riding gear, they get a sticker kit on their bike, and they make a real weekend and a party out of it. It's the 6.17, Mark Hagan, and the 6.21, Seamus Reed. And the 6.16, or 6.18, my apologies, Darcy Poole. You can hear the revs start to build as our 450 four-stroke competitors line up. There'll be some lads in here wanting to lay down a very good time.
Yeah, going to be very interesting indeed. 6.11 across the line, Mark Nolan, 6 minutes 34, so not bad whatsoever. But I think it's time to get the Class 5s underway as the orange lights drop. As I like to say, boogity, 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 let's go racing. Out here in Prologue, Eddie Gibson and the X99, one to watch from Alice. Jake Holland off the line in the next X94 and the X95 of Jake Slattery, as well as the 6.10 crosses the line. Matthew Shanks, 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Next to the competitors making their way through now. In the Class 6, the 6:02, if I'm not mistaken. That looks like Joseph Jager. Having a good push towards us here in the com box. Oh, going to straight line it. It's going to be close. Wow.
Always get a little bit nervy watching them in that section. It's a bit hard to judge where they do, but that is the 6:02. Joachim Jager?
5:48, I think, is the time that popped up on my screen.
That is a great run as the 6:12 and the 6:07 killed him dead. Tim Barwick. Benjamin Brown, fun story there behind the 6:07. 6:07 was actually the room that Anna Nicole Smith died in. Don't ask me how I know that fun fact, but there's a fun fact for everyone playing along at home.
Wealth of knowledge, Josh.
I'm not sure why I have so much unuseful information stored in my head.
Next grid, of the Class 5s are out there as well.
And the 6:01 across the finish line, Michael Dowling as well. That big KTM 500 safely piloting out and around through the course. To the X77. Oh, unfortunately, looks like the X73. That's Matthew Lorcan on that Honda CR 450R having a few issues off the start line there. May have stalled it. See the large gap there behind the two other competitors there, the X77 and the X80, I believe it was, of Jason McMillan. We see a few more of our Class 6 competitors making their way in. The Masters, the 6:03. Mark Wyatt on that KTM 300 and the 6:05 Benjamin Brown, the Sherco 500.
Yeah, not bad times from Wyatt and Brown there. The next grid, Class 5 builds the revs on the bopper and away they go. Dylan Arjett, Toby Fraser and Kurt Lacey off the line there.
So this will be interesting as well. I'm predicting to see a couple of our competitors from this class throw themselves up into our top 20, up into our top 30. Make a little bit of an inroad there as well. So looking forward to seeing how this plays out. As you can hear, there's a bit more intensity in the way these guys get off the start line. Shoulders up, shoulders out, revs up.
Yeah, if you thought we were racing for sheep stations earlier, we are definitely racing for them now. Or as we call it out here, cattle stations, or the cattle out this way. Off and racing once again. The next three off the line. Tate Prime, Samuel Carell and Drake Mills. All off the starting grid on that one. And not too far away whatsoever from seeing the X99 of Eddie Gibson make his way into the stadium section. It looks like he is on a heater from what I can see in the split times. Currently the fastest Class 5 is Ray Cole, and he's in 5th, if I'm not mistaken there.
So the reason Ray will have already run, he was one of our top 30 competitors from last year. That's why he's not running with this group. Oh, a little bit of a jump start there. Sometimes that can be a little bit more of a hindrance because he's had to stop, reset, and then miss the green light.
Yeah, Jet Hicks, Sonny Warren and Zachary Malsey off the line there. Eddie looking really good in the stadium section though here. I believe his younger brother Tom's also racing this weekend. As well as the next of the X94, which would be
Jake Holland.
Jake Holland. Another one to watch this weekend, but here we go. Let's see what Eddie Gibson can do. 5 minutes 40 for the X99. Puts himself in the top 30. Provisionally. Dylan Argett also out there. But Jet Williams and Zach King off the start line. As the X94 comes thundering towards us. Jake Holland, 6:09. Not so bad whatsoever.
And the X95 across there, Jake Slattery as well. So a good run for Jake.
Yeah, 6:26 there, not bad whatsoever. As the X93 makes their way towards the finish line here at Prologue. Bit of a straight line. Good line though. Gets it through across the line. Does it in a time of 5 minutes 55, so that is another good time. Next off the line there was Gavin Forrester, Charlie Howard and Blaine Burke. And across the line, Shane Scott on the X85 did it in a time of 6 minutes 12. The X92 making their way towards us now as well. Dominic Randall. As we hear through the effects mics, the next group of riders getting ready to get off the line. X80 making their way through as well.
So that's Jason McMillan on that YZ 450 as the next group get off the start line.
Yeah,
so the X92.
Christopher Gay, Gary Burns and James Nichols all off the line on that one. And across the line, Dominic Randall does it in time 7 minutes 04. Getting real keen on the start line.
Fired up. These lads aren't worried about keeping the heart rate down, relaxing, just getting ready there. They want to get fired up. Oh, as the X80 has a little bit of a moment there, that back end just slides out, getting a little bit slippery and hot on his heels as well. Another one of the competitors. Oh, I thought he was going up the inside there.
So did I. Almost the move of Prologue. Around the outside though, the X72. The X66 coming towards us though.
Oh, he's on a bit of a good lap here, the X. Oh, he's got a bit wide. Unfortunately now, the poor lad, he's headed up. That's part of our old Prologue track and he's had to jump back on. Hopefully still within the timing loop there. That'd be a real shame if he missed that because the timing loop is kind of on the apex of that last corner there. So hopefully the X60 able to get him, or the X66 I think it was, get himself back into the timing loop there. Be a real shame for him to miss his time.
So that was Toby Fraser, did it in time of 5 minutes 58. And then Jason McMillan came through 6:59, and Matthew Lorcan, another Alice local, did it in a time of 7 minutes flat. Dylan Argett across the line in 6:19, and Emerson Swift in 7:27. Take prime in the X55 across the line, 5 minutes 35.
Good lap, good lap.
Puts himself into the top 30. I think that's the quickest we've seen so far in this class.
Kurt Lacey, the X65, also across the finish line.
Did it in a time 6:53.
How fast? When you say our fastest class 5 is still Brodie Waters at the moment?
Sorry, still Brodie Waters. I mean, in this
fastest
section,
in this group, yes.
Yeah, I do apologise.
No, that's okay. Tate Prime.
Yeah.
Prime with a prime lap. X52 flapping off the back. That's Drake Mills on that Gas 450. Closely followed by the X50 as well, Jet Hicks.
5:34 for the X50. Wow, the time's starting to come down now. The X39 getting that rear end loose.
Yeah, Jet and Tate neck and neck there. The X50 just pipping the X55 as we see the X54 across the finish line as well. That's Samuel Carell.
6:55 time there.
And the X39, Sonny Warren.
6 minutes 09.
Got a couple of our 450 boys laying down some good laps here. Keen to get up that pointy end of the field. X51 as well, that's Zachary Malice.
Yeah, does it in time of 6:37, not bad whatsoever. Bit windy in the Alice at the moment.
That's good, blow the dust away for the boys out there.
Yeah, no, and it's travelling in the right direction as well.
Hopefully the racing gods are nice to us and they continue this nice breeze. Probably a little late for our car guys, but I'm sure some of the bike boys definitely appreciate that, as it looks like the X37 of Jet Williams on the Sherco across the finish line.
Yeah, 6 minutes 13 for him, not bad whatsoever. As the X32 makes its way to the line, as well as the X36. Zach King does it in time 6:38, and then Blaine Burke does it in 5:41. So good time there. Charlie Howard across the line in 5:54. And the next gaggle of bikes off in Class 5 as well, X35, making their way towards us. That was Gavin Forrester, 6 minutes 13.
And the X26, Gary Burns there. And the X28 as well, Christopher Gay. Looking to have a nice lap going there, riding confidently, standing up, putting the bike in all the right places where he wants it. Gets up on that berm, just rides around the outside there. It's a great line there by Christopher Gay. Nice and relaxed. As that gives you a bit of an idea of how many bikes we have in this field. We're finally getting down to the 500 numbers, so over 100 bike entrants in Class 5. Shakes the hands out as he comes across the finish line, stands up, relaxes. The X25 as well. That's Andy Brack on the Honda CRF. Nice line there, just using his foot out like a little bit of a counterweight. And the X26 as well. So Andy Brack flying through that finish line apex corner. That's a beautiful line there, all the way out. Once again, just takes the hands off, rest, little relax, start to breathe, start to recover, start to let the heart rate come down, because tomorrow for a lot of hours, the heart rate is going to be pumping for these guys. The X27, James Nickel across the finish line as well.
Yeah, good time as well for Andy Brack there. 5 minutes 42.
Yeah, anyone that's dropping into that 5 minute mark is putting down a heck of a good lap.
No, definitely.
So the X26, I believe, that unique purple wrap. Makes it a little hard to see. Yeah, X26, the chrome purple and chrome numbers. The X21 just popped up on the screen for a little bit as we see across the finish line the X24 as well. That's Josiah Barnes.
Yeah, Josiah Barnes, 6:44, not bad whatsoever there. Oh, on the bopper across the line.
The X22 and the X21. That's nice of them to come in nice in order like that for us. So Ben Fogus on the X22 and Andrew Michalak on the X21. And then the X19, Jamison Snelling.
6:18.
Couple of good laps there, I reckon. Those lads, they've probably started their prologue together. They're probably going to be not too far apart on the race line tomorrow. Oh, foot off the pegs there for the X20 as well.
Yeah, Brody Rocha, 6 minutes 34. Quick time.
Getting a little bit loose across the finish line there. Relaxed maybe just a second or two earlier than what he was hoping.
The X07, I think that was, coming towards. There we go, the first of the fives. 5:99, 6 minutes 01.
Jake Fishpool on the gas. No cubic capacity listed beside it, but I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark and say probably a 450.
Yep.
Due to the class number that we are racing in. That looks like the X07, Braden Hamilton.
KTM factory livery, it looks like, on that one, with the Red Bull stickers on it. Does it in a time of 6 minutes 35. The 598 making their way through as well. Get you a name for that one as it comes across the line. Angus Smith off the line, Thomas McBain off the line, and Travis Pollard also off the line. But Darcy McAllister came across in 6 minutes 59 on the X10.
I think that was the 594 there. Brandon Hint on our big screen getting a little bit loose. Just popped up out of that rut. He was trying to rail on the outside of that berm there. Just popped him up and over, so a little bit of a loose ride there for him as the 598 Stephen Morfitt across the finish line on that Honda CRF. And the 595 getting strung out Toby Frisk. The 350 KTM, that's why we heard a bit more in the upper echelon of the RPM levels. Shout out to our officials.
Yeah.
You saw the way she had to hold her clipboard up over her face not to get covered in rocks there from these big 450s with the aggressive desert tyre spray at her. So shout out to our officials as the 590, it looks like that is Ethan Alberton, KTM 450 on a bit of a flyer all the way across there. Caught up to the 596, that's Lee Kelly as well on a Husqvarna 350. The 593 also through, that is Hayden Buck, the Honda CRF 450 as well.
Ethan is going to be extremely happy with that. 5 minutes 20.
Oof.
Puts him in a really good position. Top 20, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, definitely 520. That's a great run.
So that's the thing as we continue to go through these classes, and especially in Class 4 that's coming up, times are going to continue to drop. And these, the people that either had a bad year, didn't race last year, or things like that, they're going to continue to sneak up into those prime positions.
Yeah, well, just having a look here at the times, Ethan has split himself in there between James Heenan and Bradley Greenfield, so 20th and 10th last year. So we know that that is a great lap and a great position to put himself in as the 576.
5.78 of Kyle Tupperman. Yeah. 5 minutes and 24 seconds, another really good time as well. So he's right behind Josh Harris, just behind Bradley Greenfield as well. So, yep, the times are starting to come through now. So was it too conservative from Bradley Greenfield is my thinking now. We'll have to wait and see. But as our bikes continue to fly through the finish line here at the Prologue, we're going to go back down to the start line for a couple more chats with Keziah.
We're getting right into Class 4, the 250s. I've got Ben Greenshields with me. He's just 16 years old. It's your first Fink. What do you know about it so far?
It's hot. It's sandy.
Did you had a little bit of a pre-run out there before? Have you seen the track?
Yes, I have. It looks quite good. Yeah.
And what are your thoughts heading out there? What's the key? What's the focus?
Take it easy and don't come off.
Oh well, good luck. I can tell you're a little bit nervous, so don't let the nerves get to you. You'll be right. Just go out and have fun. We'll have a little bit of a wander over this way. Bjorn, how are we going?
Not bad.
How are you feeling now?
Yeah, right.
How old are you again?
16.
Another 16-year-old. Is this your first one as well?
Yeah.
What made you come out and do Fink?
Sort of similar to rain to around home. Yeah.
Give it a go. Well done. I know you've got a few mates out here doing it with you as well, so enjoy it. It's really cool going from, you have your veterans, your masters, then you have these kids getting out here for the first time. It's just so much fun. Hello, how are you going? What's your name?
I'm good. I'm Declan.
Declan? How are you feeling right now?
I'm pretty anxious to get this prologue out of the way, and then she'll be all just racing from there.
Is this your first Fink?
Third, actually. I've had a bit of bad luck out here, so I've got a bit to prove to myself, really. Yeah.
So have you made it there and back yet?
2021 I had a crack and didn't have too much luck there, and then the next year my bike broke down, and this is the next go at it. So if I can make it there and back, that'll be, that's the goal for me.
They say third time lucky, so looking forward to seeing you down the other end. Good luck today. We'll go have a chat to you. How are you? What's your name?
Marlu.
Marlu. What a fun name. How old are you?
16.
And it's your first time?
Yeah.
What made you want to come out here and do Fink?
It's just been something I wanted to do for a while.
Did you grow up watching it? Do you have somebody you looked up to racing in Fink?
I just grew up watching it.
Yeah, awesome. Where are you from?
Mildura, Victoria.
Oh, a lot of Mildura. We've got Callum Norton up the front from Mildura as well, and a few others. Yeah. We'll enjoy it. I'll let you roll forward. All right, we're going to let these guys get going, and we'll chat to a few more drivers in a little bit. Up to you, Josh is in commentary.
Thank you very much, Keziah. Great to hear the stories of the young fellas who have grown up around this event, having a crack at it this year. I know there was quite a few getting around it this year, and I've known a couple. Austin Shaw, one to watch in that 400 class, as well as Archie Brownless as well. Austin put himself in a really good position for his first year at Fink last year, and yeah, was stunning on that class 4 bike. And then Archie Brownless, one to watch in that class as well. So shout out to the young fellas giving it a good crack, and also to a couple of the young fellas that have come off during the week as well. Really hope you are feeling well, and yeah, we will give it a crack next year.
Yeah, Mildura, a great motorsport town, isn't it? Lots of fast people, lots of fast riders from there as well. I think a little bit further forward in the Class 4 as well, which is 254 stroke, a guy by the name of Jesse Ryan. His dad, Andy Ryan, a great off-road racer, and Jesse now going very fast on the bikes as well, all from Mildura as well. So a great motorsport community as we got the 5.52 on screen as well at the moment. That's Angus Smith making his way across the finish line now. So he's home and hosed, first day in the bag. Like we said, a lot of these guys talking about how they just want to get Prologue done.
Yep.
The nerves, get the race underway. You feel like you've succeeded. You feel like you've got that initial run out of the way, and then you settle into the race day as the 5.44 comes stonking in at the moment. That is Jack Moir on the... That is Jack Moir on the gas 450 as well there. So he was in full attack mode there at the end.
Yeah, Jack Sheether came through earlier as well on the 550 bike. Did a time of 5 minutes 29, so puts himself up in the pointy end as well. It's all getting very, very tight. Only a couple of seconds, only a couple of milliseconds in that section there.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about it. I don't think it's going to be much of a difference of time there. You're going to see 10 seconds, you know, probably covering a couple of our start lines.
Yeah. That was a big moment there for this bike rider coming across the line. Adam Dutton, 6:06, had went through one of the little wet patches there and lost the rear end big time and somehow saved it. Brock Wild across the line as well, 6 minutes 20, not bad at all.
Yeah, Adam Dutton on that little that 538 had the big moment. The KTM 350 as well. As on screen, we got the number 534. 534, that's Mitchell Johnson. Giving up fast bowling for Australia to come and ride the Finke Desert Race.
Yeah.
But that full level of commitment as well there from Mitchell Johnson as well on the Husqvarna, the FX 450.
Does it in time of 5 minutes 52, so not bad whatsoever.
The 525 pops up on our screen as well. That's Curtis Smith, the YZ 450.
Another one of our local fellas.
How good. Love the locals out here. They live and breathe this race. You know, you hear some of the stories of the original days where they'd drive down, put some gas tanks or jerry cans along the way so they could drive back and ride themselves down and back in a day. That commitment, you know, that level of love that they just have for riding the Finke track. I don't think it ever goes away. It's just, if you're in Alice Springs and you're into motorsports, I think it's in your blood to be here at Finke.
No, it definitely is. The town tends to stop when it comes to this event, and when you get to close down main streets in the middle of Alice Springs for a street party, I don't think it gets much bigger than that.
No, absolutely. The 525 Curtis Smith.
See what it can do. Cross the line. This is, I think, his third or fourth Finke, if I'm not mistaken. 6 minutes 07, not bad at all. Good work. Yeah, again, the old shakeout, holding on. Quite tight. Dyson Musket on the 513 out there through Sector 2. Zachary Lawrence is finished, though, with a 6 minutes 22, not bad at all. Mitchell Johnson's full time coming through there, so 5 minutes 52, so a bit of a timing error there, but just popped back up as the 522 makes its way, pardon me, to the line, but it looks like someone behind him is on a run. Oh, it's him. It's the 522.
The 523.
That was
maybe
Dion.
The 533,
yep.
Just in front there, Charles Mole, and the 522, Dion.
Yeah, 5:48 for Dion. Good lap time from him.
Funny how they seem to get that little run of adrenaline, or maybe I think as they're sort of coming around that stadium section, you don't really get a full idea of their full speed. As a little bit of a square edge there, just creates a little kicker there as the 521 comes across the finish line as well. So that is Clayton Snelling, and then the 520 standing up. Lindsay Cox on that WR450, breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief there. I think that little square edge just caught him out a bit. Gave me a little bit of a heart rate spike, so I'm not sure how he feels about that. I think that's a bit of relief, but a timely reminder of just how brutal this Finke track can be. We're not even out onto the main course yet, or the main track, and there's a few little square edge bumpers that are starting to appear, starting to pop up there. Imagine how dangerous those little kickers are going to be on Monday afternoon when these guys are so close to home that they can taste it. As the 514, Gus Carberry.
Yeah, I think that's another hard thing coming back from Finke as well into the Alice Enders. You expect this arena section to be pristine, really, but it's not after 3 days of running with close to 400 cars and bikes over it. So the 514 making their way towards us. We'll see what sort of a time they can do. But I do believe, if I hear correctly in the background, Class 4 is about to get underway. So across the line was Gus Carberry and Jackson King as well across the line on the 518. Class 4's getting keen.
The 515 of Jalen, last name Russian, I'm going to go with, Bob Stanicki. And we also have the 510 across the finish line there, Jesse McGill on the 350 KDM. Yeah, that's something you're going to hear popping up now. The 512 as well, Damon Marshall. Looking on a nice, consistent lap there. Just nice, controlled, good flow, having a bit of a look behind him, making sure it's safe for him just to start cruising his way in. That is definitely something you're going to start to hear a bit more of with these little 250s, is plenty of RPM. They bring it up, the orange lights are flashing, and off they go. So the first of our 450s off the line, that'll be Jesse Hansen, Zayden Olsen, and Daniel Briggs.
Yeah, Jesse Hansen, another one to watch as well.
So the 513, Tyson Muscat, and the 507 or 508. Sorry, I just missed the last.
508. Jackson Lumen.
Yep.
Across the line, does it in 6:06, so not bad at all. And Raymond McCann does it in 6 minutes 20, so not bad whatsoever. For the Alice locals having a watch along or here at the venue, the next starting grid will involve Austin Shaw, the young man that has got a bit of a name for himself here at Finke after last year's race. Can't wait to see what he can do on the Class 4. Jesse Ryan and Clayton Boguki, I do believe.
There's an RPM getting flung about over there. The boys upper. The young fellas, a couple of these kids interviewed, and I can say it, kids, 16 years old, as cruising across after finishing the lap, the 5:05 of Luke Savitala. And then the 5:07 of Nicholas Panagoulos. Double-story brick veneer. Concrete as far as the eye can see. Traditional Australian upbringing.
The crowd getting keen for the Class 4s, it does look like, all giving us a wave. I hope you are enjoying your time here at the start-finish line precinct. Next off the line for the Class 4 should be Adam Young, Jet Bryan, and Jet Hansen. Jet Hansen, another one to watch on the 487, another Alice local.
My man, whipping his bike. What a great start there. Confidence plus now, my man. You got to keep it up for the rest of the lap, because I think if these boys get back past you, they'll be letting you know. But that's great. Isn't it great? This is a Class 4. A lot of young fellas here as well. Yep. There's that almost, youthful bravado that you will not see in some of the... I don't think you'd ever see a Class 8 guy doing that as he burns a couple of lads off the start. That's what we love about Class 4, the 250 up to 250cc 4-stroke. These are young, hungry calves looking to create a bit of a flock, get down into the paddock themselves and become the big bull.
So next off the line for Class 4 should be Jackson Verskin. I do apologise there. Dylan Prentice and Brendan Rose. Next off the line. Off and racing are they? Yep, all off the line there. So, gonna keep you with the action. The 444 is Ben Greenshield, Adam McDough, and Bjorn Cardes. off the next line for Class 4. And we'll keep you updated as these guys all come through. Looking good on the sector times from what I'm seeing for the first group. So not too far away from this next grid going off. Oh no, the 444. Heartbreaking for Ben Greenshields. I think they're both. Don't know what's happened there. That's unfortunate. Next off the line, though, will be Lockie Hanby. Archie Brownless was the young fellow I was talking about. Another Alice local, one to watch. The 432 Declan Rose, if I am correct. All off the line next. Here comes the 498 though.
Zayden Olsen.
Yep.
On a flyer.
Having a good crack at it.
Absolutely, that little 250. Now, this is the right time to be using the term on the bopper as we see our Class 4s attack the Method Race Wheels Prologue here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Riding that big girl hard.
Next off the line in Class 4, another Alice local on the 420 bike, Will Tatani. He's been trying to get to this race for a couple of years now. Had a big off last year, but is back now on his KTM. Brooklyn Blumber, as well as Marlu Kirby, all out on the next grid. But the 498 charging towards us on the bopper hard.
Do you reckon there's a few nervous mums and dads out here watching their young fellas just absolutely commit to this Prologue course?
Zane Olsen does it in time of 5 minutes 34.
That is a good one. Sorry for the whistle. I was just excited.
They'll be pushing.
Now, Daniel Briggs, the 497 is another. Oh, having a bit of a look behind him. Hopefully everything all right there. Maybe a little bit of a drama, not quite attacking like we probably expect him to. So that's a little bit of an interesting one. We'll keep a little bit of an eye out there, but got his hand up, waving his mate on. So the 499 maybe... Oh, no, he's stood up and got back up it again.
Interesting. Strategy play.
As the 496, Austin Shaw.
Yeah, okay. 5 minutes 19 from Austin Shaw. Put your hands together.
So Austin coming from a grid back there, obviously. So maybe...
That is huge. Jesse Hansen with a 621 as well. Class 4 is bringing the heat right now, but we're going to go back down to the start line to have another chat with Amanda and some competitors.
Yeah, I'm down here with Nicholas Turner, obviously the first bike in Class 2. How are you feeling, mate?
Oh, yeah, not feeling too bad. I'm just going to, do my thing and see what happens at the end of the day.
I love it. You're an Alice Springs local. Do you think that gives you an edge?
Yes and no. I mean, I grew up around this race. I've been riding this track since I was maybe 7, 8 years old. Wow. So, yeah, I know it from the back of my hand, really.
I love that. It's got to be an advantage. Surely, I know you need a little bit of luck on your side, but there's also that amazing skill that you've got.
Yeah, luck definitely has a big part of it. Last time I did this, I ended up on my head. So, yeah, luck definitely is a big contributor to this.
Now, it is your 7th one. Do you have any superstitions? Do you have lucky jocks you're wearing or anything like that?
Nah, my missus threw all the ones with holes out, so I haven't got nothing good anymore. No aerodynamics or anything like that.
Yeah, all right. Tell me what your plan is going into Prologue. Do you have a strategy at all?
I just got to stay away from the bike next to me and, see what happens. Hopefully one of us can get out in front and, stay there.
Good on you, mate. Good luck, and all of Alice is rooting for you.
Thank you very much, mate. Have a good one.
Alrighty, we'll go on a little more, go down the line a little bit. 295, hello, how you going?
Yeah, not bad.
What was your name?
Eli.
Eli, how many Finks have you done?
That's my second one.
Second one. How did you fare last year?
I finished, so I was happy.
Yeah, happy with that? Tell me what strategy do you have going into Prologue this afternoon?
I'll just get through it, clean run, and yeah, it's all tomorrow, the race is, not today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think makes Finke so special here in the middle of Australia?
Oh, just big atmosphere, everyone's here, good people here.
Yeah.
Just fun, yeah, I guess.
There is such a strong sense of community here, isn't there? The people are just fantastic. Is it great to catch up with your mates?
Yeah, it's real good. Everyone's real nice around here, it's good.
All right, mate, I'm going to let you get back to it. Good luck with everything, all right?
Yep, thanks.
All right, we're going to have one more interview down here before we throw to the commentary box. Hello, how you going?
Good, thanks.
What was your name?
Alex.
Alex, how many Finkes have you done?
It's the first one.
First one, Alex's first one. Where have you come from around Australia?
Come from Broadwater, over on the east coast.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Have you had much of a pre-run or anything in the lead-up?
Not really. Did about 20 Ks over the weekend. That was about it.
Yeah. All right, well, good luck. It's going to be gnarly out there, I think. I hear that the track here is wet, a little bit wet, more than normal, so it's a little bit muddy. How do you feel about that? You're going to be able to take that on?
Yeah, as long as there's not too much dust.
Yep. All right, good luck, okay?
Thank you.
All right, excellent. We're going to throw over to the commentary box. Josh and Josh, what's going on up there?
Thank you very much, Amanda. Some really quick times coming through the table here since Austin has come through as well. Jesse Ryan with 5:38, as well as Clayton Borky with a 5:49, Jet Hansen with a 5:47. Yeah, just it is getting very close. 5:23 from Bjorn. What a time that is.
I think those 16-year-old kids that are just throwing it out there. I love it. I love it. Come to Finke, 16 years old, fearless. These young fellas, they bounce a bit better than us old dogs. It's great to see. Great to see the future of Finke, you know, in the coming years as these guys get wiser, stronger, bigger. You know, their body grows into their riding ability, because their riding ability obviously off the charts. And we see them on 450s, 500s. The future of Finke and the motorbike class is looking very strong.
Yeah, definitely is the 477 making their way towards us now. Dylan?
Yeah, Dylan Prentice.
And then we'll see what sort of time he does. 7:34, so a bit more of a conservative lap from him. And I don't think we're too far away from the next class, which will be Class 3.
I tell you what, Austin Shaw, he owes his mate, well, because they're all so young, I can't say a beer, but he owes his mate a Monster or a Red Bull or, you know, a McHappy Meal, because these kids are so young. I don't know, owes him something, because that was great sportsmanship there. He knew his mate was going to be on an absolute burner. As we see the 440 across the finish line, that's Declan Rose.
Oh, two Alice locals getting in each other's way. Will Tatani and Archie Brownless. Oh, Lord. Stay away from each other, boys. Far out. No, it's great to see. Probably just confident in riding, but does look like Will Tatani will probably get a pretty good time here on the 420 bike. Done a heap of pre-running this year. We'll see what he can do. Just got to be careful there, as well as the Brownless bike. Will Tatani does it in 5:49, not bad at all, and Archie Brownless in 6:51. Knew he'd be a little bit more conservative in his first prologue out there, but good time to say the least. And I think Will be pretty happy with that. And here we go. Brett Ray, Seth Bell, and Thomas Gibson, another one of our Alice locals, off the line in class number 3. Ben Greenshields across the line, 8 minutes flat.
The 444, Brent Greenshields, like you said, doing a great job there. 8 minutes flat, just cruise across. So the class 3 as well. These are up to 250cc 2-strokes. So a bit of mixing gas, hauling ass about to happen.
Some of the best sounding bikes, I think. Gotta love a 2-stroke.
If Ronnie Mack ever come to Australia, we know what class he'd be in, a class 1. The 315. What a great shot. I tell you what, a good effort there. He's got the riding gear that matches the wrap on the bike. It's a big effort right there.
And off the line and racing is the next group of class 3s. Sam Smith, Adrian Zerner, and Mason Clark all off the line. Harry Guy across the line. 6:05. and then that was Harry Guy, probably.
Yeah, that was the 401 across the line, Harry Guy. As we see the 422, Lockie Hanby there on the 250 Sherco. So we've got our 254 strokes on track as our 252 strokes are released as well on the track. So some of our smaller capacities, the 414 and the 411. So Malu Kirby and Riley Morrow, or Riley, I guess. That's probably should have had a bit of a look at that.
It is late in the afternoon.
A lot of words have come out of this bout.
So next off the line in Class 3, really small class this year, but they're off and racing. As my timing screen decides to go, no, thank you. Ryan Donaldson and Daniel Watkins off the line on the 310 and the 307. Always great timing. But looking good. Oh, this is a good shot. Getting them warps.
Yeah, our camera crew's doing a great job. All day they've been out there in the winter sun here in Alice Springs. So that is a great shot back towards the road there.
Yep. Yeah, the back half of the track there is probably around about that Sector 2 timing loop there. And they're all looking pretty quick through there. Again, the chicane lounge. If you're there, I hope you're enjoying yourself. Food, drinks.
I know some of the mad dogs that end up over there, I'm pretty confident they are enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
Food, drinks, what a great way. If you're keen to get there next year, make sure you keep an eye on the tickets as they come out for the chicane lounge. One of the greatest, or a really great viewing point there. Got your own drinks packages, food packages available there. Nice undercover.
Great shots from our camera crew out there at the moment. This is the part of the track we don't normally get to see on camera. And it's really technical through this back half of the track. So great to be able to get those shots. So Class 2 looks like we are going to be moving on to.
Yeah, so the big boys now, we've gone from the little 254 strokes and 252 strokes to now the above 451cc 4-stroke. As I think I saw the officials put the fingers up. He was given the 2-minute warning there to the first bikes off the line. That will be Nicholas Turner, Christopher McConnell and Will Ashby. It's our first Class 2s off the line. So we'll keep a little bit of an eye out for our 250cc 2-strokes to start to make their way in.
Yeah, shouldn't be too long whatsoever. And here we go. As we say it appears. So, 398. Tom Gibson out in front. The Alice local on the gas. Having a good run here is Tom. Older brother Eddie was in the classes upper. 2 minutes now from what I can see there for our Class 2s. So, but let's see what these bikes can do as that distinct noise starts to make its way into the stadium section of the 390 as well out there. That's Seth Bell. Oh no, did I put the mocker? I did put the mocker on him.
Oh, the commentator's curse, Josh.
Wow, Tom is going to give me some for that. I'll probably owe him a beer.
He's still got time making good. But geez, I tell you what, Seth Bell with a great line out there, ringing that little 2-stroke neck, making sure that he keeps plenty of momentum, keeping it up on the pipe as Seth comes across, and then right behind him will be Tom. Unfortunately for Tom, having a little lay in the dirt. You can see him, oh no, hopefully he hasn't injured himself there. He ducks down, pulls that wing in, I guess you'd say, so hopefully nothing too major for Tom there. Really sad to see a weekend end earlier than it needs to, as we see the 399 as well of Brett Ray as we're going to cross to down at the start line with some of our more bike competitors.
Well, I'm here with Sean. Now, you're a first-timer here at Finke, aren't you?
I definitely am, yep. I'm going to give it my best crack, so big Prawny Unleashed. So I was self-proclaimed show and shine winner last night, so number one, nice bike.
That's what you got to do. You got to get there and back on a nice bike, but more importantly, you've got an Instagram and a YouTube channel. You did a bit of a school talk with Maddie Healy, who is obviously our Queen of the Desert from last year. Talk us through what got you here and made you come to Finke.
Getting old, putting on a bit of weight, but ticking off a bucket list, I think. And like I said at the school, I did a talk. Without support, without the family and that, and friends behind you, it doesn't come possible to do it. So you definitely need the backing. And the school was a good eye-opener. The kids loved it, and I quite enjoyed doing the talk at the school with Maddie Healy, and I idolise her as well. So that's good. And yeah.
It's all about making the dreams come true and ticking off that bucket list item. That's what Finke is about. All right, I'm going to grab one of these guys. I might wander here. 249, what's your name?
Aaron.
Aaron, what made you come out to Finke this year?
I didn't.
Done it before?
Nah.
What do you know about it so far? How have you prepared for this one?
It's fast, brutal, and yeah, just plan is to make it there and back. So the Finke motto. So.
Well, it all starts here with Prologue. So good luck out there. We'll let you guys continue to roll forward. Who else is heading up? I grab you. Hello, how are you going?
Yeah, good, thank you, yourself.
How are you feeling heading out there now?
You know, a little bit nervous, but not too bad. It's my first time, so just going to get out there and take it slow and steady and get to finish.
Brilliant. And have you done Finke before?
No, never done it. First for me, first for AJP, getting out here in Australia on debut, so.
Oh, brilliant. Well, good luck. Enjoy it. It's a little bit brutal, but I'm sure it'll be a great time. Just got to get there and back. I'm going to jump over here. My mate Kai, how are you?
Good, thank you. Bit nervous, but we'll get the job done.
You haven't done this one on the bike, that's correct, right?
Yeah, correct.
So have you had a look at the Prologue track today? Are you in the right headspace for it?
Yeah, but as Ryan said, I think I've left two wheels at home and I'm mad doing this, but anyway, we'll get out there and get it done.
You've got to tick it off. You've done it plenty of times in the buggy, so I'm sure you'll be fine. Good luck out there for the Prologue. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, well, we can continue to wander up here a little bit. I might come here. Who have we got here? Luff. How are you?
Going well, thank you.
Have you done Finke before?
Yeah, this is my fourth go at it.
Fourth go. What do you know about the Prologue track today? What have you got in mind?
Hold on, try and stay out of the dust and don't bin it.
Stay on the bike, no trouble. That's what we love. All right, we'll just grab one more and then I might head up to the boys. I love this get up here. This has to be one of the best suits out here, I think.
You reckon?
No, you're going to have a bit of colour so we can pick you out. Right. What's your name?
Corey.
Corey, have you done Finke before?
I have done it once, yes.
And what made you come out this year?
I don't know, just to do it again, tick it off the list.
Did you get there and back last time?
No, only one way.
Only one way. We've got to get there and back. That is the mission. All right, well, I'm going to let these guys continue to roll forward because they're getting moved along, but we'll head back up to you guys in commentary.
Thank you very much, Keziah. Great to have a bit of a chat with all of those people. We are now into the Class 2 action, and they are making their way through. I know Will Ashby's out there at the moment, and look at the crowd. All pretty keen for the Class 2s. Give us a big wave if you're up on the big screen. Hope you're enjoying the weekend so far. Hello everyone. Thanks for sticking with us. So continuing to go through Class 2 at the moment. Cody Stevens out there as well. Joshua Granger, Tom Pluckett, Josh Greeks, Will Ashby, one of the Alice locals to watch for. Nicholas Turner as well, one to watch for as well.
Yeah, Class 2 previously, well, I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that Callum Norton, Corey Hammond were in top 30 last year, they'd be in this group as well. So Class 2 traditionally produces the overall winner. I mean, once we get down into that thick, heavy deep sand, that the power and the torque of these 500s is just so hard to compete with.
Yeah, no, definitely is. A lot of people stepping up. As soon as the 500 came out, a lot of people went to it.
And understandable too, you know, you're looking for those little edges that can make a huge difference for you. Just being able to be in the right gear at the right time as we see the first of our competitors making their way back in. That's the 296, that's Will Ashby.
Yeah, the boys from Grogtown going to be happy.
The boys from where?
Yeah, the Lords of Grogtown, they call themselves.
My man, I like it.
So, yeah, they're going to be pretty happy with this one. And I know Will be pushing hard out there. I think he's come back from injury over the last couple of years. I think it's taken him 2 years to get back onto the bike after a big accident here at Fink a while ago. So, great to see how he goes here. See what sort of a time he can get.
As we were talking about before, you see the way those ruts are starting to form, the acceleration bumps out of those corners as well, as Will Ashby comes flying in on a great run there.
5:16. Wow. That is a really good time. In the top 20.
Yeah, puts him just in front of James Heenan. So that is a really good run there as well. But I'm sure they'll be calling a few of them as we also see the 599, Nicholas Turner. We keep an eye out for the 597 of Christopher McDonald as well. McConnell, sorry, not McDonald.
Yeah, Nicholas Turner will be happy with that one. 5 minutes 35. Cody Stevens out on track as well. He will be one to watch this weekend. As the next gaggle of bikes gets away. Christopher McDonald 6:06 on that bike across the line. But the Class 2s are keen to get out there.
And as expected, these poor lads here in Class 2, they've been cooped up all day. It's now 2:54 in the afternoon, so a lot of these guys, they would have got here early, got themselves set up in the pits, and then riders briefing was 11 o'clock, so now they've sat around for almost 4 hours waiting for their turn to have a go. So a lot of nervous energy expelled. It's something that definitely needs to be managed for these guys. As the 295.
Yeah, Eagle Eye across the line, 5 minutes 51, so really
good heritage name there for off-road racing.
Jesse O'Shea, another one of our Alice locals, Brock Ritchie and Thomas Fletcher off the line there. The 290 comes flying towards us. Oh, a bit of a moment there, but gets it back on the straight. Oh, wow, they are becoming really bad.
What a great run there by Cody Stevens on the 290.
5:17, so that puts him in front of James Heenan as well. So around about that top 20 mark as the 294. Yep, 294 has a bit of a moment there. Saves himself. That's Will Mahoney. Oh, Mahoney, sorry. I do apologise. Wow, it's late in the afternoon. Can't have to tell we've been talking all day.
With any luck, mate, most of the people have tuned out by now. But yeah, I tell you what, it's getting fast and furious. The action has not died off at all today as we keep an eye on our competitors coming back in through this chicane section here for the chicane club, as we got 3 riders coming through all at pace. Looks like the 293, the 291 and the 294. So that is Will Mahoney, Nathan Capel and Alex Hughes. The boys all battle. I'd say they've had a good battle around the track there. I'm guessing they were pretty close to leaving the start line together. So that's nice when you do get seated with a couple of guys, sort of help push you along. Make sure that you are doing, you know, a good prologue time as we see the 284. That's Lachlan Wilcock.
And the 289 making his way across the line, Josh Griggs. 6 minutes 46, not bad whatsoever.
But elbows out, plenty of racing. want that inside line for this first corner. That's one of the cool things. It's a slightly sweeping left-hander to a rather tight right-hander as well, so you might have the good line for the first corner, but it's always a battle for that second as it tightens up as the
284?
284, not the 294. Lachlan Wilcock, and then the 294 is Will Mahoney. So too many Wills. The 284 getting a little bit loose there as well.
Yeah, rut's really becoming a big factor now. There's definitely some big moments.
Yeah, like we said, late in the day, these guys having a lot of time sitting around. The track will have drastically changed since they did their sight lap. That's the 285 there. Joshua Granger, what a good name, a solid name, a powerful name, Josh. Might see if he's available to do commentary next year. He'll slide right in, but he powers across there.
Yeah, coming through thick and fast. Jeff Pickering line engaged.
But that is how hard these guys are pushing the 288 and the 282. So a little bit of a nervous moment there for Chris Stanton and the 288 Tom Plunkett as the 280 as well. So that's Brock Parker. But yeah, Chris Stanton with a little bit of a nervous moment there. Thank goodness so close to the finish line and didn't have to really try and ride out the rest of the track while trying to recover from that as well, because sometimes one small mistake can lead into 2, which can lead into 3, which can lead into you laying on the ground.
Yeah, Brock Parker had a really good time as well, 5 minutes 32. He'll be happy with that, definitely.
So I think the berm on that corner might be just starting to blow out a little bit as the 283 makes their way across. That's James Mason, the 281, Hayden Vag, and the 286. So that is Josh. 286 is Aaron Mills. Yeah, I think that berm is just starting to blow out a little bit. It's the 277 across the finish line as well. Nathan Shields, that's a good run from a little bit back there as well. But yeah, it looks like they're expecting it to sort of help push the front end around, and it just doesn't quite seem to turn like they're expecting, and they end up jumping over that berm.
Yeah, not too bad times whatsoever from those competitors, as well as the 274, I reckon, if I'm reading my numbers right. Come through. Yes, James Besgrove does it in 6 minutes flat as the 269 makes its way towards us now. That will be Brock Ritchie.
Be interesting to get some facts and figures too on bikes that have been modified, who's been and seen Greenie, who's got their suspension done, because you did see the, did you say that was the 274, James Bedsgrove there, when he just turned his bike in and it hit that rut, just it nicely soaked it up. It didn't do anything nervous or a little bit twitchy, so you can see the bikes that do have their suspension well and truly set up on point. You know, we think these guys are just buying bikes from the factory and just riding them, but that is clearly not the case. A lot of time and effort gone into modifying these machines to make them Fink ready. The 276 across that's Jacob Wilkinson. Yeah, a lot of time and effort. We're talking about steering damage. You can see on the 346 there, you can see the steg pegs for them to hold their boots or help hold them in place. Latches onto the back of their boots. Helps them when they stand up in position. The 269 as well there, Brock Ritchie.
6 minutes 01, not bad at all. The 272, Jesse O'Shea across the line, 6 minutes and 13 seconds, not bad at all.
I heard you talk about before as well, you said like the steering dampener, any adjustments that they make to these. So these bikes, highly modified pieces of machinery, as well as the 270. Tommy Fletcher getting over the back end there. I like his style.
Yeah, 6 minutes 28, again, not bad whatsoever as the 268 makes its way into the stadium section.
That's Dwight Hawken.
The 285, don't know what happened there, but back on the bopper hard, not happy with it. right and angry. Trying to stay in front. Reckon I saw a license plate hanging off the back of that thing as well. Love to see it.
All in the gears, the 265. So Blake Russell. Yeah, still had the headlight, the brake light, everything like that. A lot of these 500s road registrable machines. The 263 of Judah Benny. Good to see the 268 Dwight Hawken still upright. And I think that's the 263. Right, oh, a little bit of head shake there. Looking for the fast line. That's the 261. That's Chris Condon on that gas. He was giving it the gas.
Massive jump on the start line. Oh, it is that time of day.
The 262 as well. Tom Condon and Chris Condon. So I'm going to say Tommy Condon and Chris Condon, probably a couple of brothers there. Yep. Ben was talking about having some families there doing the off-road experience with him, the VIP tour, as the 263 Judah Benny. So great to see the brothers out racing. Going for some serious bragging rights.
Not too bad at all from the Benny machine either. 6 minutes 17. The 259 making its way towards the finish line now. Start line about to get underway. Kai Floyd, Ben Dixon, Blair Outram.
So the 259, Ben Adamson across the finish line there as well. A little bit wide. But the boys having a good run there off the start line. I'd say that's going to be a nice little battle, one to keep an eye on. Now there is the self-proclaimed show and shine winner there, the 260 Sean wearing that bright white KTM 500. The boys just here having a good time, enjoying it. Why wouldn't you come to Fink?
Oh, why not?
Come with your mates, have a good time, win a show and shine trophy.
Who do I have to go to see about that one?
No, it was just self-proclaimed. So just make it yourself. Bring it. There's a 227, the 230, the 229 on the start line. Looks like we have the 537. No, it might have been the 257. And the 255 as well. The 254 across the finish line, that's Max Fullerton. Hopefully he changes his last name to Power sometime soon. We get Max Power racing here at Fink. The 256 also across the finish line. That's Mitchell Young. So now time for these lads to put it in the trailer, rest up, relax, go home, give the bike a wash, have one final pep talk with the pit crew. But how good is it from 8 o'clock this morning and it's now 3:06 in the afternoon. The Method Race Wheels Prologue has just absolutely delivered on action. The 255, that is Ryan Newman. And also the 250, Corey Buxton. Lots of KTMs here in the Class 2 above 451cc category. Tucking right down there on the 249, Aaron Pistler.
Not bad at all, 6 minutes 32, the time there. And then we go to the next of the grids, the 221, 222 and 223 off the line.
248, Justin Custo.
Yeah, not bad at all there. 7 minutes flat there.
Good run. As we see this track get chopped, a little bit of a head shake there. The 246. That is Quinn Kalis, clearly not happy with himself, unfortunately. Maybe a little bit of a mistake out in the back blocks.
Still does it in a time of 6 minutes 14, though. Not bad whatsoever.
I'd be very happy doing a 6:14.
Oh, yeah. As the 220 lines up. Missed the numbers there. Do apologise. We'll get them to you as they cross the line. 247 across the line. Nice and smooth. That was Anthony Hammond with 6 minutes and 56 seconds. Oh, 2:45.
Terrence Conway, big snap of the wrist there as he come across the finish line. Putting all the effort into it. As the 242 standing up, hands off, that's confidence right there. Sam Harmon.
Yeah, it does in 6 minutes 21, not bad whatsoever. 233 making their way towards the line as well. Bradley Pollard was next across the line there on this on the 239 bike, does in 6 minutes 34. Bopper engaged on the start line. Samuel Moon, Joseph Blanc and Alex Kunoth off the start line there.
So the 244 Dylan Casement across, and these boys hook it in. The 233. Gee, that's a great lap there from Blair Outram.
Yeah, puts him in the top 20.
Oof.
5 minutes 17 seconds.
A real great run there, late in the day from Blair.
Yeah.
And that's one of the great things about this prologue is you don't want to look away too early. You don't want to count your chickens before they hatch. As the 235 Kai Rothery and the 238 Michael McAllister. The 231 of Kai Floyd across there as well.
5 minutes 50, not bad at all for Kai. So he'd be happy with that one. Ben Dixon across the line as well on the 232, 6 minutes 03. Having a good push. As we continue to welcome these bikes in through their prologue lap. Continue to give you the times, names and numbers as they come through. 234 making their way through towards us now. That was Alex Kelly, does it in time 7 minutes 44. So just a nice contained run out there.
Yeah, like we're saying, this is the exciting part, isn't it? There's lots of bikes here in, say, this last a little bit of a hop there, a little bit of a bounce for the 227. So that's Robert McConnell across the finish line there. But yeah, lots of bikes that have snuck up inside that top 50 in the last half an hour of this class. Lots of battles still happening. The 224 there as well. That's Brad Luff. Getting a little bit rogue, a little bit wide there, but still powering. A little bit of a rear end step out there. A few nervous moments for the 224 Brad Luff and the 229 Jack Francis.
Does it in 5 minutes 30, but Brad Luff, wow. Good save, mate.
Relax, brother.
Corey Buxton was the other one through there on his bike. Does it in 6 minutes 20, so not bad whatsoever. The 230 making their way towards the finish line as well. So many different lines, such soft sand really there, making it easy to have a mistake in the last little bit of the lap. That was Corey Buxton, does it in a time 6 minutes 20.
Yeah, hopefully serves as a little bit of a warning for some of these guys for Monday afternoon when they're coming back into the start-finish complex here. Always a great feeling, a feeling of relief. You know that you're so close to home. Easy to drop your guard. But hopefully a few free lessons learned today as the 2-2-6 Timothy Alcock. So it looks like all of our Class 2s off the line, and our final class for the day, our big hitters of two-stroke above 251cc two-stroke. So we're going to see some 300s, some 500s, lots of good stuff here, I reckon.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see what the Class 1s can do.
Oh, unfortunately, the 221 looking like he's just cruising in at the moment, hands on his hips there. So that's Jamie Harris. Hopefully nothing majorly wrong there. Might have had a little lay in the dirt there. He sort of seems like he's looking down at his bike. Maybe not a mechanical failure. Gee, unfortunately, not a great start to the weekend. Hopefully nothing too major, nothing he can't fix tonight with a bit of time, get himself ready for the 11:30, 12 o'clock start time tomorrow. So the 221 just cruises across the finish line there. Jamie, hopefully everything all right there for him.
Yeah, unfortunate there. But rather it happen on Prologue Day than out in the race. Must be in some sort of, I don't know, limp mode or just, not wanting to play the game.
Cruising in. Can't seem to see much damage to the bike, but that is easier to spot, I guess, when you get up close and personal. It doesn't look like a guard flapping off. A little bit of a head shake, not looking happy with either himself or the bike.
Yeah, don't know what's going on there for the 221.
Might be a story we can chase up tomorrow as the 212 cuts onto our screen as well. That's George Rugless. Clearly doesn't wear a toupee.
6 minutes 56, not bad at all from George.
Also the 210 there, Joseph Blank.
Oh no.
Oh.
The 208.
Oh, thank goodness it wasn't Joseph, because we were just talking about him, and I was really starting to feel worried after you put the curse on. Was it Tommy?
Yep. No, I will not be saying anything more for anyone in.
So the 208, that's Samuel Moon. That Husqvarna 501. Good to see it didn't look like too major a lay in the dirt. Pit bounced straight back up. Got the adrenaline pumping and back onto the gas. The 218 of Caleb Hastewell. But yeah, unfortunately, Samuel Moon having a little bit of a lay in the dirt there. But if you are listening along at home, family and friends, he bounced straight back up, got the bike started again, and was off and charging.
Yeah, quite literally just lost the rear end and sort of sat the bike down with him and then got straight back up. So he's all good to go in the first of our Class 1 competitors off and racing. If you're at the start-finish line complex, give the 208 a big clap.
Clearly good.
Yeah.
Clearly happy. Just pulled it up for a wheel stand across the finish line as well. The 207 Ashley Felting and the 204 of Reese Stevenson. All the way through the finish line, the 195 there as well. Another William Thurlbeck getting it up in the 196 as well, Reese Parlerville. So our Class 1, 251cc and above, 2 strokes off the start line as the 205 Bradley Roberts. Now, I might be slightly confused here, but that's a Honda.
Yeah, I think.
So Honda don't make a 500. Maybe a modified bike? Anyhow, maybe that's another one to investigate. Anyone listening along at home, if you know why Bradley on a 205, and actually I just checked, he is listed as a Honda here, why Bradley in a Honda 450 is Class 2, let us know. We'd love to know if that is a custom built 450 that's been bought out. And also the 202, Justin Pitts. Just in time. Just in time. The 159 gets off the line.
The 220 though, looks like he's lost his the peak of his helmet here. So he might have gone for a bit of an excursion.
That is never a good sign.
Yeah, Jared Hoffman, 10 minutes 08, so I think he's had a bit of a lie down. Hopefully he's all good. Head down.
That might be one of the, I'm sure there's been some crashes out there, but that might be one of the first big ones to lose 3 or 4 minutes of time like that. As we get a shot of the 152 on the start line. I was going to say Lenny, but clearly not. Jason Matthews, maybe some family. Watch, it looks like there's another name on the other handguard as well. So what a cool touch there. Probably some friends and family that he knows at home supporting along. So Jason Matthews, shout out to whoever Lenny is. Unfortunately can't read the other side. The 150 on the start line as well. That's Ty Salisbury. Got a great shot here of this 2-stroke Husqvarna 300. Sorry, my bad. It's a beta.
Oh.
The 150 machine.
Love to see it. 129 gas machine also on the line now. I think we are getting close towards the end here of the Method Race Wheels Prologue. It's been a big one from us here today. Started at 8 and almost 320 now.
The 129. Riley Larkin, the Husqvarna 300. So that clearly has gas on the side of it. We are just getting absolutely slaughtered up here. We're going to be getting slaughtered in the YouTube comment section right about now.
Sean O'Grady, Robert Savage and Riley Larkin off the line.
And what an honour for this man, our last bike off the start line. I'm going to say it's Lachlan Ivers.
102.
The bike number 102 has the whole Finke Prologue track to himself. What an awesome event. Method Race Wheels Prologue. $2,000 for the fastest car, $1,000 for the fastest side-by-side, $1,000 for the fastest bike this weekend as well. So we're looking forward to Lachlan Ivers wrapping it up for us. We're excited here. The last of our competitors off the start line here for the Method Race Wheels Prologue, and he is off and running. Got that big 300 up on the pipe.
Well done, team.
And powering down that start straight. Gee, look at the ruts.
Yeah.
As the 199 back in the building. That is Cameron Lotter.
Yeah, see what sort of time these one bikes can do. Really riding the outside of that corner there. Getting up on the berm. Big old weight here today, but you can see the couple of lines that have developed there throughout the day. $199, good number actually.
Yeah, Cameron up in that nice attack position, shifted his weight around. Had a long wait, poor Cameron, to get his time on the Prologue. Not as long a wait as Lachlan Ivers, but a long wait for these guys as well. So thank you to everyone that stuck around and supported as well. Thanks to our volunteer crew as we see the first of our... a little head shake as he went across the line. Looked back, didn't look happy.
5:58.
That's a good time.
It is a good time for a Class 1.
It's funny, sometimes they catch us a little bit off guard. We think it's a good run, and then we see you can almost feel the dejection. You can see their body language as they come across that finish line. Cameron obviously not happy with that, but if you're listening along at home, Cameron is safely in. His prologue lap is completed. He is already dressed and ready for the big dance tomorrow.
The 198 making their way across the line. Matthew Pemberton, 6 minutes 39, not bad at all. It's the 185, I think I saw. Was that number?
A 175 or a 195 as well. This looks like the 197 of Damien Jones. The 195 William Thurlbeck. Little bit of an excursion there as well for the 195. So Willie getting a bit wild. Big Willie letting it hang it out. Big Willie style.
6 minutes 17.
The 196 as well. Reese Parvalet.
6:20, so not bad whatsoever.
And I'll ask this again. These are some of the interesting facts coming through. Might be a highly modified Yamaha. It is listed as a YZ250.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
Down in Class 1, so maybe got a bit of a stroker kit, maybe a big bore.
Just taking the high line in the berm there. The 164 making their way towards the line.
Yeah, good run there. Plenty of performance there. That's Nicholas Leditsky.
Does it in a time 6 minutes 02, so not bad whatsoever. As the 175 pops up on the screen. See what sort of a time they do as they come towards us. Bo Doherty, 6 minutes 22.
Still got the number plate on too. The 159 there, Bo Doherty. Number plate on, tail light, headlight. It's just in case he wants to run into Apachula to get some snacks. Tomorrow night he can still legally do it. As we keep an eye out some of our...
big snap of oversteer there in the rear end of that bike. Did very well to hold on to it.
Still plenty of clutching happening out there. These guys still excited about their turn for the Method Race Wheels Prologue.
Oh, pass right on the line. Keanu Fleming, 7 minutes 13 compared to Jason Bridges, 6 minutes 13. So around about a minute apart, but what great racing.
So the 150 on screen as we cut to the
111. Robert Savage, 5:35.
What a savage.
Definitely a savage. Wow. Straight to the top of the class. And there we go. So, just because it's a bit easier to look at now on outright positions, Callum Norton did it in 4:46 today with an average speed of 100k an hour. Your current pole man.
The 150 Ty Salisbury across the finish line.
Corey Hammond did it in 4 minutes 53, and Brody Waters 4 minutes 54. So really nothing in it, as well as Mitchell Outram in 4:55. Splits your top four. It's just nothing in it whatsoever.
Yeah, and the 152 of Jason Matthews across the finish line there. Yeah, it is tight at the top there. I mean, we knew it was going to be that way as the 129 Riley Larkin makes his way across there as well. And then we go down a little bit further, look at Ray Cole and Tyler Ratford, 459.05 to a 459.45. So 4/10 of a second splitting those guys there.
Yeah, absolutely nothing in it as the 102 makes their way towards us. Lachlan shivers as the 122 also making their way towards us. Sean O'Grady.
Solid Irish name.
Yeah.
But he's going down the pub for a few Guinnesses. Bit of shepherd's pie after this. The 122 across the finish line. Sean O'Grady. Hand off the bar. Oh no, standing up. Is he reaching down? Hand off the bar. And last, the 102 Lachlan Ivers. Geez, that was a good run there for Lockie.
Great run, 6:38.
I believe that would be the last of our bikes across the finish line here at the Method Race Wheels Prologue. So like you said, we have our top positions locked in now. Callum Norton, Corey Hammond going to be starting first off the grid. I believe our top 10 is a 2x2 start position. So Callum Norton, Corey Hammond. Then next off the line, we'll have Brodie Waters, Mitchell Outramp. Good West Australian boy there. Looking forward to a solid run out of him. Then Ray Cole and Tyler Ratford. Now, these two are just glued together. These are the two we were talking about, separated by 0.4 of a second in their prologue time. They are going to be starting side by side tomorrow, and then we're going to see Jack Colbert and Campbell Hall next off the line, and then we'll go to our grid positions as well from that. But our top 10, geez, they're tight, that's for sure. It's going to be fantastic battles from the moment the green flag drops.
Yeah, no, it definitely is, and what a day we've had out here at the Method Race Wheels Prologue. Stunner of a day, lovely weather, a little bit of wind, kept the pesky flies away because they have been friendly this weekend, I can tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely, and a massive shout out to all the fans that have stuck around until the last bike made it across. Trust me, when they're out on the track, they always say they can hear you cheer, and they know that you're here watching them on. So appreciate the fans that stuck around right until our last bike today. Over 80 or 90 cars, over 350 bikes today. It's been a great exhibition of motorsport here in Australia.
No, it definitely has been. Race day 1 starts early tomorrow morning. Have to get the exact time off the official website. Head on to the tatsfinkdesirace.com.au so you know when we are starting tomorrow. I think normally it's around about 7 o'clock that we get the first cars running. So, and yeah, the Robinsons as well. If you've only joined us for the bike category this afternoon, it's Travis Robinson and his brand new trophy truck, only a week and a half old, took out Prologue, and then the brother, Bo Robinson, in the Performance 2-wheel drive machine starts second, and then Boston Morgan in third place in his Extreme 2-wheel drive. So really looking forward to it. It's going to be great fun out here for race day 1. Heaps of action coming your way tomorrow morning. Now, it's been great fun. Big day for us up here in the comms box.
Yeah, just having a look at the official start times there. 2-minute dust gaps as well. We're going to see Travis Robinson off the start line at 7:30.
Okay, there you
Bo
go.
Robinson. These are all Central Standard Times as well. But these are ways that we're going to go for sure. So 2-minute dust gap. We'll have 7:30 start time tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, if you missed the car presentation earlier on, we're now going to show it to you. So here we go.
has been an incredible morning here in Alice Springs, and it's now time to present the Method Race Wheels Prologue winners with their wheels and checks. Here we have Travis Robinson and his navigator Paul. Trav, 4 minutes and 43 seconds. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, it was a good run, better than last year's, so we were upside down, so got to be happy.
It's a new truck as well. You said you've only had it for a week, so giving it a run out there, how did it feel?
Yeah, it was good. It was a little bit different than the Buggy, so we just got to get used to it, but obviously good enough to win, so we're happy.
And 4 seconds ahead of your brother. Is there going to be a bit of a brotherly battle going on this weekend?
But as long as we get 1-2 at the end of on Monday afternoon, we'll be happy.
Absolutely. And Paul, just quickly, how did you feel about that run out there?
I thought it was really good. Trav did a good job in the new car and felt good, felt fast.
All right, it's time to present the Method Race Wheels Prologue winners for the side-by-sides with their wheel and check. Lockie Bailey, how did you feel out there? You finished with a time of 5 minutes and 8 seconds.
No, it was really good. We were a little bit hesitant to start with, but after we worked out what the car's going to do, we let it eat.
Had you had much of a run in it before this weekend?
Yeah, we raced Pincary round one and got the feel for it there, so we were able to push pretty hard.
And Nathan in the Navi seat, was his driving pretty good? Are you confident heading into tomorrow?
Yeah, pretty confident. He was doing very well for that prologue lap.
Brilliant. What's the game plan tonight then?
Just go pack the car, check over what we need to check over, and get our mindset for tomorrow with the big cars behind us.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy this and go get some rest tonight.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Adbri, Morton Brothers Contracting, Thrifty Car Rental, APJ Concrete.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you are ready to make a purchase. Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Asprint, National Australia Bank, Centre Pest Management, Red Centre Technology Partners, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Alice Springs Toyota.
The McDonald's Alice Springs Finke ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are...
Well, it is time to award the Prologue winner for today with his Method Race Wheels prize and prize money. The fastest man in the bikes today, Callum Norton, with a time of 4 minutes and 46 seconds. Can I please bring you here? I'm going to get you in the middle of these girls, and I might get one of our ambassadors to hand you your tyre. Here we go. Congratulations, Callum Norton. the man of the hour right now. There is a lot of hype around him this weekend. He is one of the favourites heading into tomorrow, and you're going to be starting in first place. How did you feel about that prologue run?
Yeah, it was really good. I had a clean lap and didn't do anything silly, but yeah, come away with a win, which I'm stoked with. So happy to be on the front row for tomorrow. Obviously, yeah, I didn't mind if that wasn't the case, but it's nice to do it and cool to get a little wheel and yeah, a little check. So it's stoked.
Well done, and KTM being pretty supportive for this one as well. How is the bike?
Yeah, the bike's really good. We've put a lot of work into that, and with David and Liam on the similar setup last year, it helped a lot. So, yeah, a few little minor changes for myself, and yeah, it's great. I think just got to try and, block out the nerves and things tomorrow and just do a normal thing and get to Finke and ride back the next day.
And they do say the best part about being on the front is being able to get that clear air off in the morning. So how crucial is that when you head off tomorrow?
Yeah, it's definitely it's big. So if I can get a good start tomorrow and hopefully get out in the lead, that would be awesome. If not, just going to have to be patient. But for sure, it's a massive help or advantage to be on that front row. So just need to ride my best and see how we go.
Well done. Make sure the guys are staying well and truly behind you when you hit the track tomorrow. Good luck. Congratulations. We are almost finished prologue here at Alice Springs. We will be back very shortly before we wrap up the day for you.
Do you reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Chance to win a Honda and Jetcore package valued at $15,000 or a cash prize. Which would you choose? Play with your Lassiter's rewards card. Win one of 10 entries daily during designated times or earn one entry for every 50 points accrued. Then swipe to claim. Easy. Earn entries now with the major prize drawn Tuesday the 13th of June. Not a rewards member? It's free to join. Tear it up and win at Lassiter's.
There's a new place to get it all on tap. See every earth-shattering race live. The Downtowns. The beautiful game. Australia's biggest games. This.
You just stand in there with Amanda?
Oh, come on, ref. And inevitably, this. All you need to make it happen is this. For racing and sport on tap, download the Tab app.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Pushing limits, right here in the heart of the Northern Territory. Proudly local, proudly supporting the Finke Desert Race and local businesses. Where your Northern Territory journey begins, Thrifty, your local car hire partner.
the world's most relied upon materials. It is all around us. It builds our homes, our infrastructure, and industrial developments. It builds our communities and where we grow. Adbri's Futurecrete possesses the benefits of concrete while using recycled materials to lower embodied carbon compared to conventional concrete, with no cement substitution.
We've just got a live one more to go.
Did you know Only the Lot is the official home of Australia's lotteries? And we've been supporting Australian communities for over 100 years. When you play at the Lot, you're also playing for kids doing it tough, for life-saving research, for bubs, their mums, even the furry ones. Because together, we're giving millions to those who need it most. Real tickets, real support, real impact. And that's a lot more to play for. Get same race multis on tap. Choose multiple runners in the same race for bigger odds to get some of this, this, and this. Want a same race multi on tap? Download the Tab app.
What's gambling really costing you?
Well, it has been a massive day here for Tatts Finke Desert Race 2025 for the Method Race Wheels Prologue. Feels like a lifetime ago this morning that we saw the cars take off the start-finish line. They're through the arch. Fastest time was Travis Robinson in the Extreme 4x4, finishing 4 minutes and 43 seconds. Right behind him, though, 4 seconds later, was his brother Bo, the reigning king of the desert. And then right behind him as well was Boston Morgan Horan. So exciting for tomorrow because they're going to be the first people to take off from this grid. So we're going to see Travis Robinson and his navigator, Paul Curry, leave here pretty much 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I won't see them again until they get to Finke at the other end. From midday then we get into the bikes, and then we've had an awesome top three finish. Callum Norton with a lot of hype behind him.
Yeah.
How do you take that one?
Yeah, no surprise with Callum Norton on top. 4 minutes 46 he did it in. He absolutely smashed it. Then coming closely behind him was Corey Hammond with 4 minutes 53, and then Brodie Waters rounds up the top three with the bikes in the prologue.
And that's really exciting because last year as well, Brodie Waters finished in third place, so he's really been fighting to stay in that sort of top 10. We haven't got David Walsh this year. Liam Walsh is out as well, and Luke Hayes. So it's a big loss to that top 10 sort of area. So I think there's going to be a bit of a battle going on. A lot of obvious support behind Callum Norton, but it'll be really exciting to see all three of those guys tomorrow, see how they finish up at Finke End.
Yeah, Kaz, we're sending you to Finke End first thing in the morning, and I'll be here on the ground seeing them all off, and you'll be receiving them over that end.
And I am so excited for it. You, though, you will be here and you will see everyone bright and early in the morning. Thank you so much for joining us today. I am Keziah Dawn. This is Amanda Jarrett. We will see you tomorrow for the continuation of the official Tatts Finke Desert Race 2025 coverage. Until then, though, we're going to head back to the Joshes in commentary.
Thank you very much, ladies. What a day we have had here at Method Race Wheels Prologue. It's been such a good event this year. And, Callum Norton and the Robinsons, the ones to watch both in the cars and the bikes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think on the bikes it's very exciting. We're going to crown a first-time King of the Desert. I'm making a bold prediction now. And I tell you what, Callum Norton, what a great lap. 4:46. If it wasn't for Trav Robinson laying down an absolute heater in that brand new Mason all-wheel drive, we would have gone back to seeing a motorbike being the fastest in Prologue as well. He would have just tipped Bo Robinson, our last year's Prologue winner, with a 4:47 as well by about half a second. So the car guys, the bike boys, there is always a little bit of that battle as well. You know, there is separate classes, King of the Desert for the bike, King of the Desert for the cars, but they still want to have that overall King of the Desert. I believe there is a little bit of, even though the title doesn't exist anymore, there is a little bit of competition there for sure, but it is exciting times. You know, it's been a long time since we've seen an OBR 1-2 on the start line. Last time, Bo was first off the line and Trav was chasing him, and now those roles have reversed as well. So super exciting to see Trav back here. He did mention that he took a little bit of time off. Was back last year in a buggy, and now with the Mason this year, you know, has started strong as well. And I think they are going to be extremely hard to beat. It's their race to lose at this point in time, but the old commentator's curse can be a bit of a thing, that's for sure. But excited to see, you know, the cars, the bikes, even on the car side, there's probably a fair chance that we're crowning a new King of the Desert this year as well.
No, definitely. All the storylines we will bring you tomorrow morning. The first car leaves at 7:30, so we'll probably be live from around about 7:15 to give you all the action. It's been a great, great day at Method Race Wheels Prologue. It's been so much fun up here in the commentary box. My name's been Joshua Graveling, alongside me, Josh Curran. It's going to be, a great day tomorrow morning. We'll see you then, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Beautiful.